Hey there, how y'all doing today? So, it's been a little while. I was doing some like uni prep, so I'm finally live again. I wish my schedule could be more like set, but it's not a reality I currently live in. The best I've got is like days I will be streaming on, and like that you'll possibly see me on these ones. So, hooray! I'm here today. I was gonna stream yesterday, but I got the vaccine, my first shot, and I was feeling crappy, and so I went and like had a nap, and I like had food and just like, you know, recovered for the day, because I feel like I'm coming down with something, and I'm like, is it a cold? Is it a flu? I can't afford a cold or flu, so it better not be a cold or flu. It better like piss off, essentially. I want the whatever this is to just like fuck off, essentially, is the lesson in this. It could be partially the fans, because now it's warm enough that I need the fans on, so if you hear like a mild like buzzing or fan noise, it's because there is a fan. Because Australia is fucking hot. Okay, I'm swearing in this, but it is. So Australia, I don't know what the temperature is right now where I am. So let's see, temp. So it's 24 degrees Celsius and 75 Fahrenheit. So the thing, and it's 74% humidity. Now, the heat in where I am is not related to temperature most of the time. It is more related to the humidity combined with the temperature, because we have this fun thing called summer storms. Woo! Not woo. So essentially summer storms is like a section of the year. It is super humid, and you can feel when there's a build-up to a storm in the air. I used to live in a place called Guam, and it was humid all the time, all day. 4 a.m. in the morning, in the middle of the night, you come outside and it's humid as all hell. Like, your clothes will stick to you. Now, when there's a storm coming on, it feels the exact same way, because the heat is kind of building up in the air. And then once a storm happens, it's cooler for like maybe a day, maybe a half day max. Because if it's got rain. If it has rain, it's like that. If it does not rain and just the lightning happens, nothing gets cooler. Hey Maple Sky, how are you doing? Hi, you having a good day today? And if so, like, what do you like having best about it? And thanks for coming by. Do you play Animal Crossing? Sorry about all the questions. I just, you know, I like to know a little bit more about people who are like coming by and having a chat. It's almost 9 p.m. here in where I am, so it's like the middle of the night, basically. I do basically like nighttime my time streaming, which is like other times elsewhere. Hey Dream, how you going? So yeah, it's basically the middle of the night, and I was just like, it's really hot, but I'm gonna stream today because I'm feeling better than yesterday. Because I was not feeling great yesterday after like getting vaccinated for the first time. I still sound like I'm coming down with something, and I'm like, I don't know what it is, but it's gotta go away. You're just chillaxing in bed, went to the pumpkin patch today. Oh nice. Yeah, we don't really do like pumpkins here. So we do kind of do pumpkins. They're like a novelty item, and you get like tiny ones, and sometimes they'll get like this big. They'll sell them from like Kohl's or something, like the local grocery store we call Kohl's. But we don't have like pumpkin patches, because pumpkins require a lot of water, and Australia has a history of like droughts. There's like an area here in Australia that's had a drought for like almost the entire time I've been alive. Like, there's serious droughtage that happens here in like the country. And so like, we don't typically will like waste water on stuff like decorative pumpkins. You also don't find many like pine trees. You might find them farther south, but you don't get a lot of them. We all use fake trees, or people use like palm trees, you know, stuff that like doesn't require a ton of water, because pine trees, you wouldn't think it, I think they require a lot of water, which is why you find them in more like lush green rain-filled areas in like the US. I think we've had some here, but they're not very common. Plus it gets really hot. No, so we have fake Christmas trees. You can also buy like the scented things if you're really, you know, addicted to the smell. But the thing is, when we have Christmas, there's no snow, it's not cold, there's no wintry magic. It's ridiculously hot. We'll have summer storms, heavy humidity. We're like lying in front of the TV watching Christmas shows with like ice packs on us and eating an icy pole, being like, dear God, the heat needs to go away. Like, that's what Christmas is here. There's no such thing as a white Christmas down here. The Christmas stuff, all the Santa pictures you find around the place are Santa in like board shorts and a surfboard. Yeah, so we'll get like Santa in like board shorts and a surfboard. Sometimes you'll have like lifeguards dress up as Santa and like give stuff out to kids. Like all the like Santa related stuff is different. We still do Christmas. We still like, you'll see a lot of people put up the fake trees, or like, because they're everywhere. So you see people put them up and people like put stuff out. We still do Christmas. It's not like it's not a holiday. You technically, most places do get the day off. It is like, most shops don't open, so it's kind of a holiday. I think I get the day off on Christmas, but for the most part, like, the real holiday is the day after. So the day after is what we call Boxing Day, and we have Boxing Day sales. It's when all the big movies come out. So we don't, and like, our Boxing Day is kind of like your Thanksgiving. So your Thanksgiving, like Black Friday sales and like the like movie releases, we get those on Boxing Day. So we almost always get the movies like a month later on Boxing Day, and that's when they come out. Yeah, we'll throw the fake stuff in the ocean. Like, just let it go out to sea. But yeah, so like, whenever I see a movie thing and it's coming out on Boxing Day, I'm like, oh cool, so that's coming out Thanksgiving in the US. Brilliant. So happy. Hooray. So basically Boxing Day, I can give you like a proper term for it if you want, because I know there is one. So what is Boxing Day? Okay, Boxing Day is a holiday in countries like a lot of the Commonwealth countries. It was traditionally a day for employers in England to give bonuses of money, leftover food, and old clothing to their employees, or for lords to give agricultural tools and seeds for the coming year to their tenants. So that's what it was, technically, like, historically. Nowadays, it's more like a movie release day, a lot of sales will happen. Actually, recently, a lot of stores have started to do, like, the US Black Friday sale stuff. So they've taken the sale part from the US without the holiday, and they just, like, casually do a week of sales in, like, November, just randomly. Because they're like, we want to encourage random spending before Christmas, too. But it's actually just like a public holiday. There's like events that used to sometimes happen on it here. So there's like, we do like cricket matches, I think, on the day. So there's like cricket and like random sports things that'll happen on Boxing Day. It's basically just one big holiday. Realistically, it's our bigger thing. It's kind of like Australia Day is the day. It's just a day for people to like spend time with their families and like do barbecues and like not have to work, essentially. That's just what it is. So when people normally go back to work the day after Christmas, like, we don't. We have Boxing Day. It was just like historically a day for like employers to like give stuff to their employees. And so now we get the joy of like sales. Hooray. So I usually take advantage of the Boxing Day sale. If I get any money on Christmas, I usually try and spend it on Boxing Day to buy like a game I wanted that like, or a game or item that I wanted that I like wasn't willing to pay the price that it was being sold for. You want more boxing? I think they could have actually been like a boxing match. Don't quote me on that. I think they might have done in like England, because every country does stuff a little differently. So observances. Yeah, all the states hold the same day. To box prepared church. Yeah, so like it's held on the same day, and it's just like, some people think the name is related to a box that parishioners in churches would like put out for donations for stuff for like the poorer people for like, you know, around that holiday period. So like, Philadelphia needs boxing on Boxing Day. Nothing like post-Christmas. Philadelphia, I don't feel like it needs anything more intense. All I know about Philadelphia is, like, from around the election time where there was a lot of angry people at Biden about, like, the possibility of him closing, like, a couple of the industries because they didn't trust him to, like, let them keep their jobs. That's all I know about Philadelphia, honestly. I couldn't tell you. And I have, like, random relatives there. And there was an episode of Bar Rescue, where they went there and they made a bar called The Local. So, where they, like, tried to theme the bar around, like, the kind of, like, because it was kind of just, like, a blue-collar one in the blue-collar area. So they're, like, nothing frilly and fancy, but, like, good food, good alcohol. Philly is the boxing cap. Oh! The more you know. You learn something new every day. My state is called the Sunshine State, so we're not really known for much besides, like, beaches. In fact, there was actually a thing done. It was like, if you want to hit up every single beach inside Australia, it'll take you, like, 40 years. So, I mean, you can start now, and by the time you hit your 80s, you'll have hit them all. So, congratulations. Yeah, you didn't even know that Maple. Yeah, so we're all learning. We're all enjoying, like, a learning environment today. If anything, I can foster that. But no, like, most people don't know a lot about Australia, or they don't know that Boxing Day is a thing. I didn't know, like, I never know off the top of my head the full history. I just know it is, like, sale day and, like, movie release day, so that's basically, like, what I acknowledged as. But they've started the sales now earlier, so they took US sale times as well, because they're like, people are probably going to spend most of their money before Christmas, not after Christmas, because they need to buy presents for Christmas. So Boxing Day is kind of like a continuation of the Thanksgiving sale. It's just like, you know, I think that they just kind of like did that, which I'm fine with. If that's what they want to do, they can go right ahead. I have zero problems with this. Whew. So yeah, sorry, my controller, I set it on my knee, and for whatever reason my controller doesn't like my knees, so it just like casually likes to occasionally go, you know what, we're gonna crash to the ground and make you believe for a moment that you've killed your controller. Because I bought one of these. I bought the like I bought the Smash Pro controller because it was like, I found a store that still had it. So there's a store that had it. No game, just the controller, right? Because most people bought it as like a set, like the game plus controller, because they're like, we want to play a ton of Smash. So they got it for that reason. And I was like, excellent. But I just liked the look of it, and I wanted a special one of the controller because they've only done a couple of special ones with the controller. They did Smash, Xenoblade, Splatoon 2, I think, had one. And that's it. I'm pretty sure they've only done 3, which I'm baffled by. I'm baffled by the fact that Nintendo doesn't do more customization options for the Switch and the Joy-Cons and, like, the controller. I'm like, why didn't they do an Animal Crossing one? Why? Did they not, like, I've considered getting one that's painted on Etsy, like a customized one, and someday, maybe. But they're like, so, like, they're like 200 and something for people in the US, and it's like 300 here with currency changes. And I'm just like, I can't justify $300 on a controller. I just can't. I appreciate that a lot of work must have gone into it, and I'm sure it's worth the value for the work and time that's been put into making this. I do not, in fact, doubt that. I'm not challenging that. I just can't afford it. So I'm like, it's just not happening. And that's fine. I may someday, like, make a goal of, like, hey, any money that comes in will go to the controller, but until that day comes, I'm good where I am. It's just sitting in a zone of, like, it's not being done. It's very fancy. Yeah, so there's a Pro controller on Etsy. Beautiful couple. Like, there's a couple, but there's one specific one that I want, and they, like, painted it so it matches up with the Switch. Like, Animal Crossing themed with, like, the buttons and everything is all painted and done to match up with Animal Crossing Switch and like the Animal Crossing stuff. And it's gorgeous. I love it. You may not be able to see this, but this is the Animal Crossing. I can match my finger with the screen. This right here, this is the Animal Crossing dock. I bought these stickers. So I got this like Isabelle and Pascal sticker. Let's see. I can totally grab that. Stay. So yeah, I got the I bought these stickers to put onto it because it's adorable and I loved it, but I was like, Isabel and Pascal are missing. I don't know how fancy it is, but it's pretty great and it was cheap and official. Yeah, I have that. Yeah. So just it's gorgeous. But I wanted a Pro controller and I looked at, and I was gonna get the plain one, right? But I managed to find a store that had the Smash one. And I liked the white. It was really pretty. So I was like, fuck it, why not? Let's go get it. So I did. I lay-byed it, paid it off across 2 months. It was mine. Yeah. But I still look back at it and I was like, at the time, I couldn't really afford it. So I was just paying it off a bit at a time every couple of weeks. And I'm like, what was I thinking? Because I'm glad that I got it because I do use it a lot. But at the time I still look back and I'm like, dude, you were scrimping. You were scrimping at the time. You were living on minute noodles. This was before my current job. It was not a good situation that I put myself in. And, that's fine. I learned that I was a dumbass, and I'm still a dumbass when it occasionally comes to, purchasing random stupid things. I bought an advent calendar that's $100. I'm apparently a super special, person. Priorities. Advent calendar. So I've been buying this advent calendar for the past 3 years. I have yet to not be disappointed with it. Yet to not be disappointed, okay? Every single time I buy this calendar, I'm just like, what choices was this? Why did they do this? So I've been buying a Harry Potter pop vinyl advent calendar, and then they always come out with a couple, and I've gotten 2 the past couple years. The second one was on sale the last 2 times, but this last one will not be on sale. And I'm still disappointed with 3 of 4 of these advent calendars. So the Marvel one I don't really care too much about because I don't really know if it's bad design or not, because it's the original designs of all the Marvel characters. Their OG costumes, back in the comics, the original comics. So I had to show my boyfriend it and he was just like, yeah, it's perfect. They all fit. And I was like, excellent. So that one's fine. Is right near, Pop's office is right near where you grew up. I remember seeing a thing of a guy who had every single pop vinyl in existence, and I was like, dear God, my dude, the storage you have for all these things. Yeah, not worth it. It's probably not. You have 2 friends who work there. Okay, well, make their board games. I'm sure that they're doing great work, and I do like some of their pop vinyls. I obviously have bought enough of them. If you can see back here, there's a wall. And I bought I like their tiny ones the best normally. My big complaint with these ones is the number of duplicates. So they'll do 3 pop vinyls in these advent calendars for the same character. So they'll have 3 Harry Potters, 3 Rons. My personal least favorite is still the Nightmare Before Christmas one. Don't even get me started about the fact that they have not 1 duplicate for Jack Skellington, but 5 Jack Skellingtons in this. I'm like, sure, I understand he's the main character inside the Nightmare Before Christmas, but at the same time, my dude, I don't need 5 of him, and 3 of them are, and they're they did him normal and then glittery for 2 of the outfits. The outfits are almost exactly the same. The only difference is one version has glitter, and I'm like, I don't care about the glitter. I don't need a glittery version of him. This isn't hey, I need him to sparkle like he's a vampire day. No, I wanted more options, because there's tons of characters that are in that movie that they didn't show. They could have done an elf. They could have done anything else from it. Instead, they're like, you know what, we'll just do 5 Jacks. Just for funsies. I could understand 2, alright? I could understand the Santa Jack, normal Jack, perfectly fine. 2 Jacks in 2 separate complete stages of the thing. Perfectly okay with it. The same with Sally. Having her at 2 stages, and same with 0. I can understand 2 duplicates of each of them. What I cannot understand is 3 zeros, 5 jacks out of 24 pop vinyls. I just can't. I can't justify it. I can't get behind it. I just can't. So I'm disappointed in it, and it's sad that I'm disappointed in The Nightmare Before Christmas. It's just the reality that I'm facing. Regardless of that, my big disappointment with the Harry Potter ones has mostly come down to the duplicates. When I'm like, they've done a specific movie year, or they've done specific like themed ones, and it's like they'll do multiple ones of Harry and Ron, and they'll leave out certain characters. Like they did one for like the 4th movie. They did like the Yule Ball, and I'm like, we didn't really need 2 of Harry and Ron. We could have done a second one of basically any of the other characters, or like another one of a bunch of characters that got left out. Yeah, I love The Nightmare Before Christmas too. I'm just disappointed with the advent calendar. I in fact do love the movie. I buy a bunch of merch for it every year. I bought socks for the thing this year, like because they were selling Christmas like Halloween socks. So I do love the movie. I'm just disappointed in the advent calendar specifically, and this all comes down to me being disappointed at Pop. This has probably not as much to do with Nightmare, like the movie, and more to do with like how they set up a advent calendar. That's my problem. It's not that. But you want to hear my most disappointed advent calendar? And I haven't even gotten this one yet. I'm still debating whether I'm gonna buy it. I'm probably gonna get it. I'm not gonna lie. I'm probably gonna get it. I'm just still pissed about it. So normally the advent calendar boxes, they'll show like 3 of the pops, right? They'll have them on the box, they'll have them in the pictures, they'll show off like a couple of them, and I'm like, oh my god, that's so cute. Like you'll see examples of what you're looking for. And normally they'll do ones that are like 1 near the end, 1 near the middle, 1 near the beginning. And you're like, all right, cool. They ruined like 3 of the pop surprises, but like they're cute. I don't care. I know a couple of the characters now that I'm looking for. Now it's just a surprise for all the others. And you don't really know what squares they're coming out of. Not Pokemon. Pokemon did something else entirely. They were like, not only are we going to show you every single pop miniature that's coming in this box, but we're going to show you them in order. That's what they did. I'm like, why? Why did you do this? Was it just to avoid people getting mad at you because you leave Pokemon out of games? Was this your solution? Hey, we didn't put all the Pokemon into Sword and Shield, so now we're gonna ruin a surprise advent calendar for you. Yeah, that's the whole point of an advent calendar, is the surprise, and bitching about it afterwards that it's shitty and awful. I watch a channel by someone called Alexander Ryan, I think her name is, and she does unboxings of stuff all year round. And at Christmas time, she does a ton of ones around like the advent calendar. Her biggest video to date is still a Sephora advent calendar box where she roasted the thing, because she did a calculation of the price of the stuff in the box, and they said it was $60 value or something like that, and they charged like $40 for it, and she did a mathematical cost of all the items, and it was like $10 or something like that. It was a really bad box. And then she also did, I fell into finding her channel after the really bad Zoella advent calendar that came out like, Jesus, 4 years ago now, and it was atrocious. If you've never heard of the Zoella advent calendar, there's some beautiful roasts of that thing, because oh boy, she sold it for so much money, and then it had like those like free keychains you get in, like, you know, you'll buy something, you'll get a free fluffy keychain and like a free pen. It had like all these items in it that you would normally get as like the free gift item with a bigger purchase. Like her entire thing was like made up of stuff that you could get as free extras for things, and people were like, what happened here? Like, it was so badly roasted, the store had to take it down. Not as bad as someone else who, like, came directly after her. So there was a girl who was connected with her, and, like, the next year, after Zoella's advent calendar, released an advent calendar made up of items she had reviewed on her channel. She'd gotten items from, like, she'd reviewed these items, opened them, looked at them, used them, stuff like that. sealed them, put them back in boxes, and sold them to people. Now, don't get me wrong, you can in fact give away stuff you open on your channel, but you have to be clear, hey, this is something I've reviewed, this is something I'm giving away. Like, you have to be very clear that this is something I've opened and used, don't want, and you're just giving it away to someone. You're not allowed to sell stuff you've been sent from a company. Yeah. Like, you're just not. If you buy it yourself, you can resell it, but if you are given it as, like, an item, as, like, something part of a sponsorship, part of a review from a company, you can't resell it. You're not legally allowed to. And she was just like, I'm gonna resell all these things. She had to take it down. Like, the thing was taken down within, like, a week of it being up. She was selling this box for, like, 60 pounds. I don't know what the conversion rate of it is, but that sounds really high. She got into a lot of trouble. I don't want her brand of makeup. I want... Yeah, exactly. Well, the thing is, the Kardashians resell their clothes. You can, in fact, resell your stuff that you've had. People will buy it. There's a whole website specifically devoted to it. Alexandra Ryan, the girl I was talking about before, because she opens so many things, so many boxes. The stuff she doesn't give away, she resells. But it is specifically, like, made apparent that this stuff is things that she has opened, she's resold. She's not hiding it. She's specifically very clear about it, that she sampled it, or she mildly used it, and then she's giving it away. Most of the stuff she, gives away is stuff that she, like, looked at, you know, like, did a little swatch of, was like, okay, it's not my thing, and then she'll resell it. So you're like, if you scrape the tiny bit of it off the top, you're normally fine. Like, it's not that big a deal when it comes to, like, makeup, because she does it new. This person was waiting, like, even up to 6 or 7 months later and putting these inside this loot box, and she said in her advertisement for this loot box that all the items in it, they were brand deals with these companies, and that in the actual box, she advertised it that the big sell item you would get with this loot box was, like, one of the Jeffree Star palettes that was coming out at the time. And this was during the height of his popularity. This was post the Shane Dawson, like, docu-series that, like, reinvigorated his, like, PR and, like, his standing in the community, because people, like, forgot about his racism casually for, like, 2 years. So this was in the peak of that, of him, like, being back in, like, the big mainstream, people loving him for a period of time, because they're like, oh my god, he was, like, ruined by his friends who are trash. Don't be wrong, Nikita Dragon, still have problems with her. She is still definitely a problem child. But considering all the things he's done, it's a little petty. But, like, you know, they got in so much flack for just, like, no longer wanting to be friends and posting a picture saying, bitch is bitter because we're doing better. Like, on the scale of things, very petty. When you look at everything that's happened since then. Regardless of that, one of the items she put inside the box was his palette. She specifically said in the advertisement and the showcasing of this box that when she was selling it, before the pre-order thing came out to buy it, was that one of the things in the box would be a Jeffree Star palette. Almost no one got the palette. Almost no one, because she said, oh, it's one of a couple of things. She was like, oh yeah, I'll put a palette. Like, after she came out, she was like, oh, like, if you look at the fine print, it says Jeffree Star palette is one of the possible palettes that you could get in this. And she's like, if you look at the video, you're legally obligated to anyone who bought this box to give him a Jeffree Star palette, even regardless of the terms and conditions. There's what you said versus what is on the sale thing. And as the person who made the box, you're still obligated to give it, even though on the terms and conditions of the purchase thing, if they can prove that they've seen this video before, like, what was she thinking? Absolute madness. Absolute madness. So, special cookies all around. They got the special cookie award. But as a result, I fell into watching a lot of loot boxes, and around that time, I started to occasionally buy the odd loot box for, like, advent calendar. So I got loot boxes of Akibento for a couple years. Love the shirts. Absolutely recommend it for the shirts. Great quality anime, like, because they do, like, custom designs with different animes. And their sweaters and shirts are very good. I will give them that. However, unless you do a lot of cosplaying with anime stuff, the boxes are not really worth it. Because the boxes come with several items you could use to cosplay different characters from those animes, and a couple of random trinkets. That's how I got some of the pop vinyls I had behind me, because the pop vinyl was one of the big items in the box for that month, and he was like, you got one of like 3 versions of this pop. Hooray. But I ended up with so much leftover junk from these boxes that I will probably never use. I will eventually have to either just give away or sell and put up online and be like, hey, $6 for this item, you can have it, you just gotta pay for shipping. Like, absolute madness. So I have them all like over there, and I sorted them. I have sorted 6 boxes, just like filled with like stuff from these loot boxes, and I'm like, I just don't need the stuff. I will never use it. I have no purpose for this. I've used some of the boxes to store highlighters that I had over. Hooray. But yeah, so I canceled it because not only did the price of it go up, but apart from the shirt, I didn't want any of the items. I stopped liking the extra items that were coming out of it. And I was like, I wish there was an option just to buy the shirt. Like, specifically, just to buy the shirt for that month. I would do it, because like, I don't need anything besides the shirt. So yeah, so I like stopped doing that, because the thing is, Australia started to apply a loot box tax. So any loot boxes that, like physical ones, I'm not talking about like the EA games, like we're charging you for everything, like not those ones, like not the EA is shit loot boxes. I'm talking about like the like physical loot boxes. They started to charge money for them like when they came into the country. So if there was one that was made in the country, did not have the tax, but if it was being imported into the country, it had a tax applied to it. The same thing applies to gaming. So most people ask, why is Australian games so much expensive? Like, why are they more expensive? It's because Australia has a gaming tax. So they tax all games that come into the country. They just do. So most games are in the US, like the basic AAA games, are usually about $60. I've been told 60 to 70. Ours are usually about $80 to $90. So our games are usually $20 more expensive, occasionally $30. It depends on the AAA game. So for instance, what's the one I'm thinking of? Demon Souls, it was $125. So a lot of the PlayStation 5 games, like the AAA ones, they're $125. If you buy it for PlayStation 4, they're charging you still around the same price as well, because they want to get the money out of it, and you just get the upgrade to some of the recent ones. Regardless of all this, the actual PlayStation 5 system is $750, and the controllers are $100 per controller. All the accessories are between like $40 and $60. It's all very expensive. I'm not touching any of it. You can't even find a PlayStation 5, so it's not even my problem, because I can't find the system. So, hooray. If you can't find the system, you can't not buy it. All of this into consideration, I've been like more clearly like looking at games when I buy them, because I'm like, if I'm gonna buy a game, it has to have the value of the game. Like, I'm not saying like if it's, like $90, it's like, oh, it's gotta be worth it. No, what I mean is like I have to get my personal play value out of it. So if it's a $90 game and my purpose for it is collecting, right? And so I want it for collection purposes, display purposes, that is separate. What I'm talking about like is playing purposes. If I kind of categorize it that if it's $90, there should be at minimum like $12 to $16 like hours worth of playtime. At minimum. Because I'm like, at that point, that's like, it's a certain number of dollars per hour. So I'm like, if it's not worth at least 10 hours and it's $90, I don't know why I'm buying it. It has to at minimum be 10 hours for me to be like, okay, this is worth it. If it's under 10 hours, it better be an indie game, something small. I'm more kind to indie games if they're under 10 hours and they're like $30, $20, $15. If they're in that kind of range and they're only 10 hours, I'm like, okay, I can understand it. I can get behind it. It's understandable. It's perfectly okay for you to be that. Stardew Valley, And some of these, and like Hollow Knight and those ones, they're all like $30, right? They are hundreds of hours if you want to complete them. Literally hundreds. Like, if you want to fully complete these games, they're hundreds of hours. And they're like $20. $20 to $30. So when I see a game like Fallout 76, see these games that I'm talking about, they were made by like 1 to 6 person teams, alright? Some of these were made in Australia, and they are good quality for what they are. Like, good quality indie games, sure, they don't have the high fidelity graphics of the AAA games, but they're good quality for what they are. And then you have like Fallout 76, which was made by Bethesda, was talking at the time about how like all these companies from around the world had touched it. All these sections of Bethesda had put their fingers in the pot of Fallout 76. And the thing was a buggy disaster. And I'm like, is it the graphics? Was the graphics the problem? What caused it? Stardew was $15 on Switch and even free on PC for $25? Yeah. You've shown, yeah, no, I've definitely got my value out of Animal Crossing. Animal Crossing, when I bought it, I was just like, no matter what happens in this game, I know I'm gonna get my value out of this game. So that's why when I look at other games and I'm like, I don't know if I'm gonna get the value. So I bought this game because it was only $60. I bought the Super Monkey Ball, like this one, because it was only $60. And I was like, even if I only play it a tiny bit, it's not as expensive as some of the other games. Whereas a game like Crash, a game like Smash, I have to look at it and go, am I going to get the value I want out of it? Now, I do have Smash and all the DLC because occasionally when I'm with friends, I do like playing Smash, and I'm the one who has all the DLC, whereas they didn't bother. So we'll play on my version so we can do all the characters. Now, we haven't done that in a couple years because, you know, pandemic. But when we used to, it was just like, fine. You got your money's worth with Dead Cells if you like you play that game until you die. That's like $200. Yeah. No, I'm just like, most of the, yeah, at least. So most games, I'm just like, if I don't think I'm gonna get the value out of it, I'm still pissed about Ultra Sun and Moon. Now, I bought those games for, like, I wanted all the Pokemon games, collection purposes, so I can justify buying them to myself because I wanted to own them for, like, I want every single Pokemon game. I have gone back and bought all the DS Pokemon games. I own them all, including one from Japan that I accidentally bought as a Japanese version. I bought Pokemon Black version 2 in Japan because I couldn't find it here, and surprise, Japanese games, apart from like 3 that I've come across that were made to be universal, they don't actually work inside like Western DSs because they're like country locked for some bizarre reason. Whereas I think it was a good thing that they made all the Switch games universal to every country. Hooray! But Smash is so expensive. And then Pokemon, they released the $45 DLC, and I'm like, fine. There's a lot of content in the $45 DLC for like Sword and Shield. But I'm still like, I'm not entirely sold still on the game. I got my value out of the game. I played a ton of hours. I played a couple of 100 hours minimum out of that game. Minimum. I played a ton of hours out of Breath of the Wild, so I made value on that. And then in comparison with those games, you have Super Mario Party. The one where it's like the board games, because you can play that thing online forever, and I still think that was a flaw. So when they've announced a new one, they're like, a new one's coming out, have at it. I'm like, I didn't play the other one more than 4 times. I played the first one that they released 4 times total, and this includes 2 times on my friend's Switch. This wasn't even on mine. I only played it twice on my own Switch. Twice. I've almost never started this thing up. I don't even have 5 hours registered for the game. And so I'm like, that was such a waste of money. So I look at the new one that's coming out and I'm just like, I'm never buying you ever. Because Nintendo doesn't go on sale. I will give them that they don't go on sale. So the stores they sell in physically don't lose money. They only do sales on those games digitally. I will give them that. That I'm fine with. I'm like, cool, great. I I just am never gonna buy it. I'm never gonna buy it ever. Which is why I'm looking at the Kirby game that's coming out and I'm like, am I actually gonna play it? Because I bought Kirby Star Allies. I played like maybe 30 hours of the game. I tried to complete it, and that's where it broke me. Because if you've ever played Kirby Star Allies, it has these puzzles to complete, and in order to get pieces in the puzzle, you have to do 3 things. 1, complete the level. 2, tap the amiibo before each level. So what I was doing was I was finding the easiest level in each world, right? The easiest to complete, the quickest, the fastest, the least problems. I found it. And I would, at the beginning, tap every single amiibo, because I own all the Kirby amiibo, because they went on sale. The Kirby amiibo went on sale for $9 at one point, so I bought every single one of them. I got all of them. So I own all the Kirby amiibo over there. The Smash ones, the normal ones, I have them all. They were the easiest amiibo to find ever, because there was just a wall of them, and I like picked every single one of them up for $9 in store, and I was like, kabam, got you. So even though I've traded in the Star Allies game, I bought it again for the price I traded it in for. Not a problem. I do not have an issue with this. But you have to tap every single amiibo to get all these like puzzle pieces, because each amiibo gives you an extra couple of like a puzzle piece or 2 puzzle pieces, and then you also, and the thing is, the puzzle pieces, they don't cancel out the duplicate puzzle pieces. So say for instance you get 20 puzzle pieces across this level, and you have all these puzzles for this one world to complete. Like say you have 3, and each of them has about 45 pieces, and you've filled in about 20 pieces. You'd think, oh, you only have to do it like 2 more times. Wrong. They will refill in pieces you have already collected with some of these pieces. So you'll get a couple of new pieces every single time you redo this. And now, I'm not saying that each of these had 50. No, some of these puzzles had like 60 pieces. Like tiny puzzle pieces. Others only have like 12. I have yet to finish these puzzles. I gave up. I have not finished the game. I've not gone to the DLC. I gave up. I literally rage quit puzzle pieces because I was so bored out of my mind redoing these things, because you just have to redo levels in this world until you like unlock all the pieces. That's the only way to complete the puzzles. And I was like, I want to complete the puzzles because I want to complete the game, finish the game, move on, not come back. Kirby Star Allies is not like a fun game for me. Like, it's cute, it's fine. I like didn't have a problem playing through part of it. Just like, don't get me wrong, just playing through the game, it's not that bad. It's pretty enjoyable. It's a very chill game. It is not a difficult game. I essentially beat every single boss battle without actually attacking the boss. Didn't succeed at attacking any of them once. Managed to win every single boss battle. Yeah, no, I'm not nervous at all. So I decided which bridge, like incline and bridge, I'm deleting first. I finally decided. So I'll show the game because it's been like almost an hour. I should probably show the game I'm actually in, one would think. So the plan is, I'm keeping the flowers. I'm not getting rid of the flowers. I am, however, cutting down almost every single tree. I'm keeping 22 big trees. Why 22, you ask? Well, every single day there is 5 wasps, 2 items, and 15 bells. That's the only reason I'm keeping those trees. Everything, you're not putting it off? No, I'm not putting it off. Why would I talk for an hour? I'm putting it off. What kind of insanity are you talking about? I would never do that. I would never put off destroying my island. Whatever do you mean? Alright. We're gonna see how many times this takes me to actually delete this incline, because you know his first thing is always like, oh yeah, you wanna demolish? And he's just like, oh yeah, you totally wanna like demolish. And then you click the first one and you're like, you think it's the demolish. It's not. It's the one that's like, nah, I'll come back later. And you have to redo all of the menus again every single time. So we're gonna see if I can succeed at getting it the first time, or if I end up having to do it a second time. I've yet to see anyone on stream like succeed at doing it the first time. Oh yeah, you always mess it up too, Maple. Yeah, no, it's exactly right. Just that soul, sweat, and time I put in. Why would I not be excited? Look, it's gonna be fine. So this is the one I'm deleting up the back. Because the thing is, the easiest part to destroy first is in fact the forest area down the back, followed by the side areas. So the thing the biggest problem I'm gonna have is probably the museum area, because I've got bridges, 2 inclines, like triple layers. That area is going to be a godforsaken nightmare as far as like unterraforming it. However, this whole like the middle section of my map, where like there's just the Totoro Hollow and like, because that whole area doesn't have any inclines in it, that middle section, so I can almost like work around and just leave the inclines for this like whole bottom and right section, because all I've got is some like inclines to level 2. So I can, and I don't have any houses besides Sherlock and Watson's up there, so apart from their houses, everything can be like removed. And I'm not moving their houses today because I'm like, I want to plot out where I want to move their houses to. So I have to, my planning is going to be a little weird when it comes to that. I do, however, plan on moving the museum because I need to move it to finish deleting that 3rd level of terraforming. So I'm probably going to move it to an area that I already kind of know what I want to do with it. Or I'm just going to move it back over near Abel's and just like let it sit there. Because the museum, I want to hide it this time. I had it on display in this huge big area, but in this coming one, I want to destroy it entirely. Hide it entirely, because I went on an island and I saw them hide it in this like alcove area, surrounded by like nature and some fossils, and I thought that was really cool. I nearly clicked, well, now I don't know. I nearly clicked it. I nearly clicked it. I was talking and I nearly clicked it. That's the problem with this game. The menus. Oh man, there's no going back. You may see this bee sting, and that's all thanks to a mushroom. So the main plan to start off with is I need to flatten this one area, because that's where I'm gonna store all the flowers. So there is 2 areas. I'm not changing at all. I'm not altering them. I'm not deleting anything from them, because I actually plan to use them in the island. Now that's the mine and the so the mine and the market on the 2 sides of the island. Those 2 are staying exactly the same. Nothing is happening with them. They are not getting removed. 0 things are changing in relation to them. Because I happen to still like those areas, and I have things that I like want to do that relate to them. So with the hidden museum, I kind of want to connect it to the like that part, so that way it's all kind of there. And I'm still debating in relation to the market, making an expanded market theme park, like haunted theme park, and like connected, like changing Emma's exterior to be red, and that like Zen like palace exterior we saw in the direct. So like I'm just kind of like, that might be interesting. That might be cool. I'm not gonna miss the sounds of my like the waterfalls. Something you didn't know, you can actually, sometimes people don't know this, is you can fill in the waterfalls from below. People are like, oh my god, I gotta like get up there and demolish. Now, you can do it from below. You can exactly do it from below. Now, this whole section was a nightmare to build, because I had to make a 2nd level behind these ones, because you can't just place these silly things the right way. You have to place them a certain way, then you have to move it forward, then you have to get down. So I had to place these in the most ridiculous way possible, and I hated it. This whole section was a nightmare. These boards to put in. And the thing is, the problem is that I like the way it looks, but I also don't like the way it looks. So I want a proper bathhouse area if I'm gonna make a bathhouse again. Because even though this wasn't bad, I'm actually gonna make this part here. So I'm gonna move George's house, because George's house is going to go in the farm with Buck. Him and Buck are gonna be like buddies, and they're gonna live together on a farm. And then in comparison, I'm gonna have like this area be like the mermaid area. So I'm actually gonna make a destined mermaid area for the first time ever on my island, because I haven't made one. My new theme. So I'm splitting the island into 3 sections. The 3 sections are like forests, which may include a minor Spirited Away, like, or like haunted, like, theme park. So that's all connected on that area. Then I'm having the market and town area. So like a towny, like urban area over near town hall with the shops, the market. If I decide to expand it, all of that is going to be the urban area. So the forest is going to be in one area, then that's going to be there. There's going to be the farm and a port. So essentially I'm making kind of like a city with like a connected forest. It's not exactly what I call a theme, but it's still going to be very much this kind of like minorly cluttered, kind of like cottagey kind of vibe. So it's not going to be too urban. It's kind of be like, you know those like country towns you go to where it's like, you go to them and they're really cute, but they're not exactly what you would call like modern. So it's not gonna be like a modern city. It's gonna be kind of like a Japanese themed, like kind of urban city. So I wouldn't say it's got like a core as of yet. It's just kind of got a like, yeah, this is like the vibe that I'm kind of going for. I don't know if that makes much sense to anyone but me. But that's just my general thoughts. Balloons, seriously, every time I was decorating, these balloons would show up and I'd be like, no, go away. So I'm ignoring it. But yeah, so like I've kind of got like a theme. No, I don't need to have a core. What are you talking about? Everyone's like, oh, what kind of core is it? I'm like, I couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you what kind of core it is. Could not tell you. Does it have a core? Possibly. We'll find out. We will definitely find out. Everyone tries to, like, you have to have a core to, like, tag it on Instagram. Because people are like, oh yeah, I'm looking for blah blah core, and I'm looking for blah core, and so you have to have a core. But I don't want a core, okay? I just don't want it. I just don't want one. I know my voice raised like an octave when I was saying that, but I sincerely don't want one. I hate cores. Like like not in existence, but as like a premise of like everything has to be core. It's core life. What you talking about? Like in that kind of a like thing. However, apart from this, I'd say when you like take it in consideration, I still want there to be kind of a dark vibe on the island, because I still have the like people are dying thing. So I'm actually going to remove a number of the pipes from the island, like externally. There's only going to be, because now you can scooch on, like, so I can scooch into Watson's side room. I'm going to make it minorly available to scooch into Sherlock's back room. So I'm going to remove the 2 pipes to get in there. I'm thinking about at least removing Watson's pipe and making her room able to scooch into. But so I'm debating how to change the island ones so that way I can remove some of the pipes, because I only want to really have 1 pipe, I think, to get into one place, which, surprise for me, because I'm actually going to redo the homes. I'm especially excited about all the cooking items. You want to know why? Emma's basement. Emma's basement is what makes me excited for the cooking items, because she's a witch, secretly. And I want to remake her basement to include all the cooking materials, because she's essentially cooking the villagers and taking their souls. So she's gonna need that stovetop that was in the direct. Now, why am I leaving water here? Good question, because I don't want to deal with the villagers sitting down here. Because that's what they're going to do. They're going to be like, poof, oh look, there's a cute little area I can sit down on. I'm just going to walk all over here. Ta-ta-ta-ta-ta. And then they're going to sit down, and I'm not going to be able to, like, delete this part of the cliff. The villagers suck. I say this with all the kindness in my heart, and look at you. No, Peanut, go away. There's a specific reason I blocked off certain areas of my island from villagers, because I decided that they sucked. Do you hate it to the core? Yeah, no, I definitely hate it to the core. So I also have to, like, remove all the gnomes. You'll notice that I love good puns, okay? I love a pun. People are like, oh, puns are so stupid. I'm like, no, puns are the best. What are you talking about? So I remember seeing this video of someone who was talking about how when they played Stardew Valley, they made sure to name every single one of their streams after a pun. So it both pissed some people off and made other people laugh. And I'm like, I believe it. Half the people in the world hate puns because they're silly, and the other half of the people in the world are like, oh my god, puns are amazing because they're the best. I'm joking. If you hate puns, it's fine, but like, I can't relate. Villagers, the worst part of the game. Yeah, exactly. They are the worst part of the game. They're absolutely the worst. I say this with all the love in my heart, of that like every time I try and terraform, they're always like, oh, look at this cute little area that I can now come and sit in. And you're like, no, piss off. Go find somewhere else to be annoying. Now, the biggest challenge to this is going to be the fact that I essentially decided my island is going to have 1 billion items. And so I have to find a place to dump all these items. Once I've picked them up. Some of them I'm probably just going to sell if I think I don't need it. But most of it I'm going to be like, oh, cool, I got to find a place for you. So next, after this little bit here, I'm going to have to clear the area that I'm going to store all the flowers in. Because I need a place to store the flowers. This, like, left half is where I'm going to just dump all the flowers for the time being. Because I can't fully terraform this side, and this is actually going to be the side that becomes the urban area. So until I decide to move the buildings, it's fine to just dump all the flowers here, because the flowers are going in the other section for the most part. You only hate puns when your husband's... Yeah. So... I'm like that sometimes with, like, my partner. Thank you for the follow, Wario's Warehouse. Greetings! How's your time? And welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. Do you play Animal Crossing? And if so, who's your favorite villager? If you have one. My favorite villager is still Buck. Buck is my baby. I know people don't like him because he's got the crazy eyebrows, but, like, I'm part Polish, okay? Crazy eyebrows is not a bad thing, alright? All my family members have these ridiculously fuzzy, like, big-ass eyebrows. I don't hate the villagers, I just want them to go away when I'm terraforming. I'm not gonna lie, I had areas I just didn't give inclines, but had inclines plotted out, because I wasn't interested in having to deal with them. You do indeed play Animal Crossing, excellent. What kind of, like, island have you made for yourself? If you have a theme, or are you just kind of like filling in whatever you want to? Cherry's the queen? Alright. Cherry's a pretty cool one. She's the like punk dog. I don't know why I keep calling her a bear. Some of the wolves for a while, early on before I realized they were wolves, I was calling them a dog. So I was calling all the bears dog, like all the wolves' dogs, which is not far off, because all dogs were kind of bred from wolves, so it's not that bad. So this is gonna be flower dumping spot 1. Hooray! I also need to find the place I'm gonna dump all these items. This is the problem with, like, not erasing all the stuff on my beach, is that I also have to, like, find a spot to just dump everything that I'm like, oh look, I don't need you anymore, but I want to keep you. So some of the stuff I'm gonna probably have to sell and remake, but it's fine if it's just like materials that I need. It's not that big of a disaster. Pick up. Okay, don't pick up the flower. Why? This is gonna be the nightmare that I face of just like randomly picking up flowers. This is gonna be the nightmare. I've placed it right here and now. The actual nightmare I have is gonna be that. Oh my god, what is that text? Wario Warehouse, just avoid that kind of text, okay? It's a little hard for people to read. Although there's some secrets in my basement. Yeah, because I have like a mild version of like letters and stuff move around, so it's a little difficult for me to read. I'm headed to bed. Have a good flattening to Thank you, Drew. You have a great sleep, because it's gotta be early for you at this point. So you go have a lovely sleep. I know that, like, It's probably been a long day for you. It's been a long day for me, and I'm still going, but that's because, you know, I'm a crazy person. Apparently. I'm apparently a nutcase, and that's okay. Garden gnome. Why am I placing this? Why am I placing the panel? Is that because it will only let me place them? Is it only gonna let me place these suckers? Because they're customized? Fine. Fine. We'll do this the hard way. Absolute struggle boss. Okay, push you back. This is the main reason people hate panels. It's not. It's not the main reason, but it's the main reason I hate panels. The bright side is you can easily store them like this, just by like shoving them up against each other like tra-la-la. If it'll like let me push it. Okay. But now. Nope. It's just gonna be special. That's fine. I can acknowledge you're just gonna be special. There you go, more there. So essentially I've just gonna like dump these simple panels down here because like I don't have anywhere else to put them and they apparently can't be placed while they're specially customized. That's the reason. Okay, so apparently you can't like dump them when they've been customized like a special pattern. So I'm just gonna leave these panels here, but I do have to still remove the ones up on this cliff. Just cause. So when I get there I'll deal with that. I might leave them on that cliff for the time being. Because they ain't hurting anyone. They're not hurting anyone up there. They're just, you know, they're just living their best dreams. So we'll fill in this bit of water and just let them sit there. Because I'm like, I can't really truly be bothered like having to just replace them. The worst thing I'd have to do is like delete the cliff, move them down, replace them directly back behind the thing that they're already on. Which I might do eventually. Or I might just like casually uncustomize them all. So I might just have to uncustomize every single one of them to deal with this. Because I just don't understand why like... So I've had this problem before with lanterns. I was trying to put lanterns down on the ground on someone's island, but I had customized them to the like my flag on my island, and it wouldn't let me place them. Sorry, I was trying to be cool and cryptic. Yeah, it's okay. It's fine. I just thought I'd let you know, because, you know, some people can't read the text. I especially have problems reading that kind of text. What's my favorite KK song? So I have a couple. So my favorite, like, hidden song is Animal City. So I use Animal City a bunch on the island, but after that, I'd say my favorite one is probably that, like, Jimbachi one. Because I use that in my marketplace. So, like, a like more vibing one is Jimbachi, but like my main favorite is typically the other one. Okay. Yeah. So I'm gonna go through so many shovels doing this. I can already feel it. I already know that it's incoming. But I have to like make everything smaller again. I'm gonna leave the lampposts, I think, this bigger size. Just cuz. You know, just cuz. But everything else has gotta be, like, deflated. Aha! Boop! So, I liked this, like, Spirited Away house, but at the same time, it also, like, drove me minorly insane. In, like, hey, look at this huge area that's been filled with, like, simple panels that took you forever to place. Because they did take me forever to place them all. It took me, like, I think maybe 5 or 6 hours to place all of them. And it's not a complicated design. It's just that, like, you had to terraform a certain way to place them up on the second level like this. Which is why most people who do these kind of, like, house temple things, that, like, they place them up like this, they'll do ones, and then they'll, like, have it as, like, a back section on their island, so that way they can leave whatever ugliness behind it. Like, where they had to stand, they can leave that up the back. I couldn't do that. I had to, like, do it this special way at, like, the front of my island. Just to be different. Just to be different. I don't know what I was thinking. Something entirely special. So we gotta move all the flowers down. There's one pathway I have to leave terraformed because I've currently got items sitting on it, but other than that path, everything else of this level over here is all getting like demolished and removed. And that pathway is only being left purely because I can't be bothered moving the items yet. Other than that, they would be getting moved. Boop. I can't believe I've finally started to destroy this thing. This whole area took me forever to like plan it, plot it, decorate it, design it. I spent thousands of hours making this island. And I'm just like, no, we're gonna just I'm leaving a lot of these pathways, the brown pathway, because the thing is, when I finally get around to like making rivers or terraforming, I use a different kind of way of plotting out stuff. So some people, I used to use these like brown pathways to plot out where I'd place buildings, where I'd place flower beds, anything like that. I stopped doing that a while back because I was just like, there's a more effective way to do this. Why am I going back down? So I was like, there's a more effective way to do this. And I just started using like custom paths. So I actually have these like custom DIY patterns I made specifically for plotting out items. So I had more of these. I deleted like about a row of them. So the ones I still have is H2O, flowers, trees, ladder, lantern, plot, object, under construction, shrubs, stump, weeds, pumpkin, and rocks. I also had stumps. Oh wait, the stump is still there. So I had a couple others that were like, I had lamppost, I had larger object, and I had second layer. So I had plotted out like where the second layers would be to do the terraforming and then plot out on that second level, because it's easy enough to delete some terraforming after you've plotted out where it's going to be, and then place what you think is going to be on it. And I also think I had one that was like stair incline or bridge, but now I just use like plot to plot out stuff like that, and then I like plan around it. Because I only kept the ones that I really do need. I actually need to have like a... Okay, I'm gonna have to go and pick up the axe. Because I'm not really selling the trees, because in order to sell the trees, you need fruit to pick them up and eat it. It's just easier to chop them down. It's a time saver. It's a level of I don't really care. It's a I'm replanting all the trees moment. Because the thing is, I have all these villagers that haven't planted the like achievement number of trees, so I'm just like, I'm fine with having to do all that. You're not good at making custom, neither am I. I like bought all of mine, or like found them online. You have infinite money? Well, that's at least something. Let's say you know a guy. I mean, that's fair. That's very fair. All of these custom patterns, I actually found them online. So the first ones I got were these ones and this pattern, which I use everywhere and will likely use again on the next island. Like, well, not the next island. Like when I flatten this, I'll use it again because I love this pattern. So I'm going to keep it. This one's a recent one and I'm not entirely sold on it, but it's fine for the time being, at least as a placeholder for the train. This Totoro one is staying. These Kodame. And the soot sprites. I'm gonna probably get rid of at least this soot sprite because I don't need this soot sprite. But I'm likely gonna keep the crow, toe beans, pumpkin patch, garden, the DIY center. I might get rid of one, like, I use a lot of these ones, so I'm probably gonna keep those ones. But these, like, Ghibli ones, I might get rid of. So there's a couple of odd ones that I have around that I'm like, I don't really know if I use you anywhere. So there's some that I'm probably gonna get rid of. Especially if there's like only one room or place I use in it, like I use that pattern in, and I'm like, okay, this whole area is getting cleaned out, so I may as well just like casually like get rid of it. What did I come over here for? Axes. That's it. I came over here for an axe. I don't know why I wanted this far. Axe. I placed the axes down in this crevice because I was like, that's a safe place. Because I have tons of flowers. I covered my entire island in flowers. Because I love flowers. And I will, again, decorate a section of this island in flowers. I'm not getting rid of the flowers. Like, I'm gonna decide what I want to do with them. And all the excess flowers are going to my second island. Just for, like, storage. Because there's nothing I'm doing on the second island at the moment. I'm not, like, doing anything special there. So it's fine for me to just, like, dump a ton of flowers there for the time being. Because they're not gonna, like, go to waste. They're not gonna, like, get destroyed or anything. They're just gonna be, like, sitting there, chilling. So, you know, I don't have a problem with it. Because until I know if I want a flower or if I don't want to arrive to my island. No, it's fine. Are you asking me if I want to come to your island? But yeah, like, it's just, you know, a fun, like, thing. Whew. I placed this thing here because early on, because I placed this tree early on, and whenever I was chopping wood at these trees, this area back here is where they would land. All of them would, like, all the wood would come back here, and I'd just be like, no, go away. No, I'm alright. I'm doing this. This is the flattening moment of my thing. I've been building up to it for like 2 or 3 weeks. Of like, well, not 2 or 3 weeks. No, it's been longer than that. So even before the update with Brewster, I was determined to flatten my island because I had finally decided, like, it's time. You know, you've had this island layout for forever. You finished it. I saved my dream address on the weather I wanted. Like, I found the weather condition of my dreams. And so I was like, you know what? Why not? Why not just finally, like, come to a greater peace with this? Dude, I'm keeping all my items. I'm not, like, getting rid of them or anything. I'm just, like, deciding what I want to do with them. Because some of the items I'm going to keep. Some of them I'm probably going to give over to my second island if I think that they might have use of them. Other ones I'm like, they'll probably go away because I'm going to be changing seasons soon. Because the game my island is currently set in August. Let's see, what can I drop here? Oh wait, that's that. Okay. Seriously, balloon? Okay, we'll pop this one, just cuz. We're gonna see how many balloons appear during this time period. We're gonna see. I'm hoping it's not a lot. Okay, so this is mostly shrubs, so we'll try and keep them all together. Because the problem with, like, the shrubs versus the flowers is, like, shrubs can easily block off your path to certain places and just be like a pain in the butt to get around. So you have to place them, like, together in clumps and be like, okay, so this is the, like, casual shrub area. I'm gonna eventually resort these so they're all sorted based on, like, color and type. But for the moment, while I'm just destroying, it doesn't really matter mixing all this stuff together. Like, honestly. Alright, that's over there. Flowers. We're gonna dump some more items over here. So currently, this whole area is just like dump items palooza. Can I not just drop? Okay, so we're gonna pick up some of the DIYs as well, because I don't need these DIYs in here anymore. So if I've got any DIYs, I'm also gonna pick them up. This beach is essentially gonna be remade completely into something else. So I don't really need... okay, we'll pick up these. I'm keeping this one because I think that this will come in useful for when I, like, make this area a, like, mermaid area. Because this area... George's house is leaving. George is no longer gonna be a beach boy. He's going to live in a farm. So you may see a bunch of gnomes around. It's because I actually have a gnome hunt on my island. Fun fact. But for the most part, I generally, like, don't bother too much with the fact that I have a gnome hunt. I occasionally issue people like a challenge to be like, hey, can you like find my gnomes? And they'll be like, oh my god, I can't. And I'll be like, oh my god, ha ha ha, I win. No one has actually found all my gnomes. You've made a cool puzzle island and you need testers. Oh, cool. Well, if you have a dream address for it, I can at some point check it out in my own time. I could always whisper you if like I had problems figuring out the test island. But other than that, understand I'm a gnome and you've been. I actually, if you have any channel points, I have a sound alert which puts off gnome, like the sound gnome, because I happen to love gnomes, like the garden gnomes especially. They're just great. I love them. So I like filled the island with a ton of gnomes because I was just like, why not? Why wouldn't we want gnomes? Who wouldn't want more gnomes? So I picked you up. That just what? I do not understand how I can place that item, but I can't like drop it at all. That makes literally no sense to me. I'm glad you enjoyed it. But yeah, that's why I picked like gnome, like the gnomed thing, because I was like, I love gnomes, you know? I have a ton of these gnome things. Why wouldn't I want like people to be able to like say gnome on my island? Okay, these take up a lot of space. Boop. Boop. Because I gotta dump items here. So these all gotta be tiny. Drop. Drop. I hate it when there's like exterior items that you cannot drop. They're like stuck in a like state of like you have to have them placed. Those ones drive me mental. Hello, hello. Well, hey Samurai, how you doing? You having a good day today? Look at all the flowers! Okay, well, we gotta get rid of this DIY pattern. Boo, ba boo, boo. Do 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 do. Because we're gonna place some things here. Okay, did that. Drop. I forgot I had a coin there, honestly. I don't know if that's a good sign or a bad sign that I forgot I had a coin there. It's probably a bad sign that I've been forgetting what's on my island. You're having a great day today? Well, that's awesome. I'm glad you're having a day. Yeah, no worries. You go do what you need to, Wario. But yeah, it's finally the day. The day of destruction. Why am I just leaving these petal piles out? As you can see, it is finally the moment where this whole island gets flattened. And part of the challenge is going to be making sure to pick, like, find places to drop the stuff I want to keep, because my main character actually has no more storage space. I debated leaving this until I actually, until the actual update came out so that I could upgrade my storage and do this. But I was like, no, you don't want to spend, the beginning part of, getting the new DLC in, doing this. What are you thinking? So I was like, you know what? We're gonna do this instead. So this is what we're doing. I am officially flattening. And I say it all posh like that because you gotta make it sound fancy. Otherwise it's just, hey, you know how I did thousands of hours of work doing something? Yeah, I'm just casually now destroying it. Yeah, no worries. You go BRB. I'm just talking out loud in a ridiculous fashion while I destroy this island that I spent hours making. I was very proud of this entrance. I loved this entrance. And now I gotta figure out a new entrance. Because the thing is, I still don't want to be able to see the airport from the thing. I just don't. Oh, we're gonna do this the fun way. Because I know how to make it a little easier. Because I remember, so most people, no one really saw this, but when I originally flattened my island, I originally flattened this island ages ago. And the thing that I did was I had a huge section up the far back, very, very far back. That was my, like, orchard. It was this huge area with trees. I have no idea what I was thinking. But I made this huge section that was just, like, massive trees, massive forest. To be fair, I did love my forest. I will give him that. So we're not going all the way out, because we need to destroy this part as well, and I don't want one of the villagers sitting down on it. Everyone's like, oh, the villagers are so cute. No. Villagers are not cute. They're snot muffins who will, in fact, sit down wherever it is that you're working and destroy your hopes and dreams. Do not let the cute exteriors fool you. They will destroy your life. Now, you'd take from this that I hate my villagers. I don't. I love my villagers. I just, like, casually also want them to stop sitting where I'm terraforming. Which I'm sure is a struggle we'll have. I know it's like a thing in the game that they've coded it so that way, like, oh hey, your villagers love you. So they just want to spend time with you. So when you're in an area a lot, what they're gonna do is they're gonna, like, come on over and be like, hey bud, what you do? And you're gonna be like, oh my god, go away. Ah, trees. There's no going back now, because I'm not regrowing these suckers. Boop. I actually have photos that I can pull up of, like, the very beginning of my island. Is it close enough? Is it close enough? Yeah! Does anyone else remember this? So in New Leaf, my biggest difficulty in life was getting balloons to pop. Balloons hated me. They absolutely despised me. They would, like, live across the river. Because for whatever reason, they loved the river section of my island, so I had to wait for them to get to this one point at the very end of my island, if they were going the right, like, because they changed directions halfway through the day. So at the right point of the day, they were traveling across, and I would sit at the cliff, and I'd wait, and I'd wait, and I'd wait, because they, like, start to come down, and if you hit it at the right moment with your net, they pop. So I would do that. Like, all day. Because I downright hated. Like, my balloons downright hated me. They full-blown despised me. They're like, no, we're not gonna go through an area that's easy for you to pop. What we're gonna do is instead, we're gonna go through this one area that you, like, have all this trouble getting to, that's such a pain for you to, like, go to. We're just, like, this is our jam. This is our new home. Thank you so much for asking. Love you. And you're just like, no. Why can't you just, like, calmly go through any other area whatsoever? And the balloon's just like, nah, bro. This is our zone. Like, we like this place. Because you want to know what? If you're not skilled enough to hit it at one of the 3 points on your island, that there's land? Oh my god. Look at this. Look at this fiasco. Look at him. How did you get over here? I didn't even see you come in. How did you get here? I swear to God, Buzz, if you sit down, I will trap you up here. I will trap him. I will specifically trap him up here. I don't even care. There will be one plot and I will just leave it. If you sit down, Buzz, I'm getting rid of you today. I will literally put him in boxes. I'm not even kidding. I like him more than Kurt, but I will do it. I will downright get rid of him if he sits down. I'm not even joking. You think I'm joking, but I'm not. I have an amiibo card. I can get rid of him. I don't like the villager who's in the thing today, but I don't care. I will get rid of you. I will find it the next day and I will remove you from this island. You will be gone. So go ahead, Buzz, and sit down. I dare you to. Did he get through in this tiny pathway over here? What? What buffoonery is this? This isn't even a path. This is not a path. I left this tiny smidgen of water here so you fools couldn't get over here. Did this do nothing? Did this not achieve its purpose? I just feel sad now. I feel deflated that I was defeated by Buzz. It's always the crankies. Or the peppies. You know what? I wish it was raining today, because then at least then they'd all be inside. Buzz better not sit down. His entire future on this island is dependent on whether or not he sits down. Hey, looky. See this? Yeah, go over here. Go on. Go. Shoot. Go sit over there near the staircase. Thank you. Sit down on the tiny pathway I've left of items. Okay? Go enjoy that spot. Oh. Why do they hate me so? Villages? Villages? Can we have a chat? Just the why do you hate me moment. Why do I have so many presents just sitting around? Breaker, striped pants. You know what? Those will. So we're gonna drop this over here because I'm gonna give him to my other island, like the second island, because I don't need him. Breaker, handcart, streamline. Okay, we're gonna give you the breaker. I'll move those items when I like get around to dismantling. Can I get down here? I can. Excellent. All right, we're gonna block off this section so they can't do this. Okay. Boop. Boop. This is what we've got to do. We've got to make sure that they can't get back up here. This is why I placed some of the shrubs I did at the time. So earlier, someone was like looking at my DA and they could see Buck in this one corner of this like area up here. I put shrubs. I thought I had effectively blocked it off, but I actually blocked off a couple areas because the villagers used to wander up there in the most annoying way possible. And they just like sit in this corner and I couldn't find them. And so as a result, I just blocked off sections of the map because I was like, no, I don't need you people to be in here. I built this area to keep you out. So I used water as a way to like trap them from going in certain areas. And then another thing I used was shrubs and like randomly placed street lamps. Because I was downright over them, just like sitting in places I didn't want them to be. Stop that. So yeah, I'm only keeping 22 larger trees. And I'm gonna place them in a row all together so I know exactly where they are. They're all gonna chill together. I'm probably gonna leave ones that are in the back forest. I'm getting rid of all the fruit trees, which is why all the fruit trees still have their fruit on them, so I can tell which ones are the fruit trees. Now, I'm gonna keep the fruit, because I'm actually gonna use the fruit to place, place new fruit. Like, new fruit trees, because I plan to regrow a ton of fruit trees. Because this island wouldn't have a forest with nature without them. And you can even have fruit trees in like, because I'm gonna have a farm, so I'm gonna need fruit trees on the farm as well. And like, you're gonna need some of them for like crafting of things, so yeah. The fruit trees aren't going anywhere. I'm gonna have a certain number of each fruit tree, the same as I did before, across the island. Because the thing is, when the fruit isn't growing, they just look like normal trees. So most of the time it's fine to have like a bunch of fruit trees laid in. The only time it's a pain is during the cherry blossom season, and even then I'm not that worried about it, you know? So yeah. It's kind of like cathartic and calming, just like terraforming. I know that some people hate it. Some people downright despise terraforming. I'm not one of those people. Like, it takes forever and it can be time consuming, but I don't hate terraforming. I hate when I like mess up and I like have to re-terraform something, and I occasionally hate when there's something that's really complicated to terraform, and so I haven't like succeeded at doing it. So like this area over here, when I was placing all of these like board things, was a pain because I outright failed at terraforming sections of it forever. But apart from that, it was fine. Okay, we need to take these down, so Let's build a cliff, let's take him down, and we'll place him back behind the other ones. Because that's what I'm gonna do. Because I just need to get rid of the cliff part. Do I have space for all these? Probably not. Boop. We're gonna pick up as many of them as we can. Okay, so the last 4 I'll have to come back for. Excellent. So I placed all these one day. It took me several hours to do this, and I'm actually pretty happy with how it ended up turning out. Honestly, it wasn't that bad of a thing when I, like, got around to it. See, simple panels, when you place them, they're not that difficult to, like, align up. You can easily store these things in a section on the island. I do wonder why when you, like, customize an item, you can't still, like, dump it down the way you do other ones. But that aside, I don't have a problem with the simple panels. They're pretty useful, and I've seen them used in some really interesting ways over the time. You know, like specialty signs and, like, caves that people have done. Those have always been really fascinating to me, like the builds people have done using simple panels. I think I will have to place this shop sign. Let's see. Shop sign. Yeah. Some of the customized, special custom ones, you can only drop them. You can't just, like, draw. Like, you have to place them, you can't drop them. Nope. Stop with that. Blop. Blop. So I'm holding onto the country fencing because I know I have a couple of bits of fencing around the place. I just don't remember where. You ever have that moment where you're like, I have this thing that is somewhere? Where in that somewhere? Whole mystery to me. But it is somewhere. And you're just like, oh no, and now I've got to find where in that somewhere that thing is. Oh boy. I'll take these ones down because these ones are, like, uncustomized specially. So they're not, like, special customized ones, they're just, like, normal customized ones. So they can just be dropped. Wait, is this one a custom? Yeah, that one's a custom. Okay. Please. You chill over there. It must be something, like, specific. It's like you can't gift people the, like, I think it's you can't, like, customize with a specific pattern and then give to someone else that one. I think that's the only reason I can think of for them doing it this way. Like, personally. I can't think of any other reason why they do it that way. But there must have been something in the logistics of the way custom patterns work that caused it. Drop. Because I put all the blossoming lanterns in the middle of 2 squares. I didn't place them, like, you know, in an easy to see way. No, not me. That would have been too convenient. I had to place them in weird ways. Yeah, we're gonna place a couple of you here, please. Because I want to make it easy enough for me to get back in here. So, as many of these as I can place in, like, a way together as possible, the better. Because I'm eventually gonna uncustomize whatever this special pattern is. Assuming I don't need it again. I might need it again. But I doubt I'm gonna need as many of them. But I definitely don't need them cluttering up the place like this. Okay. Back to the destruction of the landscape. Ah! Buzz, what is your problem, buddy? So I had someone doing a dream address, like, earlier, like, not earlier, but, like, yesterday? I think it was yesterday. It might have been earlier today. And Buzz followed them around the whole island, and the thing is, whenever you do a dream address, there is always a villager who follows you around. It's not a, like, new thing, it's not a surprise, it's just something that they do. Don't ask me why, I have no idea. It must be something in the coding for like how they've been coded in that causes it. But whatever it is, like, it's just something that they do. Boop. We're getting rid of all of the cliff. So we're gonna do it up to here. Because I need to get through this pathway part. I think. Yeah, we're gonna do it up to here because the water is up next, and so I can't, like, get rid of the water yet. So we're just gonna do all this part instead. Tee-hee. Sorry, Buzz. Don't you dare sit down there. There is no water to be found here. Go away. Come on, Buzzy boy. Have you learnt nothing? Oh man. The villagers, sometimes. Okay. Do I have to come up there and deal with this? Is this gonna be a problem? Do we need to have a conversation, man? See, I kind of want to be able to terraform an area with the villagers on top of it. And just watch them fall. I remember watching this, like, thing that came out, and it was, like, around Christmas time with the snow. And people made these inclines, and they pushed the snowballs up the incline. They made sure to trap a villager just below the cliff, and then they drop the snowball on the villager. I shouldn't laugh at that. I'm sure some villager out there is just like crying in their like home, just like, why did they do it? I don't understand. All I wanted was to be friends. So there's this person who makes videos of Animal Crossing stuff called Dnsle, D-N-S-L-E. They did a series of them. So they've done ones that are like, there's one that's like turnips. They did one that's like the selling of villagers. They've done a lot of ones, but the latest two made me really sad. So there was one that was like Pietro's show. Well, like there was the Raymond being sold one. And that one was pretty funny. And also like, hit me in the feelings of like, oh no, I'm never gonna be able to look at this the same again. And then there was one that was just like, Pietro's show, and it was just like, oh my god, Pietro. Because the thing is, I'm not a clown fan, but this video actually made me feel bad for Pietro, and made me go, you know what, I'd want him on my island and give him like a nice area. So I'm actually debating getting Pietro on the island, because I want to do a haunted theme park area, and I want to place his house inside the haunted theme park area. So he has a nice, like, theme park. Even though I hate clowns. So it's like a debate I'm having of like, do I hate clowns more than I hate the idea of having Pietro on my island? Do I? You also might wonder why there's so many of certain types of flowers and it only seems like I have a couple. So I kind of like themed all my areas color-wise. So I tried to have it so like each area had specific flower colors in it. Because I wanted to try and match the areas of the island, like color-wise, you know? Okay. I don't know, it was just like something I like had thought about when I was like doing all this, that I wanted to make sure the colors matched around the island, you know? I don't know if that's a weird thought to have, but that was just kind of like the thought process I had. So I've got to move these things over here to like sit them over here, because I got to drop them on the other island. So that's why I left the staircase. Okay, so I gotta move these all up, because this is gonna drive me mental, and I'm gonna lose items if I don't do this. I gotta fill up the top row with stuff that isn't going to that island. So I try and organize my pocket. I try and organize my pockets. You know, when I can speak English properly. And So that way, like, it has stuff all kind of situated together that's going in the same places, or that's for the same purposes, you know? Boo, 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 boo. Okay. Drop. This is what I used to do before. I used to use my entrance area as like the dropper, because everyone does. Everyone uses their entrance as like, hey, I've got DIYs for sale. Hey, I've got all these extra things that I'm getting rid of. Do you want it? And people are like, oh my god, I totally want it. And like, oh my god, we'll come and have it. Kind of like that. So people like make their entrance area kind of like that. And that's kind of what I did. So we're reversing again. We will soon be able to see the town hall from here. You know what? Let's take some pictures. So we're just casually taking some photos in the reverse. Cause I love my island. It's just, you know that thing where you start to get bored and you're just like, I need something new. That's what happened here. It's been ages since I've had like an open island like this. You know? It's just not something I've had for like ever. It's been literally forever since I've had this. Photos. Because I want to take proof that of this as I go. Just for my own like personal like documentation of what's happened. Street lamp. Yeah, so these things are all going to the second island that I'm dropping here. Tatami bed, delicate blooms, petal, nuns. Okie dokie. Alright, I'll just pick you up. It's been so long since I've been able to get through these areas. It's so weird to finally like see myself like demolishing this stuff, you know? Cause I was like, oh my god, I'm gonna have this entrance forever. And I've had multiple other ideas of like just leveling the entire island as second level and having random areas like drop down. And that is something I might still do. I haven't like crossed that off as like a reality. You know, cause you never want to cross something off until you've tried a couple of things. Cause you're like, oh my god, what if I end up wanting that? And you're like, yeah, maybe. It's possibly a thing you might want. You know what, I might try and delete the access to up here. Okay, we're gonna pick you up. You and this other flower. Cause this way I can at least minorly get rid of some of the access to this upper area. Not all of it, because I still can't demolish part of it because of the cliff. But I can get rid of some of it, just to make my life harder, you know? Because who wouldn't want to make their own life harder when they can make the villagers' lives harder? Yeah, so that's as much as I can do yet. But once I've gotten rid of that tree... Okay, so we're gonna deal with this tree first. Okay. Stone axe. 1, 2, 3. Yep. Wood. We're gonna get a ton of wood out of this. Normal axe. Woo! Timber! But yeah, I themed this whole front area like red, white, pink. Because I wanted the forest, like the fairy forest I was making in the back of the island, to feel kind of more like unique in that like I wanted it to be very dark. I have a lot of like the darker colors I wanted to make sure this front part didn't have like orange or yellows in it, because that all seemed very much like something I'd want to use in the back section. I was very specific when I was making all of this, interestingly enough. I'm pretty happy with like how specific I was about it all, you know? Because you want to like have a plan. You want to be like, okay, so this is where I'm going with it, this is like the idea. And I kind of followed through with what I had planned. And it turned out really well, like, for the time. So I'm happy with my dream address and how my dream address looks. But the island had finally reached a point where I was like, I have no idea what else I want to do. You know? But yeah, it's obviously summer because I had to spend time debating what level of pant I was gonna wear today. What level of pant, you say? Well, so I have levels of pants that I wear. Cause you can't really plan for, my house doesn't have air conditioning. It just doesn't. It's not a house with aircon. Zero aircon exists in my home. So instead of that, I have to adjust to like my clothing. And like the fan. So clothing wise, I went with something that was like, I had to, like the shirt doesn't really change. Let's drop you for the second. We're gonna put the wood, I think, over here, so it, I can hear the Animal Crossing music. I don't know how loud it is for everyone else, but I can definitely hear it. I was always thinking, like, I don't have a ton of pink and red flowers. Oh no, I had a ton of pink and red flowers. So the problem is these were the easiest to breed. Like, downright, the pink and red flowers were my easiest to breed, easiest to get. They were the first hybrids I had. I actually had a section of time where they minorly took over the island. Like, they actually physically took over a chunk of my island, and I was just like, what do I do with this? So, like, they kind of took over the island at one point, which isn't that big a deal in the greater scheme of things, but it was a pain in the butt. Why am I sitting down? I'm picking stuff up. Pick up. Thank you. So yeah, if anyone happens to see the gnomes and where they're placed on this island, and I find out you've done the gnome hunt and you're like whipping through finding all the gnomes, I can tell when someone's seen part of my thing before and they know where the gnomes are, because they're like, oh yeah, it's over here, it's over here, it's because they're hidden gnomes for a reason. Some of the ones that are in houses and stuff, it's easy enough for them to find them. If they've done the gnome hunt previously, and I know they have, I can understand them like easily being able to find the gnomes, right? But if you haven't done it before, and you're just able to randomly, easily find all the gnomes, I'm suspicious. Because I'm like, it's not like most of the gnomes are easy to find. It's a different, like, I'm not suspicious of people who, like, genuinely are going out of their way to search for the gnomes. Like, genuinely search for them. And they find them. That's not where my suspicions come in. My suspicions come in when the person, like, easily finds them before. I've never heard of this person before. And they just seem to know where they all are. Like, easily know where all of the gnomes are located. I'm like, how is it you can so easily find all of these things? You know? Because it's not like they're not hidden. They are hidden. I am well aware that these are hidden. So I expect at least a minor level of like, ah, this thing is actually over here. And like a mixture of, oh yeah, this one's over here, this is easy to find. Yeah, there's like a combination. I place easy gnomes on purpose, ones that people can easily find and see just by going around the island. And then there's the ones where I'm like, I know that they're hidden. I know they're more difficult to find, and when people can just like automatically find them, I'm like kind of suspicious. Just a little bit. Like, not a lot suspicious, but like enough suspicious to be like, have you seen the island before? If the answer's no, and they just genuinely have found them through like luck, because I watch people when they find them most of the time, because I issue it. I don't usually just like accept people's things without like proof of them finding them all. But I don't know, it's just something I think about, you know? Wooden bookshelves. Okay. I don't know. So yeah, anyone who watches this will know where all the gnomes are, because I haven't picked up the gnomes. So I'm like, if they manage to do it after this, and then they say that they watched this, I'm gonna be like, you know, it's kinda cheating. Kinda. Because you don't want people to cheat find the gnomes, you want people to actually find the gnomes, like it's an actual challenge. Like, it's not just like, oh, hey, this is just for like cash funsies. No, I want people to genuinely find them. Out of the bottom of my heart. That's kind of like my like overall goal. Is to actually have a challenge I've issued people. And so if people cheat when trying to find them, it makes me a little sad. You know, but like, it's like when I remember there was that maze that guy put out, that one streamer, he like made a full maze, and then he issued out the challenge to people to like actually like complete the maze, which was really cool. Am I gonna keep But yeah, I ended up deciding on my shorts, pant level wise. Just when I can dig up, I can. I'm gonna burn 3 shovels, which is why I bought like 10 shovels. It's not gonna be enough, I already know it, but it's a good start. But I've completed all but 1 daily for this villager. The only daily I haven't done yet is Pascal. All the others I've done. Boo boo boo. You can see I'm leaving the bigger trees for last. Because they're the ones I gotta like pick the fruit off of and chop. Whereas all these are just like, dig, dig, dig a flower up. Buzz, come on, buddy. Why? Buzz is gonna give me an aneurysm. I swear to God. Drop. Why is burying hole the baseline? Okay, fine. I'll dig it back up later. What are these then? What is this space then? My favorite of all the flowers is definitely the hydrangea ones. Like the bushes, I mean, is the hydrangeas. They're my downright favorite, which is why there's so many of them. I was actually informed that they are the state flower of Washington State, which is actually the place my island is named after. So I'm like, it's only kind of fitting that I have so many of them on the island then. You know, because it's always like, oh yeah, if you find out something is connected with what you were trying to, and you're like, oh my god, that just happened by luck and happenstance, then you're like, yeah, that's awesome. So I actually have to go to the back and count how many big trees are down on the ground. Because if there isn't a lot of them, I'm gonna have to buy some pears and actually, like, keep some of like, dig up some of the trees that are up in the air and replant them on the ground. So we're just gonna go into the back section, count how many normal forest trees there are before I start chopping any of these other trees down. Alright, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So I have to pick up 6 trees. How many are in this back section? Because if they're in this back section, if there's 6 back here, I'll keep the 6 up the back and move them down. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, so I'll use these ones at the back as the buffer extras. And I'll get rid of the ones that are out the front. No big deal. Okay. Fauna, I'm trying to take away your thing. Okay, great. Glad I could help. Fauna, my dear. I was trying to catch your flea. Yeah, you had a flea. Okay, so I gave a couple of the jock villagers very athletic sounding, like, catchphrases. Very athletic ones. And for whatever ungodly reason, a bunch of the, like, normals and peppy villagers picked them up. And I was just like, why on God's given earth did you people do this? What made you think I wanted this? But they did it. They did that just for the fun of it, apparently. They picked up each other's catchphrases that I didn't want them to pick up. And so then I ended up with these terrible catchphrases in some of these villagers. I'm like, dear God, why? So I'm keeping all the street lamps. They're Nook Mile items. I'm not selling them. They would be a pain to, like, regrow, like, redo. Whereas things like these signs can be easily remade. The Mario things I'm gonna keep because I'm still in August of 2020? And so I actually can't buy the Mario items, so all the Mario items are getting kept. The bamboo shoot lamps are 100% getting kept, because they're a pain in the butt to make. Like, they're not difficult, you just have to get, like, you know, bamboo shoots and craft them. But the couple of the easiest ways to get the bamboo shoot lamps is, like, buying turnips. Otherwise you gotta go to, like, Treasure Islands. It's just so much of a hassle. So I next to never craft them anymore. I crafted a ton of them early on, and I just haven't done it again since. Okay, I'm gonna drop this one here, because I just don't need to be carrying the tulip petal around. Okay, we're gonna sell all these ones now. All the trees. Might go back and grab this one other tree first. Is there another tree back there? No. Okay. So we're fully growing out all of these bamboo shoot ones because I can always chop them down again. Honestly. I like the baby bamboos though. So I want to leave them. You know what? Let's leave the baby bamboos the way they are. I'll leave the baby bamboos the way they are for the moment, and I'll think about what I want to do with them later. Why do I have 2 fruit trees here? They're a square apart. They're both covered by the same fruit tree. Yeah, it's literally a square. I'm a dodo bird. I'm essentially a dodo. That's what's happening here. No, come back. Fine. Let's see if I can get there before you do. Oh man. Balloons are gonna drive me mental through all this. There you go. Enjoy your square. Honest to God, those things are going to make me cry. So leave that. But I'm getting rid of all the actual trees. Because the thing is, I can regrow all these baby trees. The bamboo I'm going to leave just because bamboo is a bit of a pain in the butt to find. You have to go to a bamboo island. You have to then pick up the bamboo, plant the bamboo. It's just a pain to find the bamboo. Otherwise, you gotta like buy a bunch of turnips. So I say it's a pain. It's not that difficult. You just have to wait for a Sunday, buy turnips on all my accounts. You get 3 turnips, like 3 bamboo seeds per villager. I could easily make a bamboo garden again with it. I just can't be bothered. That's what it's coming down to. Can't be bothered. Selling all the trees. Because I plan to regrow the trees. I have no interest in keeping these trees the way they are. Absolutely none. Do-do-do. Oh man. I was like, this is gonna be so simple. You've only got this, 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 and this here. I forgot how much work I put into terraforming this whole island. Because I love terraforming, but it means you gotta unterraform all the, like, special little quirky bits that you did. When you were like, oh my god, this will look so cute. And then you did something, and now you gotta undo it. The bright side is, I know what I'm doing with all the trees. I'm chopping them down and I'm keeping their fruit. That's what I'm doing. What I'm doing with the trees is not a mystery. And I'm not selling any of the bugs, like the bug items, because I plan to keep the bug items and use them again. Because the thing is, the bug items are rather a pain in the butt to actually make. Because you gotta get them from Flick. Okay, I'm not gonna make the same mistake again. We're not picking up like a purple whatever. We're just gonna pick up the bamboo shoot and then plant back down this. Bam. So these purple mums ended up here because I had a bunch of purple mums left over from when I was breeding flowers. Because I was trying to breed green mums and purple mums and pink mums. I ended up with a ton of pink and purple ones. I actually got rid of a bunch of my pink flowers because I had so many of them. I had so many pink flowers. I'm not even joking. You'll think, oh yeah, you only had a couple. No, there's just a chunk of my island that was pink flowers. I did 3 flower purges. Not 1, 3. And I still had oodles of these things left over. Now, I'm also not getting rid of any of the fossils I have on display. I'm keeping all the fossils, all the art, all the items are staying for the time being. While I figure out what I'm gonna do with them. The stalls I might have to sell, even though they're a crafted item that take up a ton of wood. Because of these, if they're like customized a special way, they can sometimes like not want to be shrunk. So if it's one of those ones, then I'll sell it. If not, I'll probably just keep it. I'm not too concerned, honestly. Do I have any space in my pockets? Okay, cool. We'll do the rest of these things then. I know this is probably not the most exciting thing ever, but it was something I was planning on doing on stream, so here we are. Because the thing is, I actually think terraforming can be very like, flattening an island can be very calming for people, because not everyone wants to do it. Most of the people I know were like, we're gonna flatten. You know, because it's probably easier. I will give them that. It is probably definitely easier. But I happen to think there's some kind of, like, joy to be found in, like, this. Boop. So I'm gonna try and make sure these are all mostly together for just placement reasons. Woo. Okay. That's all going smoothly. The problem I have also with simple panels is like when you're trying to move them, if there's like not enough gap, they won't let you like move them sideways. They'll just be like, no, we're not moving. What rubbish are you talking about? This is our home. Thank you so much. And you're just like, but please? But please? And they're like, no. No, but please. This is our home. Thank you for playing. Do square, and then this one. Voila! Okie dokie. All open space. See, Buzz, why don't you hang out here instead? Be an annoyance in this area instead. Oh man, I loved making this train station. It was so much fun. Honestly, like, designing— I know a lot of people hate designing. There are those humans out there who hate designing, and I can understand that. I do. Designing is not something that everyone finds joy in, and that's okay. Not everyone has to like designing things, albeit if you're playing Animal Crossing and you don't want to design stuff, it might not be the game for you, because there is a section of it that does come down to designing. Like, some of it is just fishing and bug catching, and if that's all you want to do with your time, like, great. If your jam is just talking with villagers, like, they don't have the same level of personality they used to, so it's probably not as fun as it once was, but, like, if that's your jam, okay. I'm happy for you. But yeah, I'm just like, I'm not always sure like how exciting it must be to do that. So yeah, I know that this game is in essence designed more towards people who love decorating, who love designing, and that's okay. I'm someone who grew up playing The Sims, and I stopped playing The Sims when it started really being a lot of like packs. Because EA, they got— I don't know if they always had the IP of The Sims or if they just acquired it. But the way they do their DLC packs infuriates me. Because the way they do it is kind of just like very sporadic. In that they'll have like tiny like mini packs, which they'll charge I think like $25 for or something. And these like mini packs are something that I would say is probably closer to like like you could almost say it's like its own DLC thing, that it should be considered its own like thing. Ooh, fruit. So we're not selling any of the fruit, we're gonna keep all the fruit. Fruit is not going anywhere. We're first gonna chop the wood out of the trees. Because the last thing I need is to lose wood on a tree that I'm getting rid of and I'm not gonna have tomorrow. But yeah, because of the fact that there's wood available, like there's enough trees at the back for what I want to keep, as far as like trees on the island go. All these trees get to go. It's so weird seeing my island so open like this again. I haven't fully looked at Town Hall like this in ages. Oh man, this is so weird. Because I remember when I plotted out this section of the island, because I like planned it all out. I legit plotted it out. I'm gonna come back and dig those up because I have to. But, oh my god. This is so weird. I know for some people watching, they'd be like, what's the big deal? Well, Well, I've had my island like this for ages. Like ages and ages and ages. This has been my island. Just like... And so finally, like, flattening the whole thing is a little terrifying. You know? Not a lot terrifying, but just like a little terrifying, because, you know, you can always rebuild it. I have photos, I have video of what it all looked like. If I hate it being something else, I can technically rebuild this. I'm not going to, but I could technically rebuild it if I wanted to. It's not that big of a fiasco having to rebuild this. I do briefly remember the time period when I first built this, and I had all these inclines that I had to place. And so there was a window of time where I had to make a decision about which incline to place first. So the incline I placed first was the one to the airport. Because that, if it was just me climbing up here, it wasn't that big of a problem. The fact that but no wait, I put the one going down into town hall first, that's right. And then I did the one that goes down to the airport. So when people originally were coming by here, I had to tell people you need a ladder. Like, you have to bring a ladder. Because I was like, yeah, you need ladders. Because there's no other way that you're gonna be able to get around my island without one. So there's someone at the moment, a streamer who's seen my island a number of times, and I almost want to host hide and seek. Like, I almost want to host it. Just purely on the basis of, once I've flattened it, I kind of wanted to shock them, but I'm like, there's easier ways to do it. Just like putting pictures in the Discord of of what my island has become will probably serve the exact same purpose. So that's what I'm actually gonna go with, of like, hey, I flattened today, or like started the flattening. And Buzz was being a pain in the butt. Thank you for playing the which villager is going to piss me off the most today. The answer is Buzz. So calming. And the thing is, I have so many like random things dropped, so it's easier to do this side of the island flattening first, even though it's got a ton of trees and items and flowers. Just because the other side has the museum on it, and I've got to move the museum when it comes to some of the terraforming, and I've got to remove some of the inclines and bridges. So it's gonna be the worst one as far as like removing stuff goes. Because I definitely want it to be a hidden one. A hidden museum now, connected to the mine down the back, with like a little area behind it that I might make a little star viewing area. I see you, balloon. There we go. I've stopped a couple balloons. We're not stopping any more balloons. But this is how I ended up trapped in like 1 month for so long. So I actually, when I was originally flattening my island, it was in what I called like the June period of the year of 2020. Like in-game. Like in-game was June 2020. It's now August. So it took me ages to actually do that part of the island. Like, as far as decorating decorating went, the first part I did was the entrance. Just because it was by far the easiest to actually complete. Okay. There we we're gonna do it this way because that way is going to drive me mental. Boop. But yeah, I spent a good several months just like plotting stuff out, planning out where everything was gonna go, deciding what parts needed to be destroyed first or built. I actually have photos of my whole island development, which is why I'm taking photos of this now. Because I will eventually take a photo again when I fully flatten the island. I will do it, because this whole thing is getting flattened. It's not just like, oh, you're gonna flatten one part of it first at a time. No, no. We're flattening the whole island. Once I've flattened enough of it, I will move the museum so I can finish flattening the thing. The only part I can't flatten is the one area around, like, Sherlock and Watson's houses, and it will just be their houses on a cliff, like on a second level. Everything else is gonna be flattened. There's gonna be, like, random bits where I've got bridges, and so I've gotta demolish them one at a time. But the whole island's gonna get flattened. Make no mistake. This will not be the same island. I might do a similar style of entrance, just because I like this kind of like directed entrance. But apart from that, yeah. But I'm not gonna do the same like close back into town hall thing. I'm gonna make it so you have to, I think, work your way back to town hall. You know? Because I want it to be a little bit different. That's why I'm moving Emma's house. Well, not Emma's, Liz's house. Well, I'm moving Emma's too. So Emma's house is probably going to be in the area that the museum currently occupies. Liz's house is going to be where George's house is. Because I'm making that area, like, because they're a couple in the book. Because I have Darcy and Liz, right? Elizabeth? From Pride and Prejudice, because I named a bunch of characters after book characters. And so I'm actually going to put them together in the same section of the island finally. Because I was originally, so when I originally designed the island, I picked book characters and I was actually going to place them together with their couple person. You know, like, because it makes sense. You place them with their, like, couple partner. Okay. So I was originally gonna do that, and I was gonna, like, have them as couplings. But I changed my mind when I decided against the idea I had at the time, which was giving Emma and George a, like, farm area. Buzz, what are you doing up there? You fool! Oh, for the love of... Okay, we gotta shove Buzz off this area. Okay, we've got a tiny place to push Buzz through. Buzz, get your ass back down here. Go down. Go down. Oh wait, there's 2 stairs. Okay, never mind. We'll just push you off that way. You suck. Buzz is going to be the end of me today. I swear to God. Hey Buzz, I need to trap you on this one part, so you have to go down. 1, 2. Nope. Don't even think about it. We're racing you. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna block off your exit. Don't you dare. No. Buzz, back off. Ha! Suck it. Yeah. We're gonna do it. We're gonna trap him. He's gonna have to leave this area. I don't even care. No. Ah! Okay, we're gonna block it off this way first, because he's gonna have to turn around eventually. He's gonna have to. We're gonna do it 1 square over. No, don't you dare! Don't you dare, Buzz! Hey, Australia! How are you doing? I don't know if you just came into me yelling at Buzz. Buzz is trying my patience. I'm trying to flatten my island, and he keeps doing this nonsense. He keeps doing this. I'm trying to get him to leave this area. I've told him 4 times, if he sits down where I'm terraforming, I'm kicking him off the island. Hi guys. Thanks so much for rating me. How are you all doing today? Where am I typing? Oh, so you're also playing Animal Crossing. I hope you're having a good day. I just noticed that it now shows off the first time, like, chatter viewer thing. That's so cool. Well, how are you guys all doing? What were you doing in Animal Crossing? I'm alright. I'm feeling better. I got my vaccine shot, so I was feeling a little crappy, so I, like, took some time to, feel better. Hey guys, thank you so much for the follow. Comet Saran and Kiku Mai and It's Topsy. Thank you so much for the follow, guys. Welcome to the Bear Cave. What's your favorite villagers if you have one? Even if you don't play Animal Crossing. If you have a favorite villager, do you have a favorite? Buzz, stop it! I swear to God, I'm gonna kick him off the island. I like him more than Kurt, but I'm gonna do it. This bird is testing me. I don't care what your move is, Buzz. I don't care. I was filling in this area just before, and he, like, wanders up. And I'm like, how did you get here? There's no open paths. I didn't see you come in. Why are you behind me? How did you get here? So you're redesigning? Oh, that's awesome. So, like, I'm seeing a lot of people, like, redesigning and, like, planning on doing preparation for when all the new items come out. Because, like, the thing is, when new items come into the game, you're just like, oh my god, so many new things to do. And it's just like, yes. So, like, you know, the most exciting moment ever. You're farming Manila clams right now? Saron? It's X comets Aaron. X is, okay, I'm gonna go with X. Manila clam farming can be fun. I actually found out if you're in local play, you can still, like, dig up on someone else's island. Like, if you're in local play, you don't need to be friends, you don't have to be best friends, you can use your axe and shovel on their island in local play. I assume the assumption is, like, if you can see the person and you're trading with them, you can smack them in the face if they're, like, doing something on your island. But I was, like, completely baffled. Champ is your favorite? You want him back? Oh my god. Leonardo and Buck are my 2 favorites. I really want Leonardo back, but I'm kind of waiting. So at the moment I'm doing a challenge to get every single villager photo. I own every single amiibo, so once I get back around to it, I'm gonna have Leonardo back on the island. But at the moment, because Buck is never leaving, I have to have him gone, because I can't have more than 2 jocks. I refuse to have more than 2 of the same type on my island. So I've threatened Buzz today several times with, like, kicking him off the island because he's being a dodo bird. And because he won't get out of my way. He's testing me, I swear to God. Buzz, this isn't your day. Cranston is a pretty good one. I've seen his house and, like, his design, and it's actually pretty cool. I have a couple of favorites for, like, designs. I've actually been debating bringing Pietro onto the island, even though I hate clowns, because I want to make a, like, haunted kind of theme park area, and I'm like, he would be perfect to put inside that area. Like, honestly, he would just be downright amazing to, like, place. And so I'm like, I'm so debating whether or not to place him. It's just, like, on an internal level. But it's not gonna happen until I decide if I want to have that area or not, and then I'll place him. So yeah, I'm not a Pietro fan, and I don't like clowns. So I'm just like, but I eventually have to have him for his photograph. I eventually have to have him. So I'm like, I could do it and just take the bullet and do him sooner than later. Because he's not for a while in the cards, because I don't believe he's in set 1. Yeah, he isn't in set 1, so it wouldn't be for a while. So I'd have to skip to his set and start and do him out of order, which isn't really like something I want to do. So I'm like, it's like a thought process at the moment. And I gotta remove this before Buzz climbs back up here. Okay, I can calm down. So you're flattening your island and trying to turn it into a fall cottagecore themed island, Topsy? That's pretty cool. So my island is currently in summer, and so you're going to see the date in a moment when I pause. It's August in the game. Not August of 2021, August of 2020, because I did this weird thing. So my time travel is a little weird. The way I do it is I like paused the game on the day I stopped, so I wouldn't miss anything, right? However, because I did this, the way I do time travel is I will stay on a day until I complete that day. Like everything I want to do on it, I will go forward and back on the same day, but I will not go to the next day until I'm done with that day. So once I'm done with that day, I'll move on to the next one and I don't go back, which is why I was like, I needed to find a good rain day to save my dream address on so I could do this. It took me like 2 weeks to do this. Took me forever to find the right day to save on, and I was like, it's a rain day, it rains for like an hour, it's dark and like murky for that hour, it usually takes people like an hour and a half to 2 hours to explore my island, so this works fine, has both rain and sun. Excellent, so I saved it and I moved on. So now we're flattening. Your entire island would be clowns if it could be Kiku. You know, like, okay, so there was this video I saw recently. It was someone by jeez, I watched their video. So it's here on it's by someone called Denzel, D-E-N-S-L-E. I'll actually like copy that link, copy. So it was like this video. It's a YouTube video and it's like they did this like town hall meeting, and so before they did this there was a video that was like Pietro's show, and I felt so bad for Pietro, so like it's why I'm considering my opinion of Pietro. You gotta go for work, love you. Yeah, no worries, Extralia, you have a lovely like rest of your night. Thank you so much for raiding me again, and I hope you like had a good stream. So we normally stream around the same time, so it's rare for you to be able to like catch me because we normally start and end around the same time. Oh look, it's fallen all the way down there. Oh, the bright side, I don't have to worry about it for as terraforming. Anyways, I can't believe you're doing all that with the pictures. You literally press one button, you're like, you're exhausted, Kiku. Yeah. So I started doing it because I've collected every single DIY in the game, every single catalogable item. I have collected every single clothing item cataloged. I have them all cataloged, every single thing so far. Now, I don't have all the new update ones that are going to be coming out, but everything else I've got it cataloged. So I was just looking at a like thing of like, I don't know what else to do in my game. Besides like redecorating the whole island. And I'm like, I love decorating, and I was always issuing myself these like 10-minute design challenges. So it's like I'd go to like Harvey's photo area, and I'd do 10 minutes, try and design like a room based on the theme, and then like I'd give myself time after that to redesign it the way I'd like prefer it to look. So I used to do that, but I was just like, I need something else to do in the game. So I was like, you know what? And I'm trying to get all my other villagers to have everything cataloged, so I'm slowly purchasing everything I have cataloged, mailing it to one of my villagers, and then like having them all catalog it. It's just, it takes a while. So I decided, because I have every amiibo card, I may as well put them to good use, because currently, up to this date, there is almost nothing to do with amiibo cards. Amiibo cards were useful for 3 things: bringing a villager to your island, bringing them into Phototopia, and No, wait, that's 2 things. So there's only 2 things to use them for. Bringing them to Phototopia and, like, bringing them to your island. That was it. Now you'll be able to also use them in, like, Brewster's Cafe and also in, like, you know, the, like, Happy Home Paradise, because I will be getting that DLC. You best believe I'm getting that DLC. So, like, I was able to use in all of that, but as a result, I decided to try and get every single villager photo. I have about 30. I did actually get gifted some photos by someone, but I refused to count them in that acknowledgement. So the photos I got gifted photos from someone who had been to a treasure island and got photos of every single new villager. So I actually have the photos of Raymond, Sid, Renee, Dom, Megan. I have all their photos. I will not be placing them on the island until they've actually been on my island and I've earned them. However, I'm fine with having duplicate photos when I end up with them from people. If I've already gotten the photo myself and I get given a duplicate of that photo, I'm fine with using it because I'm like, I've already earned it, so this is just me using it for decoration purposes on the island. So I don't have the same qualms about using any duplicates anywhere on the island. I just have issues with using it until I've earned it on the island. So I do actually have some of the photos I was given, but I'm not using them until then. So until I, like, earn them from the villager itself. They're just staying in Emma's storage. But that's why I'm so glad they're expanding the storage, because you know how many villagers we have on in the game? It's like 400 or something. So I needed 400 storage space to store one of every single photo. And I was like, this is gonna be a nightmare. So I'm glad we're being given more storage just purely for photo storage purposes. Oh. But yeah, like this is me flattening my island. So you work with animals for a living, so having them come with the territory. You work at Artis in Amsterdam, the Netherlands. Oh, cool! That's really cool. I don't have any pets anymore. I used to have pets. So I had 3 cats, 3 dogs, 12 birds, and a fish. They have all passed away, sadly. So I got most of these pets when I was a child, like a young kid. Like I was maybe 9 or 10 when we got most of them. So they all died when I was around the age of university, like when I started uni, because it was like, some of them were actually older when we got them, so a couple of them we got were rescue dogs that were like 5 or 6 when we got them. One of them, Jinx, he had been poorly treated by his previous owners, and we got him, he was the youngest we had, him and Fluffy were the 2 youngest. And Jinx only died like 3 years ago. And then Fluffy was hit by a car, so he died early. But he was the same age as the neighbor's dog and our dog, and they both went within a window of each other. So all of mine have passed away, and my grandmother, who we live with, is 92. And we don't want her falling over on anything, like being tripped over by a pet. She takes care of my aunt's pets occasionally, and she's nearly fallen over a couple of times doing it. So we just don't want to risk it with her, because of her, like, her age. Because if she falls over, she could lose her ability to walk. So as long as I'm living at home, I can't have a pet. But once I move out, I kind of want to get a pet. Now, I'm not what you call a fish person. My fish died purely because of my own stupidity. I didn't take the care of it I should have. I honestly shouldn't have been given the fish. Because I didn't know what I was doing with the tank. Like, the tank I was given was one of those ones you can put oxygen into the water. You know, like, it has, like, a filtration system. I don't really know if they're, like, good for fish or bad for fish. I just had it, and I was told to set it up with it, so I did. The fish died from, like, it took a while to go, but it did die before it should have. It only lasted, like, a year. And it was because I didn't know what I was doing with the oxygen thing, apparently. I was giving the fish too much oxygen. And, like, it's totally my fault. I should have known better, but as a result, I downright refused to be given any more fish, because I'm like, I obviously don't know what I'm doing with fish. until I can give a fish the time it should be, because every pet deserves to be given the time it's deserved. There's a channel I follow, and she's specifically around like hamsters and like she kind of covers a little bit of gerbils, but she's mostly hamsters. And I was surprised by how much care goes into actually caring for hamsters. I thought they're really like easy to take care of pets. Not the case, apparently. They apparently take like a lot of space, a lot of care, and so I'm like definitely not a hamster person, because I don't have the space to give to a pet like that. But yeah, it was one of these like the square like box ones you get given for kids. The like stuff they had to go through was too small for the fish, so the fish actually got stuck in there at one point. But because of the high oxygen in it, so yeah, it was a whole fiasco. So I'm not getting any more fish. The only one survived. Sorry, my mom. The reason my older fish survived when I was littler, because most kids don't know how to take care of fish, was because my mom took care of it. So filtration is really important, but you need to condition the water correctly with pH levels and oxygen. It's hard if you don't know what you're doing. Conditioning the water yeah, I did not do any of that. So what I did was the day I got the fish, I filled the tank, well, like I think it was like 2 days beforehand actually. So I got the tank, I filled everything inside it, put water inside it, then left it. Like turned the oxygen thing on and just left it for like 2 days. Put the fish inside it when I got it, right? One fish, big tank, high level of oxygen. I have no idea what I was doing. I was definitely doing stuff wrong. I was not doing proper care to my fish. I always advocate, if you're gonna get a pet, make sure that you know what you're doing for that pet, because every pet has different needs. I've gotten very angry when I've seen people online getting like exotic foxes and stuff and then like making them into vegetarians. I'm like, and wild animals are not meant to be vegetarians. Like, it's beneficial for some of them to like be given these different things that would classify as vegetarian food for an animal, but like they're not supposed to be like vegan or vegetarian. So I'm just like, researching any pet you are gonna get is important. I always recommend it. So I'm like, if I ever get another pet, I'm gonna research it. There's actually a site you can go to for dogs, and you can actually go through a test and see what kind of dog would be best suited for your lifestyle, because every dog has different energy requirements, like things to do for requirements, like size, space requirements, like every single pet has a different thing. So there's a website I found that was like to go through to try and find the right like requirements for like dogs, like find the right dog for you. Because it's not just all about looks. It's also about, like, how much time you can devote to them, how much water you can give to them, how much walking time, like, all that kind of stuff, how much space. Because if you have a huge yard and you put them outside in the yard all day and they can run around in it, you don't have to walk them as much, I guess, because they have a huge space to exist in. Whereas if you, like, don't have a big yard and they're trapped in an apartment, you have to go for long walks with them and give them exercise, take them to dog parks. You know, you also gotta socialize them if they're a kind of breed that needs a lot of socialization. You totally agree. If you want a vegan pet, just get one that's a herbivore. Exactly. If you want like, if you want like a pet that's a vegan, go with like a turtle. Get a turtle. Like turtles, gerbils, hamsters, rabbits, all of which are like vegetable eaters. Go with one of them. Be free. But it'd be like, hey, I'm gonna get a snake, and we're only gonna feed it like vegan pellets. Like, I'm sorry, what now? Like, there was these like exotic foxes, and there was a couple of YouTube, like, not YouTubers, like Instagram people and YouTubers, and they were like, one specifically, one that got people really mad, she had a series of pets, and people who were animal experts, like specialized in that kind of animal, would see the videos of it, and they're like, These animals are exhibiting signs of stress, signs of sickness, signs of like they are not well and healthy. And then the pets would die, and they're like, we're not surprised. Nothing about us is surprised. You're also part of the animal ambulance in your region, and we get a lot of COVID animals, people who got them in quarantine and just leave them once they're done or have to go back. Yeah. Oh my god, and the problem is a lot of people who got animals during COVID, because they had to stay at home the whole time. The animal isn't used to being away from you, and like it's not used to having like that time away from you, so it's gonna freak out when you're not there. Our neighbor, the dog, it would howl loudly all day and it like learned that if it howled long enough, the owner would come home. It did not handle being on its own well. Some pets do not handle being on their own very well. It calmed down once we had our pets and they used to socialize through the fence, but it would still freak out sometimes. And I'm like, if you're gonna have a pet, like actually I was watching a streamer and their pets now are so, because she got one during the pandemic, like COVID, one of them handles really well being on its own still because she had it beforehand. So it's fine with being on its own and like having its alone time. It'll actually go into other rooms, be away from it. The other one cannot be out of the same room as her. It freaks out when she has a shower with the door shut. It full blown like does not handle being away from her. And I feel bad for these pets who like if they got them young and they've grown up only being around this person this whole time, like, and now being away from them, like, they're gonna freak out. Like, they aren't trained to, like, deal with being away from them, and all these people are gonna have to, like, figure out how to get these animals adjusted to being on their own again. Ah, man. Jesus. Sorry. One moment. Alright. Sorry, Mama. Yeah, a snake on a vegan diet. Hey, I don't know how they pull off. The snake did not live very long. It was on their channel and their like thing for like a couple of weeks. And then she said it got sick and died. Don't worry, ranting. You feel yeah. My mom was just telling me to tell you about my uncle's pet shark. So he had a fish tank. He was convinced this pet was a fish. He was like, no, it's a fish. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never get a shark. He had exotic fish. So he specifically got like exotic fish. And we were telling him it was a shark. There was a shark in the tank. And he was like, no, there's no shark. I don't know what you're talking about. And we're like, there's a shark. It was a small shark. It was like one of the smaller sharks. Yeah, it was like a baby smaller shark. Like, you know, the ones that are like the tiny ones, because there's like 300 breeds of shark. So it was a tiny shark, but it was a shark nonetheless. Me and my cousin, we could see this thing. We're like, it's a shark. And he's like, it's not a shark. Stop lying. And we had to apologize to him. Because we were like disrespecting him as our like uncle. And we're like, we know we're right. I was like 10 or 12 at the time, and my cousin was like 6 or 7. And we just looked at this and we're like, it's a shark. So what happened was the fish just kept going missing in the tank. I think it might have been maybe a lemon shark. Maybe like a baby lemon shark. I don't know how he got this shark. I have yet to understand how he bought a shark and didn't know it was a shark. But he got it, and he was putting it in a tank with all these exotic fish. You know, like the ones that are Finding Nemo kind of like fish. So he had the tank, fish kept going missing, he kept having to buy new fish, he had no idea how the fish were going missing inside the tank. So eventually he just ended up with like, just the shark inside the tank. One time. Anyways, so eventually only this shark was left. All the fish were gone. My aunt was refusing to let him buy more fish. She was like, no, I can't understand like why all the fish are... She must have known. I'm pretty sure she understood it was a shark. she's got brains. And she was refusing to let him buy more fish. So he's like, fine, I've just got this one really cool fish. Eventually, so it turned out my aunt was using the bucket he used to store the fish in. So he would clean it, and you take the fish out and you put it into something else with some of the water while you clean out the tank, right? So he had a bucket that he used to place the stuff in. Turns out it's the same bucket my aunt used to put the floor bleach in to clean the floor. Because they had dogs, and they needed to heavily bleach and clean the floor because they were renting the apartment. So it was her bleaching floor bucket. I don't know if you can guess what happened. But the shark died. And so he's like, oh, it's a shark, because he finally had a good look at the thing once it died. Because it was just floating on the top of his tank one day. Because it had died from the bleach. Because, things will die from being submerged in bleach. It's kind of like a thing. So yeah, he eventually figured it out that it was a shark. Once it died. And my aunt, and he was gonna buy more fish. So my aunt, while he was out one day, sold the tank. She took the tank while he was out and she sold it. He was like, nah, you're not getting any more fish. Oh. Well, good for him. Use live food. Great. Yeah, it's great food for the shark. I'm sure the shark was enjoying it immensely. It was having the best food of its life. Up until the point it died from bleach. Yeah, no, you can go right ahead. Tell this story however many times you want to. Let people know that there are dumbasses in this world who occasionally mistake sharks for fish. I know that they also swim in water. And they also have fins. The little, stuff that attaches to the flesh. But I feel like the rest of it should have been very clear. So you can go ahead and tell whoever you want. You have my permission. Share it about. Make sure everyone knows that these people exist. Hey, Tia-chan. And 28, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Bear Cave. Do you have a favorite Animal Crossing villager? Sorry, I was in the middle of telling of the story of the shark. This is so no worries. Thanks for coming out of lurk mode to say hey. And yeah, Topsy, you can tell whoever you want. I just can't believe how dumb it was. I was 12. And I knew it was a shark. Everyone knew it was a shark. Yeah, you can tell people and they'll be like, how did they not know? And you can be like, because they're dumb. And they want it to be right. Oh man, the most of what I know from exotic fish comes from that, and a friend of mine who briefly did work with some kind of, her master's or thesis was around in exotic fish being added into the native pathways, waterways of Australia, and the danger that caused for the natural wildlife, because there's no natural predators for some of these fish. So it's and I'm sure it will become a favorite shark story. Because, everyone loves to laugh at people being dumb. In case you're wondering, he does not like this story, and whenever we tell it. Fiona's your favorite villager? Oh, Fiona's pretty cute. Fiona's a sweetie. I always feel bad for some of the, quote-unquote ugly villagers. Or the ones that people hate. I'm someone out there must love them. I remember watching a video by someone called Wood, and he hated Bertha. And he was like, everyone hates Bertha. I'm like, no one hates Bertha. Bertha's lovely. But for whatever reason, he just downright hated Bertha. I'm like, fine, you can hate who you want. I'm not a fan of Muffy, but I have a whole story related to that one. Mine is a legitimate reason. I have a reason for my dislike of Muffy. And I don't have anything against anyone who likes Muffy. If you like Muffy, power to you. I'm sure people out there love her, and she is a very gothic sheep, so if you have a very gothic island, I'm sure she goes with the island. That's not, in fact, my problem. I do not, in fact, have a problem with that. Your boyfriend was listening and laughing. Yeah, it is a very funny story of, like, what was he thinking? And he fought us tooth and nail. A 7-year-old and a 12-year-old. He decided to have a full-blown argument about how, no, this is not a shark. This is, in fact, a fish. I'm like, it had fins, it swam like a shark, it did shark motions. It was fully a shark. It was not a subtle shark. It's not like, oh hey, this kind of looks like a shark, but it's not a shark. It wasn't like a sucker fish or something. Or like something that you could maybe like confuse for something else. I don't know all the species of shark. I'm sure there's a shark out there that looks more fish-like than shark. I remember seeing one that's from like the northern seas. That was terrifying. Because this thing is in only like cold water. And like the only couple of carcasses they've found of this shark, the interior, like its insides, had like a reindeer and a polar bear inside it. Like bits of reindeer and polar bear. No, you didn't come into Shark Story. Although I used to watch Shark Week. Fun story, I'm afraid of water. So my way of combating this is to watch Shark Week. Because I thought, you know, nothing bad will come of me watching Shark Week. I'm sure I won't get more scared of water. My like love of water will only grow with time. Not the case. Still hate water. Still not a fan. Shark Week did nothing but educate me on the terrifying things that exist in water. But there's like 300 species of shark, and I'm sure there's a shark out there that kind of resembles a fish. This was not one of them. This did not. So most fish will have like, from what I understand, will have like a bottom fin and a top fin. This one did not. This had a actual like shark tail, the shape of a shark, the fin of a shark at like the top of it, and like the shark finny things that seem to come off a lot of the baby, like the tinier sharks. This looked like a shark. A tiny shark. Oh no, I already know about giant squids. I know those things. I'm just like, no. And people still try and convince me to go into water. I'm like, this thing exists. Why would I want to go into the water? Why? What about this monstrosity makes you think that the water is a safe place? People are like, oh, they won't hurt you. They're more scared of you than you're of them. Bullshit. I'm calling it a now. These things are not scared of me. It's like, so I understand that great white sharks mostly only attack like surfers because they look like seals. And so they're like sampling to see if they're food. I perfectly understand this. They are not my problem. I actually find them very fascinating. But that does not mean I want to go near them, okay? People are like, oh yeah, they only attack you if you can't like in the... And I'm like, okay, one, safest way to not get attacked by a shark, don't go in water. Problem solved. Problem solved. The only place you're gonna get attacked by a shark is in the water. Okay, no one can tell me, oh yeah, I was attacked by a shark, like, just like over at the grocery store over on 10th. Not a thing. No one gets attacked by sharks, like, in the average day, unless you're in water. Okay? It's just, it's facts. It's not like oh, you might get attacked. No, the chances are higher the more time you spend in the water. The higher likelihood of you actually getting attacked by a shark. I'm just putting it out there. I have nothing against anyone who goes in water. It's all you. I'm just telling you the facts. You are a higher likelihood of getting attacked by a shark the more you're in water. It's still a shark as tiny as your face. Look. Oh. I'm very intense about sharks and like water. I am. I've been to a cove where you could scuba down. Okay, look, I have actually been in water with sharks, alright? I'm gonna tell you, I've fed sharks. I've totally been near them. Okay, so there was like this place in Guam, like not in Guam, but there's like the Marianas Islands, like there's an island called Santa Rita. There's a resort there. So we went to this resort and they had a section where you could like swim with fishes, like snorkel and like swim on the above part. And they had like little baby sharks, things in there. And they had people watching to make sure you didn't die or anything. So I swam with sharks there, okay? That's how I did it. It was like a specialized aquarium built specifically for it. And I was like 10. So I'm still not coming into this. I'm not a fan. Still not a fan. Nothing's gonna change my mind. And my school also did this trip because there was not a lot of places to go vacation-wise. So we went to SeaWorld, and they have that like tunnel aquarium that you can walk through. And so my school, actually, it was common enough for schools to do this. They'll hire out part of the walkway, the underwater walkway, and they'll do a sleepover in there with the whole like grade. So I've actually slept underneath that tank, the water tank thing, and just woken up to staring at sharks underwater. I won the contest, so I have they had a contest, so I won shark teeth. I have 3 or 4 shark teeth because I did this several times because it was basically the only activity thing to do with kids that was like cool. So I did this like 3 or 4 times in like a year period. So I have repeatedly woken up as a child who was afraid of water to staring at a thing of water and sharks above my head. It's an experience. It's nothing like the screensaver. Oh. You would love waking. Well, I recommend you can actually do it. It's like a thing. SeaWorlds who have that like tank thing, you can actually hire that out. If you want to like propose that to a group of people, you can do it as an adult. You can actually hire that out and do it. You could plan for it as like a party with your friends, be like, so for my next birthday, we're just gonna do this. You can totally do it. It's totally a thing. Get together a collective of people and go do it. I recommend if you love water stuff, it's definitely a thing to do. Yeah, see it, Tia? I'm in the same world of like Nightmare. Oh my god, you bulldozed your island last night? See, I'm attempting to do that. I'm attempting to. The only thing is I'm not selling my items. I'm trying to keep as many items as I can that I like know that I can't rebuy, or that are expensive enough that they justify me keeping them. So if it's like a cheap item, it doesn't require a lot of items to remake it, and it's not like a bug item, I'm just like selling it. But a bunch of these items are ones that are like specialized, like they're like events or like, you know, just pains in the butt to rebuy. So those ones I'm keeping, but other ones I'm like, I'm just gonna sell you. I can remake and recraft you. But like these bookshelves, because of how many things go into making the books shelves, no, they're getting kept. Dongo's getting kept, the antique items, Hello Kitty, bugs, those ones all get kept. But the ones I can easily recraft, like these 4 items here, these ones are gonna get sold. You're keeping everything? I'm still like thinking of like selling them all. So I might keep some of them, but okay. Move. Do. Because the thing is, I don't have access to buying or rebuying Mario. Well, I kind of do, but I also kind of don't. So I'm like, I'm gonna probably wait off on selling all my Mario things. These stalls that are customized, I'm gonna have to sell them because I can't drop them, and they just take up too much space at the moment. So they have to get sold. You have dozens of stone stools and hundreds of fences. Yeah. See, the things are, if the material's a pain in the butt to get, I'll keep it. But most of this is actually pretty easy for me to remake, because I have a lot of materials saved, because there's a window of time, because every single day I go and collect materials. And for the most part, I just end up with, like, a surplus. So I have a surplus of wood, a surplus of, like, most of these things. So it's not that big a deal to me, realistically. But this area is gonna be a combo of like items dropped and like flowers. I've gotta move all the flowers. Well, not all the flowers, but some of the flowers. Some of the flowers. 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 I'm very excited for the update. I'm so excited because I don't have the storage. I don't have storage anymore. I've run out of storage on my, like, in my homes. I just don't have any. So I have to just dump stuff outside because I don't have the storage for it. Your greatest achievement since working in the zoo is raising a hyena by hand before he was old enough for the group. He wasn't accepted by his mother, so bottle feeding and stuff. Oh, that's really nice. I remember seeing that with, there was like tigers that kind of would do that. Tigers and lions, if they had to be raised by like bottle fed, they'd recognize the people who did that, the zookeepers. So they'd be a little more playful. But I remember this place in China that was trying to change the way they like raised their pandas. So they were trying to, as much as possible, avoid human contact between the pandas and themselves because they wanted to give the pandas an instinct towards naturally avoiding people. Because they didn't want them to be like human friendly, they wanted them to necessarily avoid humans, so they'd actually put them with an older panda who was raised the same way, and they'd make sure to have them train them in what they need to survive with like minimal interference from them, only to like do like health checks occasionally, but they'd drug them for it so they wouldn't really be conscious of it. Yes, there's gonna be a storage expansion, so I'm so excited. I'm so excited for the storage expansion to 5,000. I'm gonna need it. Because I'm gonna want at least one of each of the ceiling items so I can catalog it across all my villagers. And so I can design with it, of course. Because I've gotta like change over all the rooms. And hey, Avocado Fatigue. Welcome to the channel. Hope you're having a good day. How's your day going? And do you have a favorite villager as well? Like, if you play Animal Crossing or don't? I know that people, like, will have favorite villagers even if they don't play the game. Because I remember speaking with someone who, like, loved, I think it was Fang. They were really in love with Fang, but they didn't own the game. And they're like, if they ever bought the game, the villager they would want most to have on their island was Fang. So they actually owned an amiibo card of Fang for the day they, like, would possibly play the game. Oh my god, yes, if you could pick up flowers like a new leaf. The only problem is, so that's actually something I wonder about with the whole beautify. So you know how there's like that beautify, what's what I'm looking for, the beautify ordinance? Because in New Leaf, that ordinance was around, like, it was specifically around, like, your flowers not dying and, like, weeds not appearing. And so I'm kind of curious if it's just weeds won't appear, or maybe if it's like flowers won't spread. And only if you water flowers would they spread. So I'm kind of curious of what like that one's gonna entail. So that's a genuine like wonder for me. But hey Avocado, welcome to the stream. The animals are really smart. We don't use that method unless we're absolutely no choice but to bottle. It's kind of sad, but really, yeah, it is sad when that happens. I remember seeing, so there was a seal I watched, and it was a very sassy seal. And they had to bottle feed it because they found the seal alive, but its mother had died or something like that. Like, they'd found it with its, like, dead mom, and there was no real option, I think, except to take it. I'm not really sure how, like, seal raising goes, but they ended up having to, like, take it in. Because it was also, like, injured. So it was injured on top of everything else. So yeah, they ended up, like, taking it in and, like, taking care of it. And then they eventually introduced it to the other older seals. And then they got healthy enough that they were able to just, like, put it back in the wild. How long has that been there? I've been casually ignoring all these. Boop, go down. But yeah, so like, I I also remember seeing like a hippo have the same thing before it was like placed back in with all the older hippos. So like it sucks when they have to do that, but sometimes it does seem like it's necessary because they're just not able to care for themselves without it, and you want to give them the best chance possible, especially with some of the like I think rare or like less like some animals are rarer to find or something, or like have a lower chance of survival. Or they're trying to keep more of them alive. I don't know what the thing is. I'm not what you call an animal expert. I just have an interest in animals. I recently watched a video which was like hybrids of bears. and like hybrids of animals. So there was crossovers between a buffalo and a cow, and it's called like the buffalo or something. Or the beefalo, because it like... And there was like crossovers, like natural crossovers between polar bears and grizzlies, and apparently all of the polar bears, like the polar bear grizzly crossovers, came from the same like polar bear mom and just had different grizzly dads. I was like, oh my god, what? So like some of them like naturally occurred and other ones had to be like bred by other people. So I always found that interesting. I'm like, I'm not surprised there's crossovers in animals. I feel kind of bad for ones that are like the liger in that, because those ones seem to have the worst health problems of all of them. There was one that's like a jaguar-tiger combo that seemed to be doing pretty well, and that one happened naturally, apparently. Your favorite villager is Ketchup? Oh, Ketchup's a cutie. I remember seeing someone who got ketchup on their island because they were allergic to tomatoes. And they're like, yeah, we're just gonna casually have this on our island. So I thought that one was pretty funny, that they were doing that when they were allergic to tomatoes. That one kind of made me laugh, because they were doing it on purpose, obviously. Hey Fauna, I'm so glad you found this area. It's not like I was hoping you people would stay away from this area. No, cool. They used to do this all the time, sit directly in front of like the airport, just on the ground for whatever godforsaken reason. And I'll be like, why are you guys doing this? Why? Yeah, you know a lot about animals for someone who's just interested. Love talking. Yeah, I just, the thing is, I love learning in general. So it's not just animals. I love learning in general. I'm a history student. I do history and languages. And I am incredibly interested in all of those kinds of things. Crossovers usually can't breathe, so that's what makes, yeah, that is what makes, it's kind of like albino animals in the wild. Like, you'll find them every once in a while, but they don't last very long because they seem to get kicked out of the herd, or like the group. So, I always find those kinds of ones interesting, the crossovers, because some of them, because they're so uncommon. There's not a lot of them. The one that was the jaguar-tiger crossover, the jaguar and tiger parents had actually been raised together in the same cage. So they'd like grown up together in the same zoo, and that's how they had their thing. So they'd actually grown up with each other, and that was how that happened. And everyone was surprised because they didn't expect it. They just thought that they were like chummy. But yeah, they ended up like mating and having like two kids. Before they like ended up passing away. So they only had 2, but still pretty cute. They're pretty adorable. I saw some like photos of them, and the 2 of them are like in the same cage thing together, and they kind of just like bigger tigers that have like, so they've got stripes-ish in their fur, but it's like a black or gray stripe, so it's pretty cool. They haven't tried to breed them with anything else because I think they're kind of worried what the genetics of them might be if they like breed them, which, you know, fair enough. But yeah, so like those exist in like one zoo. I don't remember where it said it was, but yeah, that's how that happened. You're only flattening parts of your island right now? Yeah, I mean, well, I'm flattening my whole island. This is going to take me forever. But it's okay, I've come to a greater peace with it. I knew it was going to take me forever. I knew it. That's an annoying placement of a flower. I did a lot of these flower placements because I thought it was cute. And now that I'm trying to pick stuff up, I'm like, ugh, could you be in a less annoying place, please? Please? Thank you, sir. Thank you, Lat, for moving. Oh no. Do I have any flowers on me? Nope. Just items. Excellent. So I actually have photos of this whole area's evolution. This one's gonna, yeah, this won't let me like do anything besides places, so I'm gonna sell those 2 stalls. Not a bigger disaster. It's gonna be fine. We're just gonna dump all these for now, and I'll deal with which ones I want to sell later. If I run out of space, I'll go through and sell the ones I can easily remake. Avocado showed up in your chat last night, so it's funny to see them here first thing. It's like 12 p.m. I don't know what you're talking about in the AM. Absolute nonsense, AM. All these people saying it's early morning. Nonsense. Jaguars RIP. Jaguars are pretty cool. They're a cool creature. I like them. So I found that like crossover thing really fascinating when I heard about it. So I was like, oh, that's so cool. Cause like, you want cool crossovers, you know? I definitely was intrigued by it, which is how I ended up watching a full video about that. Boop. But as you can see, I have a lot of fruit trees around. Hey Peanut, how you doing? You having a stroll? You having a walk? You having a gander? Man, I have so many items around the place. I said I was gonna do the other side of the island. I deliberately said earlier, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do anything on this side of the island, I'm gonna be on the other side of the island, and I'm gonna get back to this side of the island. You know where I am? This side. I said I was gonna do stuff on the other. Apparently my sayings to myself mean nothing. You know what, we're just gonna get rid of the river, and then we'll go move on from there. Your villager Dizzy just sent you a fossil called Milocuningia Gesundheit. Yeah, I had one of my villagers send me a fossil the other day, and it was, so it was Buck. He sent me a villager, like, a fossil, and the fossil he sent me was, you know that, like, dino poo? Yeah, he sent me that. And he said the words, I just found this. I mean, I must not be beefing up enough. So he was just like, he was concerned that he wasn't bulking up enough because of the size of this, like, dino poo. That's what happened. Thank you so much for the follow, Rachel Darden. Yeah, no, that's the Dota code. You can go ahead and try that. I recommend doing it multiple times. If it doesn't work the first time, keep going. It's not going to work, but you're welcome to keep trying it. I say with all the kindness in my heart. So I'm glad someone tried out my my Dota code command. Thank you so much. Yeah, I can't breed regular tigers or lions either. So it's 9:57 Eastern Standard Time. I know that there's a streamer I still follow. I don't really get to catch her streams a lot, and she normally starts around 3 AM my time, and that's like 10-ish their time, 10-ish. So I think, and that's like Washington State, I think. So that's basically my like idea of like the US time it's because I'm in Australia, so it's the middle of the night, essentially. So anything like early, and I'm like, oh, good for you, I'm glad it's morning. Yeah, no, I can see right there, you got the Breezy sip going. That's exactly who I'm talking about. I'm talking about Breezy. It's always like 3 AM in the morning when she starts, my time. I know that one time she used to do a little later, so it used to be 5 AM my time that she would start streaming, but I think she ended up starting earlier because it was just better for her. So, yeah, happy for her. Just means that I only catch her on, like, Saturdays, I think. I think it's only Saturdays I catch her. I think that's about it. Yeah. Hmm. You never talk to villagers, maybe that's why you don't get gifts? That is a possibility. I know that I gift, so I used to gift all my villagers. But the thing is, once you've built up full friendship with them, you don't really need to keep gifting them. You don't actually lose friendship with them as far as I'm aware. Once you get to full friendship, it just kind of stays there. So I only gift villagers I need the photos of or want the photos of. And I have most of the villager photos. So as a result, I gift basically no one. I basically don't gift any villagers anymore. I'm just like, yeah, cool, I got your photo. Thanks, bud. Peace. No, you can't visit via dodo code. I just made that because, when I first started streaming Animal Crossing a while back, I was decorating and I had all these DIYs out on the ground, and people were like, oh my god, dodo, oh my god, dodo, and they kept doing the dodo command. And I was like, you know what? Fuck it, I'll make a dodo command. Because I was like, yeah, you know, I'm sure someone somewhere wants is gonna do it again, and so I made that, specifically for it. You still a villager on our island? Haven't talked to you since You've never met the age. What are you doing? We need to talk to them. Hey, Odyssey, how are you doing? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the Bear Cave. I hope you enjoy your time here. Do you have a favorite villager? And do you play Animal Crossing? You were busy. See, I've stopped talking to most of my villagers unless I see them. So if I see them, I say hey. But if I don't see them, I don't actually bother as much anymore. I know, that makes me bad villager mom. But do I have a lot in my pockets? I do. Okay, we're gonna drop these and then I'm gonna go up there. But see, I have most of their photos, so I don't really need to talk to them. I just, like, can talk to them. So I generally don't speak to most of them anymore, because I'm like, I don't need to. There's nothing, like making me want to. So I just don't. I used to talk to every single one every single day on every villager, but now I only have my other villagers speak to Bob, because Bob is the only lazy I have. And they need a one reaction. Every single one of the villagers only needs, so all the, like, the first 6 I have, all but one, this main one I'm on, need one reaction from the lazy villager, the friendship pride reaction. I have all of the other reactions on those villagers, and I have 2 newer villagers who are missing most of the reactions still. So I, like, have them speak to everyone, but everyone else I don't bother with. I'll speak to whoever they see, and that's about it. I don't go hunting anyone anymore. You decided to completely change your theme, something opposite of what you're doing. Your island's cloudy sky went from clouds and Rio to abandoned litter dump. I saw someone change their island from kidcore to monochromatic, and I was just like, oh my god, that's so different. Because it was a stark contrast. I was just like, it's not like a small change. It's not like, hey. So I'm just like casually, you know, changing one part of the island. No. They changed, like, all the colors, all the items had to be changed over. It was a full alteration of the thing. I was horrified. Because it went from, like, I missed, like, a stream of theirs, and it went from this, like, bright pink, colorful walkway everywhere, this, like, forced brightness, these really bright, like, colored villagers, to the next stream. It was, like, monochromatic, everything was black and white. I had to check that I hadn't accidentally broken my screen, because I was like, am I looking at the same thing? Because they had their camera off at the time, and I was just like, what am I even looking at? And they just, like, they'd managed to, you know how, like, early on there was that town that they managed to make the full thing white? It was exactly like that. It was exactly like that. You force them to give you, and, like, yeah, I can understand that, forcing them to do that. A good mom likes the birdies leaving the nest, don't be a helicopter resident rep. I just, you know, I was obsessed with getting all the reactions. I now have all the reactions. So, you know, I'm just making them all get it from Bob. Bob is the only villager they have to speak with. And Bob keeps hiding. So I'm debating getting a second lazy and just like having them all gift him every day to build up the friendship. Just so that way they can get the reaction and then like Bob can leave. Because the thing is, I already have Bob's photo. It's the only reason I haven't kicked Bob off the island. It is the only reason. Bob's cool and all, but I'm not like attached to Bob. You know, some people who are like, oh my god, Bob's my ride or die. Not me. I don't really care. It's not this like greater feeling I have. Bob can like go away if he wants to. I'm not devastated by it. You got Auto Bob? Oh yeah, Auto Bob. Definitely a fun one. You're up till 2 AM flattening all the cliffs you made for the clouds? Oh no. That's the problem with like terraforming some stuff, because the thing is, if you're doing like a castle or anything that like requires multiple levels, oh boy, flattening those things can be a nightmare. Because it's just like, dear god, what was I thinking with all these cliffs? I earlier had to flatten my like Spirited Away area. Absolute nightmare. I was just like, what was I thinking? Because I remember when I made it and I was having a nightmare then. Like I had an actual like conniption of like, what's going on? Why is this such a struggle? Because I had simple panels I had to place, and simple panels are not fun to place because you have to like be facing where you place them, and then you have to push them forward. I'm not even gonna talk about the terraforming battle that was. It was such a battle. Peanut, go away. Okay, look, Peanut, I appreciate your acceptance, but like, fuck off. Okay, just like wander away. Thank you. Thank you so much. Go away now. Thank you. Bye, Peanut. The villagers are testing me. I'm gonna be like this the whole time, just like, oh my god, thank you so much. Go away now. Wow, you got most different types on accident. Maybe that's why I have 5 different themed villages. Fair enough. My villagers are like Peanut, Bob, Kid, Hurt, Sheldon, Fauna, Fuchsia, Buck. So I've got like two villagers that are the same typing. Like, because you always end up with like 2 duplicates if you have one of all the others. And then I have one of all the others. So I've got like Solil, who's not a Karen. No one say she's a Karen, she's not, okay? She's lovely, I don't care what anyone says, I like her. Buzz, Fuchsia, Kurt, Sheldon, Fauna, Bob, Kid, and Peanut. And eventually all these, except Buck, are going. Buck is the only one who's never leaving. He's my child. He's staying forever. So everyone else has got to go. I haven't watched Spirited Away, and so yeah, I have only watched Spirited Away a couple times. But I really like the aesthetic of Spirited Away. And so as a result, I ended up like inspiring my island by Spirited Away, even though it's not my favorite movie. My favorite one is Howl's Moving Castle, but Howl's is a real pain to like theme anything after, because Howl's is very specific. You know, like it's a very specific look. And there's no other easier way to say it. It is just very specific. Yeah, the girl got the wrong. I missed. I like the fact if you miss, you go into the cliff just more. Yeah, I like morphed into the cliff while Peanut was standing nearby. I was like, Peanut, just please no. Please. Yeah, no, I have a first. I'm glad that you're legally first, Hatsune. I have that there and no one ever knows, and then like suddenly someone will redeem it. Who knows it exists? Did I pick up a flower? Oh my god, I picked up a flower. I don't even want to talk about it. I don't even want to talk about it. Drop. See, I don't get rid of the flower heads, I just have to find a way to use them. Oh no. Doop-a-doo. So how are you guys all doing? I'm glad you're all having fun chilling together. I still can't believe that was there for as long. Actually, no, I can believe it was there for that long. But the thing is, most people don't know it's there. I do have what I like to call a mountain of like random channel point things, because I like to test out different channel point things, and I think it's fun to have a lot of them. Because no one ever wants to use all of them. Someone will like one or the other, more specifically. Doo-doo-doo. Yeah, I picked the flower top. That annoys me. So, I do plan to remake this, like, Spirited Away bridge thing I have going here. I do plan to. It's just not gonna look the way it does now. It's gonna look very different. I'm gonna try and actually have water on each side of it. I'm gonna try. I can't guarantee it, but I'm actually gonna try. These coins are gonna drive me mental. Your villages are Graham, Dizzy, Chops, Bo, Ketchup, Sheldon, Ike, Agnes, Gigi, and Rattle. Oh, those are some pretty cool ones. I know that I've seen a couple people complain about Ike before, I think. Ike or Iggy. Because they didn't like the look of them. But I think they're perfectly respectable villagers. So I don't see what people's problem is. They're just sensitive. They're too fashionable for them. Oh man, I made this huge train line. I was very happy and proud of this train line. I still am. I think it turned out very good. You know, for what it is, my train line. Boop-a-doo. But yeah, I'm not getting rid of any of the like fossils I collected. Because I may want to reuse them at some point somewhere, even if it's just like interiors. So I'm just gonna leave them the way they are. And like, I'm keeping all my flowers, and like, I just have to figure out what I'm gonna do with them. Place them all in an area and decide where they're gonna go. No way, it's kind of like Waste Town or something. I don't know what do you mean by that? Boop. It's so weird to see this place without the water. It's so weird. I've been flattening for like 2.5. Probably closer to 2.5 hours. I'd say it's a good 2.5 hours. I've actually gotten a lot done. Regardless of what anyone says, I did in fact get a lot of things done. This wasn't a total fiasco. I just also, did some stuff that wasn't perfectly getting it done. I don't know why I'm erasing all of that pathing. I'm gonna leave that pathing for the moment because I don't need to remove it. Do. Do I have any flowers in my pockets? No, I don't. Excellent. I'm gonna drop this fence because I'm pretty sure that's the only place I actually have that fencing. Like on the whole island. I'm almost entirely positive that is the only place on the whole island I use that fencing. So yeah, I've been flattening almost for 3 hours. Almost. Not quite 3 hours. It's getting there. But it's not quite at 3 hours. And 3 hours is in the making. But I actually find it very calming. So I don't have a problem with it. I haven't had my island this flat in like forever. I can't remember the last time I had the island this flat. I did the entrance first, and so actually my town hall and my entrance are very close together, so I made sure that they were very separate, so they haven't been able to see each other in close to 6 months. Almost a year probably. Yours took 6 hours and there's a big section you didn't flatten? Oh no. I'm gonna flatten almost all of mine. There's only one section I can't fully flatten. And that is purely because of the fact my museum is in the air. So the only area I can't fully flatten is the museum at the back. But everything else is gonna get flattened. Why am I picking that up? No. Water. Imagine this in. So everything else will get flattened. You best believe. This will be the flattening of the century. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, alright. We need to get a flower. Dig it up. And then get the bug. Honestly, I'm just making my life more challenging by placing items. So I do love the way my island was decorated. Don't get me wrong. It was gorgeous. I love it. But my shovel is totally gonna die up here. I can already feel it. I can sense it. If my shovel doesn't die up here, then I'd be amazed. But yeah, like flattening does take forever, which is why I never I'm never against anyone who like restarts over flattening. Like if they've done so many things, so much decorating, so much terraforming, and they're like, my island is complete. I don't want to take it down, I just want to start fully over. And they're fine with having to relearn all the DIYs, refind all the DIYs, all that stuff. Power to them. I'm not gonna hold it against anyone for doing it that way. I, however, do not want to. It took me forever to get all the DIYs. To be fair, I could in fact relearn them all. It's not that big a challenge. But I don't really want to. And I happen to like my island name. My island name is ubiquitous, like semi-easy to like not confuse with something else. Like you wouldn't automatically look at my name and go, oh yeah, that's like a blah blah island. You know when people name their islands like Ghibli or like, you know, something really specific? You know, and you're like, that's gonna bite you in the butt later as far as like naming stuff goes. So people have those kind of islands and you're like, my dude, you're semi-screwed as far as later naming stuff goes. I did not in fact do that. My island, even though it's like semi-specialized, like if you know the area, great, you know where the name comes from. But other than that, it's not gonna adversely affect anything. Your island name is Delphima64. I mean, cool. Do you like the name, or are you like, or is it a name that like you considered changing? I know some people restart every once in a while, and every single island that they restart, they give it a different name because they like to theme their island name around like whatever it is. You know, whatever it is that they're like planning for the island. Up, up. You may notice I love pumpkins. I love pumpkins. Pumpkins are great. I'm not getting rid of the paper lanterns on like the stalls, because I happen to really love, really love the paper lanterns, even though customized you have to still place everything like that. Like when it's like special customized. I can live with it. I can live with that. You have 2 islands. You're fine with the name? Well, that's awesome. And your island name is Wildberry. Oh, nice. Is it like really forested island, or is it just like you named it Wildberry because you like the berry or the name? I know some people will just pick the name because they're like, it's cool for like that. Like some people will do it specialized. I saw someone name their island like Maple Cove, and they're like, we will never have maple on this island. What? Why did you name your island Maple Cove then? That's like if I named the island like Leonardo Central and then didn't have Leonardo. I just can't understand it. You have 2 islands, Tamandani and Cloudy Skies. Oh. So the Cloudy Skies one, is that the one that you were doing like the cloud theme for, or was that? Yeah, because I think you said you were the one that had to like remove all your clouds. Yeah, you were removing all your clouds. So, like, Was that the one that you were doing the clouds for, or were you doing the clouds on the other one? I'm gonna go ask if I can use the Switch for my boyfriend for a second now since he doesn't play. You're gonna make it, yeah, like, do it. So my reason I have 2 Switches is because my boyfriend, my lovely boyfriend, he got me the Animal Crossing Switch when it came out because I couldn't afford it. Which was so nice of him. And so as a result, I was able to have the Animal Crossing Switch. And I still kept my old one. So that's how I had 2 Switches. So I just simply, when this all happened, just, you know, essentially used my old Switch, bought a second copy of Animal Crossing, and I use it for Animal Crossing too. But I only use it for Animal Crossing. I like made separate accounts and everything for it. And it's an only Animal Crossing one. The only other game I'd consider putting on it is maybe Stardew Valley. Maybe. But this one doesn't even leave my house. This Switch. It stays here. It's never leaving. But yeah, totally go and ask, because if your partner isn't playing Animal Crossing, and you just want to make like a second island to decorate it, as long as they're fine with like you know, using their Switch for an extended period of time, it's probably fine. And most partners are pretty chill about it, as far as I'm like aware. Plant. The tedious part is just gonna be like replanting everything, I think. I love my pumpkins though. I love the pumpkins. I'm so glad they're bringing more like crops into the game, because I'm excited for like wild carrots. I know that sounds weird. It's like, what are you excited for? I'm excited to like plant carrots so I can have wild carrots. But that's honestly something I'm very excited for. I'm excited for wild carrots. The square is right here. Bushes and me have a special relationship of like, I'm looking at the square. The square is right here in front of me. You're perfectly capable of being dropped on it. See, look at that. The paper lantern did it. Why can't you? Oh, no. These silly bushes. Used to, now it's Wasteland Town. Extended period, aka 12. Yeah, exactly. Extended period. Like, it's gonna be a period of time. It's going to take a while. So I hope they're not attached to their Switch. They're not in the middle of marathoning a game. I hope they're not attached. Otherwise, they're gonna miss their Switch. You're gonna go on Pinterest and grab some floral litter and overgrown customs? Yes, do it. So I have a couple of umbrella ones I found. You can probably see in this corner the like floral basket. I don't know if yeah, over here. I'm really happy with some of the custom designs I ended up finding. There's some really cute ones out there. Because the thing is, you don't have to make custom designs. You can. I know some people decide to do it like hard mode, where they're like, no matter what, we have to find all of our own custom designs. I'm like, okay. I mean, if that's what makes you happy, go for it. But I'm like, if it's not something that's gonna make you happy, like, why do it? So only like do the make it so you have to do your custom designs yourself. If you actually want to do your custom designs yourself, like or if like, you know, you don't have online for whatever reason, because you can't afford it or can't justify it just for this game, you know, it's perfectly reasonable, perfectly fine. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm just in the stance of like, if it's not something you want to do, then don't feel obligated to make the custom designs yourself. Unless you physically have to. Like, if you have no other options. I can feel the shovel's gonna die soon. I just know it. I can feel it in my bones. Boop. All the trees must go. They're all going down. This is so weird to see it all so blank and empty. My trees. I'm almost tempted to go on my dream address on my other island and be like, this is what this looks like without it being destroyed. I wish you could use the leaf piles as well, but it would fit. Yeah, leaf pile ones are pretty cute as well. Ah, yes, I can get around this way. You could do designs with that. Yeah, it would be cool if you didn't need the online to look up the designs. Because it's such a part of the game, like trading design codes. I lost a piece of wood. A wood lot was lost. It's okay. It's not that great of a disaster. But as a result, we will make up for it with this one. Yeah, cool. Decorating. Like, the only real struggle is the fact that I'm also like knocking down every single tree. And so it's like, well, not all. I'm leaving the coconut trees that are on the beach. Including this one over here in this corner. So I'm not taking down the coconut trees, and I'm not destroying the 22 of the other trees. So there's 22 trees that I'm leaving, that I'm not touching, because those are the ones for wasps, the bells each day, and the drop items. Because I don't know how long until I plant all the trees again and they fully grow in. So I'm going to use 22 trees from the island that are going to stay, and they're in the back section. So the ones in the back section, I'm not cutting them down. Any that are up on the higher level are just going to get moved down a level. No worries, Topsy. Thank you so much for stopping by and having an animal chat with me. I hope you have a lot of fun on Pinterest going and exploring like forest designs. I know that sounds like a lot of fun. Man, I love the terraforming the act, but I wish that like the shovels wouldn't destroy themselves. Like if you could set like a creative mode in the game, you know, like how you can edit in Happy Home Designer and you can like pick stuff up. I wish there was a kind of version of that for like just picking this kind of stuff up. How many more spaces? 1. Yeah, like just a version of that just for like when you do decorating on your own island. So you could like not have to lose so many shovels just to decorating. It would be really nice. Never gonna happen, but it would be nice. So I think this area is gonna be the flower dump area. Flower and pumpkins. Alright, forgot this one. But as you can see, I have a lot of flowers and pumpkins. They're so fun to decorate with. They add such like a natural part to the landscape. Why am I dropping peaches? Okay, we'll move these up here. Peach, pear. Oh yeah, the only one left is cherries. Excellent. Okay, we're gonna put the shrub all the way in this back corner, so I don't have to deal with the fact that it's being annoying. Fine, shrub. Fine. I understand. You're gonna be special today. But yeah, you know something else I've been doing lately? I've been watching a lot of true crime series. Like on Netflix. Because I use my dad's Netflix. I don't like pay for my own. I know a lot of people have been recommending to me like the Squid Game. I haven't watched it. I haven't felt the inclination. I've been fine with just like watching other stuff. I've watched some people like reacting to watching it, so I kind of get the gist of like what the show's about. And it looks okay, but I'm not sure if like it's something I need to watch. I don't usually like watching stuff just because it's like hyped in the rage. It's not usually the kind of person I am, you know? I think there's occasional exceptions, like I'll find a show occasionally, and it's just like amazing. And I'm like, dear God, I've gotta watch it. But I didn't really feel that when I saw the Squid Game. Like, I'm sure it's a great show. Like, I'm not doubting that. But instead of watching that, I decided to watch a bunch of true crime things. So I was watching one that was like based on true stories from the Innocence Project. It was like around a couple of cases, so they specialized each case around like a type of like way they were convicted, because all these cases had very flimsy evidence, but they were all convicted based on like a couple of specific things. Sorry if you see me eating. I didn't finish this yet. I'm a slow eater. Anyways, so, like, specifically with these ones, they were like, the one, like the first one they showed was based off, like, bite marks, because the thing is, bite marks are still used, apparently, in a lot of convictions. And I understand that in some cases it's very straightforward. Like, hey, this person's got a bite mark. It's very clearly, like, an indent. But the thing is, like, most of the ones they used were on, like... I'm sure there's a science behind it. I don't know the science behind it, but the way it was shown, because they showed both sides of it, the people who are the detractors and the people who are for it, who, like, actually do it. And I could understand the anger some of the people who do it had, because they're like, these people are trying to discredit all of our work and get every single case we've ever worked on thrown out. Whereas to these, like, people trying to get these people out, to them, it was junk science. And, like, they're like, this science isn't based in fact, and it's very flawed. And to them, the fact that these people were only convicted on it. The thing is, I don't mind if they use bite marks as part of the defense, like part of the reason the person's guilty. It's like, hey, so we found blood, skin tissue, and bite marks. So it's like, hey, we found like these things here that all match the person we're accusing as being at the scene doing the crime, like their finger marks, all these things. And then we also found their bite marks on like this at the crime scene, like on an apple or on the victim or whatever. In those cases, I'm like, I can understand them being used because it's not the main thing. However, I do not in fact believe that bite marks should be the only thing used to convict someone. I just don't. And in the one they showed, the only thing that they convicted him on was the bite marks, and he wasn't the one who did it. He was innocent of this crime. And he was actually fighting to try and like get that kind of thing thrown out, and it's still used apparently in all 50 states. They still use bite mark technology to convict people, and I'm like, I don't think that should be fully thrown out. Because I'm sure there's some actual science in why it's good. But it can't be the only thing used, you know? Like DNA, that kind of thing. I can be like, yeah, easy enough to say they were at the crime. Like, oh yeah, and there was these other guys who were charged for this crime, right? And the problem was the witness was like of a different race to the like person they said did it. And it is widely known that cross-racial identification for witnesses is very much like not accurate. Because most of the time, like, it's not a racist thing, it's just something in the brain, the way it works, and like registering facial features. For whatever reason, witnesses of different colors have problems identifying ones. And it's across all lines. So like people who are like, you know, unless you like grew up and had spent a lot of time around people with those other facial features, you'll have a higher difficulty, apparently. And then sometimes even then, you can still have a challenge with it. So it's not like it's just something the way the brain works. So these victims were all white women who were raped by like a man who was African American, and she identified the wrong man. And you look at the photographs, and to me they looked very similar. In like facial shape, in nose shape, in like complexion, they looked very similar, and like they were just very similar looking in the photographs they showed from the time. They don't look very similar now, but they looked very similar when they were in their 20s, which is when these photos were taken. And all the people who were white who looked at these photographs said the same thing. They asked some people who were also like Asian, they had the same problem. They also thought they looked similar. So it was a couple people they asked, and they all said the same thing. They could understand why, because they look very similar. And then they asked the guys, a group of people who were all black, or like African American, and they all said they looked so different. And I was like, I don't see it. And they're like, the things that everyone who was not African American said were similar, these guys said were the things that were different. They could just clearly identify the differences in their like facial shape, like the slight difference in their complexion. Don't ask me what it was that caused it, something in the brain. But yeah, they identified them differently. They said that they still didn't understand how this lady could falsely accuse this guy, because they don't look the same at all. But that's something you have to take into consideration, like when you have witnesses. It just is, apparently. Because they went over like witness tampering as well, and like the use of witnesses in crimes, like in cases. And it was pretty fascinating to see, like, so at the time, one of the people who was charged, he was being charged for murdering this, like, Asian guy. I think his name was Tran. He was walking along the street and he was shot, or stabbed or something. I forgot how he was killed, but he was shot. So he was shot by 4 people in a car. And they were very much convinced that he was the guy. They arrested him because he was driving a car that had some of the same letters in the license plate. Which was fair enough for pulling the guy over. Like, if the guy has similar license plate numbers, like, you'd expect them to pull him over and ask him, hey, where were you? What's your alibi? That kind of thing. But the guy had clearly just been driving into the area, and honestly, I've got to ask this. Who in their right mind, after killing someone, drives back towards the murder scene? Who? Who does that? I don't know anyone who does that. Or at least, like, in all the cases I've seen, most of the people who did the killing, they, like, kapoof the opposite direction. They have enough sense to, like, run away from it. So he was driving a similar car. One person in the car with him, by the way. Only one. And they were like, yeah, we got the guy. I'm like, how? This guy is obviously not your man. This is obviously not the person. But they're like, no. This is them. We got the guy. And I'm like, do you see the same facts I see? Because they're clearly not. They were pretty adamant. Stop picking up the flowers. I'm just gonna have a collection of flower heads at the end of this. They were pretty adamant that, like, this wasn't the guy. Like, the thing is, the person in the car with him, if she was saying, yeah, he was the person, it would mean that she was the accomplice, the driver, because the driver was originally seen as the female. Which means that not only did they have to get through this area all the way through the city and back, driving back towards the murder scene, in this, like, small time window, by the way. Very small time window. But they also had to have 2 people bail out, switch driver and passenger. Like, fully switch positions and change clothes. Because they were seen in, like, the witness that was with the person who got shot clearly spotted the clothes the person who did the killing was wearing. Like, they remembered vividly the clothes. And so you're having to discount this witness's, like, sighting of the clothing they were wearing, or the fact, or acknowledge that somewhere in this period of time that they did this, they also had the time to change clothes. And the actual, like, they ended up years later going over this case, right? Like, reevaluating it. And they timed it. Like, in the same period of time, they timed it, how long it would take for this to happen, for you to, like, actually do this. Like, get through the area, get all the way back, change clothes, like, go back, and do the full circuit. And the streets that they would have had to take in order to get back to where they were, driving it back towards the scene, after where they were seen driving away. Because the thing is, this car was followed for, like, several minutes after, like, after the murder. They were followed by a taxi cab driver for several blocks, for several minutes. Which means this taxi cab driver, who eventually lost him, after they lost the driver, they would have had to do this huge U-turn along certain streets, because there's only certain streets you could go down in order to get back that way. And they timed it, and it was like 8 minutes, and that's assuming, like, no changing of clothes, not getting in and out of the car to change positions. This is just the driving part. Nothing else. It just wasn't possible. It just physically wasn't possible for these 2 people to do it. And the thing is, they didn't even charge the witness that they forced into being a witness. They didn't charge her with anything. They said if she testified, they wouldn't charge her. And they took her away from everyone. They made sure she was isolated in their care, so she can have time to change her statement. And the thing is, she couldn't change her statement, because they were threatening to take away her kids. They were threatening to ruin her life. They were threatening to put her in jail along with him if she didn't testify. Because at the time, this was like the 70s or 80s. And this couple, like, they weren't a couple, but they were friends, and he was driving her. And, like, she recanted. They forced some other guy to testify that it was this guy that he saw. He recanted. Like, everyone recanted that this was what happened. But the police wouldn't take it. Like, they were, like, because the thing was, they were saying that, like, how do we know they're lying then and not lying now? And that kind of, and the person who was in charge of, like, the department and all, and, like, you know, charging people, said that that's a terrible precedence to send, that if they lie the first time, that even if they come out with the truth at a later point, they won't be believed. Like, the change won't be believed. And you go forbidden, now I'm talking about murder. Yeah, I'm talking about, like, true crime. I was watching, like, a series on, like, The Innocents. A couple of stories from the Innocents Project. And how, like, case stuff was being changed and looked at. So, yeah. I changed to talking about murder. Oh, I'm sorry. It was a bit of a change. It was definitely a change in direction. Oh. But yeah, I was watching it, and it was really fascinating. From like all the things that went wrong in these cases, and the thing is, the courts adamantly tried to protect these things from being gone back on. They were adamantly trying to force these people to just take their sentence, because they didn't want to admit to their crimes, and like what had gone wrong behind the scenes, and the kind of like behind the scenes nonsense that happened that caused them to be charged to begin with. They just didn't want to talk about it. They didn't want to discuss it. They didn't want to like have to face the music. None of that. So obviously, you know, that's a problem. They eventually did, because they had new people in power, and one of the guys, when he took over, he actually fired like 3/4 of the department of like prosecutors, because he was a defense attorney. And he saw the way that the people in his office were operating in relation to the police department, in relation to like crimes being like looked into, and he didn't appreciate. He wanted things to go differently, because he decided, like, good defender, like good public defender. He obviously got voted in, which not a lot of people thought was gonna happen, because it's not common for defense attorneys to get like voted in for that kind of stuff, as far as I'm aware. Oop. Do I have any more spaces in my pockets? Yeah, I've got two. Brilliant. I can take this. And I can take pizza. Boop. So I ended up over here in the museum area to unterraform this. I was like, oh no, I'm gonna go unterraform the other side. Apparently not. Apparently I decided this was the side I needed to be on. Because I gotta go pick up another shovel. Anyways. Drop. Oh yeah. And then after that, I was watching a set on like, so there's these two people who were involved in this one lab where in this state most of the drug testing was being done out of, like for cases anyways. Like this is where all the like the stuff went to be tested. And one of them was lying about her credentials, so she wasn't properly testing anything because she couldn't have been, but she didn't know how to do it. And then the other one was on drugs. Like, she had a heavy addiction, so she was actually using the drugs that she was supposed to be testing from, like, near when she started the job. She was taking them, and so her argument is that, like, she knows they were guilty because if they weren't good drugs, she wouldn't have used them. That's her argument. I'm like, your argument is if the drugs were bad, you wouldn't have, like, I don't know what kind of an argument that's supposed to be. I just don't. It's like, oh yeah, if the drugs were bad, wouldn't have used them. Like, what? Why is that the argument? Excellent. 420 channel points. You're doing great. I think the only thing I'm pretty sure. Yeah, I only have one thing that's 420, and I made it hydrate. I thought there should be something, that was it, and I couldn't think of anything good for it, but I thought I'd do hydrate. But you should definitely feel proud. I remember talking with someone once and they didn't realize that people automatically got 320 channel points just for following them. They didn't realize that because they were like making challenge things for like people who'd been around a while. has 420 channel points. I'm like, dude, you realize that, like, all you have to have been is, like, following for a while, right? Like, follow for that? Like, they're making it as, like, 300 channel points or something, and they're like, oh my god, what? I was like, yeah. They only need to have been following for, like 0 seconds. If they follow you, they can enter. She was like, oh my god, no. I was like, yeah. That's exactly what's gonna happen. But you know, you live and learn. I'm taking photos of all the destruction. I remember when I first made this area. I was very proud of myself. And now look at it, it's going back to nothing. It's so weird to see it like being flattened all again. I can't believe how many flowers I have. Dear God, I don't think I have enough shovels or pot. Oh, mildly doomed. Mildly. It's okay. It's gonna be fine. It's going to be fine. I mean, who doesn't love flowers? The shrubs will eventually all move, so they're in a different area. So this moving them all into one place. It's just so like while I sort them out. I'll eventually, I think, move the items again, and then move the shrubs. But I'll do that, like, probably off stream, so it's not, like, boring people mindlessly. Because, like, some of my exams are coming up, so I'll be streaming, like, on and off. I'm gonna try and stream Tuesday, but I may not be able to stream on, like, Thursday. No, wait. I'll stream on Thursday, but I may not be able to stream Tuesday. That was the one I was thinking of. I feel like you're working minimum wage every time I see my flowers. It's every time you sell your flowers to me and Tommy. Fair. It's very fair. I mean, it's basically nothing that they give us. Considering the flowers, I mean, I'm sure you can get money for the flowers with time, but they don't really seem to have a value in the flowers. And you're like, but Isabel likes them. Why can't you like my flowers? Don't you like the flowers? Okay, we're gonna fill in some of this. So eventually I'm gonna block in all the flowers once I've placed them all down. So that way they don't spread. Because that is the least I need. I do not need a spreading wall of flowers. That sounds like a terrible idea. The last thing anyone needs is a spreading wall of flowers. Can you just imagine it? You go away for like a week and then you come back and it's like, oh, I only placed 6 flowers. Oh, look. It's 1 billion flowers. I still laugh that unlike in New Leaf, when you abandon your flowers for a while, they don't like die out. They don't all like kapoof. They like spread and just take over. And you're like, dear God, why? What happened here? So I think I'm gonna try and pick up all these shrubs first, actually. Alright, so we're gonna go and pick up all these shrubs. And move them. We're gonna try and make a plan out of it. Shrub, and pick up. Shrub it up, down. Boop. So when I placed it all down, I was trying to like make it into a pattern. I really did try and make it into a cute little pattern. For reasons. Do I have any shrubs up there? I do have shrubs up there. Okay. I might leave those shrubs for the minute until I fill in some of this terraforming. No, let's fill it in now. Because I had to like make a spot somewhere up there. Pick it all up. No. Oh wait, yeah, when I fill this in, this will give me the spot I need. Excellent. Alright. I loved displaying art and like building these areas. It was really cute and fun. But now I'm just like, what was I thinking? Like, what was I thinking placing this? Yeah, obviously when I placed all this, didn't think someday I would have to, like, destroy it. I was not planning that far ahead. I was like, no. Why would I ever need to remove these things? Why would be moving these things as a thing? Remember when I made this like area over here with these shrubs? I was trying to make like a little mini shrub calendar. I have never looked at it as a shrub calendar since. Made it, forgot about it, moved on with my day. You know something I wish? I wish the whale figurine, like the like whale shark, was actually more impressive. Because I wanted to place it kind of like, you know how like in a lot of museums they'll have like a big whale like hanging up? I know the one near museum here in my city does. And so I kind of, at the time, wanted to place it kind of like one of those. It did not work out that way. It worked out very differently. Oh man, I put so much work into this area. So many items. So detailed. I remember now how long it took me. It took me hours to build this. It took me literal hours to do all this. So this is probably going to be a two-stream flattening. I can already feel it. I can feel it in my bones. I'm not going to do any flattening off stream. No. I'm going to do all the flattening on stream. It's going to be great. What could possibly go wrong? Boop. All flattened. Boop. But no, my job is customer service. So, something that I always like to think about when it comes to customer service, because I basically work minimum wage. It's how it's so ridiculous. You have to be like super polite and kind to people, and they're allowed to behave like trash monkeys towards you. And you have to just smile and take it. Be like, oh, thank you so much for treating me like a trash monkey. Oh, thank you so much. I'm just gonna like take it, and it's gonna be fine. And you get in trouble if you like behave as anything else. And I'm like, that's why I'm always trying to be nice to like customer service people. Like, there are times when you genuinely have to complain because they're just not doing their job. Like, genuinely not doing it. It does happen. Never feel bad when that happens, because if they're not doing what they're supposed to, and you're trying to give them the benefit of the doubt and be a nice person, there's not a lot you can do about that besides just like be like, okay, cool, gotta do it, it's gotta be done. Sadly enough. Boop. Why did I change from the ladder? But yeah, sometimes it just sucks because like people expect that you accept that the customer is always right. And you're like, no, customer is not always right. Sometimes the customer is wrong. Like what they're saying is actually wrong, like factually wrong. Because they're saying like, oh no, we can do this, and you're like, no, you actually can't. Like you physically can't. I understand that you think you can, but you can't. And so as a person who has the delightful pleasure of telling you that you can't, here is why you can't. Mr. Krabs, the money is always right. Yeah, no, they're not. No matter what anyone tries to tell you, sometimes they are not. And they just think that they're right, and they will behave like they're right, like stubborn children. And you have to be like, okay, cool, great. Because, you know, I'm like yeah, sure, sometimes you want to be extra helpful because, like, the person's been in a shitty situation and you're trying to be nice, right? But it doesn't always happen. And so, you know, it's just the reality. I don't know. Like, the fact that anyone expects, like, that they can behave like trash monkeys, and you just have to, and you're just gonna smile and bear it, because they're the paying customer, they obviously don't realize that you have the right to refuse service. Because it's a thing. You can't just refuse service. Be like, I'm sorry, trash monkey, but I'm gonna say a hard no. And thank you for playing. The customer is not always right. Come back never. And the thing is, I actually prefer... Sadly, I like once said, I prefer angry customers to crying customers. Not the case. I think I prefer the crying customers. I genuinely think I prefer them when they're crying, because at least then they're usually just like... They're usually a little nicer. It's just like they're frustrated and you're like, I'm gonna try and help. I remember once when I was working in Red Rooster, this was ages ago. Ages and ages and ages ago. So our policy was that, like, you could call ahead if you needed you had to call ahead if you wanted a large quantity of chickens. And we would hold the chickens for you if you were within, like, 10 minutes away. Or we would promise that we would, like, we'd tell you the cook time, for any over that. Like, that was kind of like what we did. I don't know if it's changed since then, but that was what the store I was at did. And one time this customer called up, asked for it, because they'll hold them for like 10 minutes, 10 to 15 for you, and then they'll sell them. Or they'll put some on within that period. But you have to put a deposit down on the chickens, and you lose that deposit. Because, like, they don't want to waste the chickens. You have to, like, put a deposit down on the chickens. When you order that, when you order more than, like, I think it's like 2 or 3. Like, because they can reserve a chicken for you. You have to accept the fact that it'll be a colder chicken. And if you don't want to order it fresh in store, they normally encourage you to just order it fresh if it's one chicken. Or you can, like, call up and order, like, because nowadays you can call up and order one and, like, it'll track when you come closer to the store, and so they won't start making your order until you're within, like, 15-minute range, usually. Sometimes 20, and you have to select the, yeah, I'm on my way button. A lot of stores now do that, through the app. But at the time, you had to put a deposit down, because this was, like, before a lot of the apps that we have nowadays. This was, like, 2012. 2013. So it was a very different time. I'm just gonna say that. It was a different time. It was a different year. It was definitely a different way of living. At least in relation to fast food places. I do like their policies now. It would have made the job easier, but it resulted in, like, this woman coming in, entitled as all hell. Like, you could just smell the entitlement off her. It was in her clothing, it was in the car. As someone who went to a fancy school and was, like, one of the poorer kids in the fancy school, you could tell the really rich parents, because the thing is, the more money they had, the more entitled they felt to a certain quality of service and a certain, like, everything. I'm like, just because you have more money, you're still buying fast food at a fast food place, and you get treated the same as every other customer who has put a deposit down. And if you're not here within a certain time frame, we have the right to sell the chickens, hold on to the deposit, and either give you the deposit back or cook you fresh chickens when you get here. And so this person decided to rock up 10 minutes before closing. At that point, normally the cook, like, it was like 5 or 10 minutes. Normally at that point, like, the cook had left. They left one of the other cashiers who could do like basic stuff, you know, like cook fries, that kind of thing. Because it wasn't that complicated to cook some of the like more basic things. But we were at the point where it was like we knew we weren't gonna cook chickens anymore, like the full roast chickens. You just had to like take nuggets or like one of these like little pack things that was easy enough to cook. But no, this lady still wanted her full roast, and we're like, we can't give you the full roast because the actual cook is gone. Like, they had to leave. And they were allowed to leave, like, legally. So they did. And as a result, this lady was like, I want to speak with the manager, I want to complain about you. So the manager, who happened to be just around the corner, like he was sitting there typing on his computer while listening to this the whole time, was like, hello? What can I do for you? And it's just like, dude, what? So, you know, I love when people are like, I want to speak to the manager. Now, don't get me wrong. If there's like a legitimate problem, there's nothing wrong with speaking to the manager. But if the reason you need to speak to the manager is because you, like, you're just not happy with the way, with like that server, like with their quality of service or whatever it is that they've said to you, because what they said to you isn't the answer you wanted. And it's not like because that there actually still is a problem, but because like you just want, like, you think you're better than that and you deserve better than that. Like, it's not, there's special considerations. Like, sometimes it is okay to talk to them. I will not hold it against people if they actually do have a problem and they need to speak with one. Because, like, the server's just being special, or there's actually genuinely something wrong, and the person just needs, like, an extra quality of help. Because I've done it with, like, phone stuff. I had my phone, the phone company I go through, they accidentally put my account into my mom's name and then attached my email to her account. So I was getting all the emails for my mother's internet account, like phone stuff. So she wasn't able to pay the bills because it was all under my name with my email. But she was like, it was really weird, and we're like, we have no idea why they thought changing over emails, because you're not actually, I've checked into it, and they're not supposed to change emails and stuff like that without actually speaking with the customer and saying, hey, is this okay? Like, it's an actual thing, so we have no idea how it, like, auto-changed somewhere in the system. Like, no idea. But it did. Whatever ungodly reason. And so as a result, we had to deal with, like, changing all this back over, and we had to do, like, multiple visits to this phone company store, and my mom was upset. I was upset. I cried. Because we were just very frustrated and angry, and we'd been fighting about it, and I was like, I didn't cause this. I didn't do anything. I thought it was put in my name, because I honestly, like, they made me sign contracts and everything saying that my phone account was in my name. That it had just originated under her phone account. But because they didn't like the fact that she only used the landline and they wanted an attached, like, prepaid plan mobile or some nonsense, they'd, like, changed it into my name. And I was like, why on God's earth would I want that? Why? Like, it makes no unearthly sense why you would do that. I don't know. Just buffoonery. Absolute buffoonery. Regardless of that, it kinda got fixed. I did receive an email recently that was for her, so I just forwarded it on. But apart from that, all of the stuff appears to be back to what it was before. No idea who changed it, how it was changed, why it was changed. It's changed back now. But it was very annoying at the time. I was like, I don't need this kind of a change in my life, and it was during exam time, so I was already stressed as all anything with my uni stuff. I didn't really need this kind of like extra level of difficulty. You know, like when it rains, it pours. Essentially is the lesson in this. When you think things are going fine, you're like, oh no, nothing stressful's gonna happen. Yeah, that's when all the stressful stuff happens. Expected. Don't be surprised by it like I was. Just expect fiasco and you'll be fine. Okay, you're gonna go eat breakfast, BRB? Yeah, that's fine, go ahead. I'm just having a rant about like why they thought it was a good idea. I will never understand. It is a befuddle to me. A befuddlement. Bum, ba, bum, 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 ba, bum, bum, bum. Man, this berry looks so empty now. You would not think that so much was here, only like just before. It would not occur to you. This would not be a thought you would have. You go, oh, this area looks like it has a lot of things in it. No. No, you would not say that. You would be like, oh, this area looks so empty. You planning on doing anything with it? You planning on decorating? You gonna decorate anything with this spot? Doo-doo. Boop. I kind of wonder, so we're allowed to place those like standing ladder things like on the island? We're gonna be allowed to do that. I'm kind of curious if it'll allow villagers to climb, like, you know, from the update direct thing they had, and they're like, oh yeah, they'll be able to like place permanent ladders on the island, right? I'm kind of curious if that means like permanent and like the villagers will be able to use it, or if like they can't use it and it's just for like us. I'm genuinely curious if they'll be able to use them, because it'll mean having to like hunt them down in very special spots if they can. Because, you know, villagers like to find that one nook or cranny to just, like, hide in and be a nuisance. Because they're like, oh yeah, we're fine here. You can find us later. And you're like, how was I supposed to find you here? Nothing previously would make me go, oh yeah, this is the spot. Alright, I'll get rid of this. Boop. This is both calming and also just like, there's gotta be a faster way. Imagine if we could just highlight all the flowers and move them at once. Imagine the witchcraft. I would love it if that like ability from Happy Home Designer would come over. I know it's not going to, I'm not delusional, but it would be so cute if it would. And you'd be like, oh look, I've just easily moved all these flowers. I'm excited for the vines. That's the main reason I'm not fully decorating anything yet. And I'm just clearing it all out, flattening it, moving the flowers, sorting all the items that I want to keep and the ones that I can sell. The main reason I'm going to do all that. And go through the houses and decide which rooms need to be fully redone and which ones are only going to be partially redone. I'm gonna put signs on the ones that are gonna be fully redone. I'll do 2 more items, okay. I want to clear up to this line, so I can just flatten all this. Not guess there were so many things here before. You just wouldn't. This whole area is Dump Flower Palooza. Because this side is going to be the side that I'm most not sure about what I'm placing here yet. You know? I'm still like deciding. place this one here. Shrub. I love the shrubs. I just wish they were easier to plant after you move them, you know? Like, just easier to move in general. But I had to have an area to dump all the flowers and items, and this is it. They will get sorted again. It's just... yeah, I have to move them all off the higher levels first. Kurt. Come on, bud. Don't be a pain. Come on. I'm gonna have to, like, get a tiny pathway and just shove Kurt over here. Kurt, you're either gonna get stuck up there, or I'm gonna shove you down this hill. There is no in-between zone. Alright, let's go get another shovel. Shovel, shovel, shovel. Oh wait, I can just chop this tree down while I'm here. Because this one's just getting chopped. But no. I'm like, it's cathartic and calming, but it's also just like, villagers, could you not come into this area right now? Could you please? Could you, like, go anywhere else? Like, anywhere at all. Just, like, pick an area. Pick some zone or place that ain't here. And go be there. Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate your business. There's totally a place to plant it. Thank you. Alright, time to go get more shovels. We're just gonna pick up like 2 shovels. Because it's gonna be a lot of moving with those ones. Or should I grab 3? 1, 2, 3. How many more shovels do I have? 1. Okay, so I have 1 more shovel and then I gotta buy more shovels. Because I cannot be bothered with, like, individual anything. Oh wait, I forgot this was over here. We'll fill this in while we're at it. Hey Fuchsia. Glad you can make it to the party. I'm so glad you're here. This is a real hoot and a half. I'm glad you're enjoying your day with your little baggie. Oh man. Fuchsia. See, when I got her, she's still so bright. I would see her and I'd just be like, dear God, my eyes, they're like physically burning to look at her, you know, because she's like a highlighter. She's so thorough. Go away, Fuchsia. You can tell when a village is near because you're like, I am adequately hitting where this water is supposed to be. And you still can't. You're just like casually missing. Because there's absolutely no way you're gonna hit it. I wish that you could, like, cause you know how like you have one color set for the ones you can get. I wish the ones in Town Hall would be the same color as the ones you can actually get. So it wasn't 2 different colors. That's the only nitpick I really have about, you know, the Town Hall, like, lights, because I think they're cute. I like Town Hall. I also wish you could decorate it sometimes, you know, like, especially, even if it's just not, like, okay, so it's not, like, mass decorating Town Hall, but if you could, like, pick from a list of things you'd like to decorate in certain spots in Town Hall, you know, like, that are out of the way, the corners or something. You know, like, seasonal items you could change in the Town Hall. And then, like, when the season is over, the items go away. And you have to, like, pick new ones. Like, that would be cute. It's not too intrusive either. But, you know, gotta have dreams. Anything in my pocket? Yeah. Alright. Cliffity cliff. Swear to God, Bob, if you go up there. So we gotta control the access up here. Can't do it that way. There's gonna be this like little area over here that you can still get up to because of this like incline combined with like the water. And I know that. It's fine. Kinda. I'm gonna control the path a bit more. Okay. That's been done there. Is there anyone up here? Anyone at all? You guys here? No? Cool. Great. I'm gonna go back down. We're gonna just check over here one sec. Because I don't want anyone up here that I have to like shove down the hill. Fuchsia, come on, buddy. And you're seated? Fine. I'll leave one pathway between the museum and the staircase. You're getting a total of 1. And the thing is, if you reset, it'll go away. Apparently. Okay. We're gonna etch out the remainder of the area that's going away. So we're only leaving the area that A, Fuchsia needs to go down to get out. Ah! Fuchsia's going down. Excellent. What great timing, Fuchsia. I like that they follow the paths when you place them. Like, they will genuinely follow the paths you place. But they never went up through, like, this area. Like, the area up the top there. I need to double check. She's actually come down, right? No one's over here. No one over here. No one. Okay, cool. It doesn't appear like anyone else is up there. So I can block this off now. If anyone's up there, I'm terribly sorry. I'll have to build you a pathway just so I can push you down the hill. And I will do it. I'll do it too. So you guys can only come up here into this area that I'll demolish once I can demolish this bridge and incline. That's the main problem. I wish you could demolish 1 bridge and 1 incline per day. You can only do 1 and 1. Which makes me a little sad. But oh well. And you two stay there. Have fun. I'm just gonna take a photo of this monstrosity. This is a disaster in the making. Letting you know I've been chilling here. Yeah, no worries. Thanks for chilling. I'm just, you know, talking to myself apparently. Like a crazy person. Because I'm at least determined to erase most of one area before I like raid into someone else. Because I'm thinking this is gonna take me 2 streams to do. Because I started a little later than I intended to. Because I had planned to start like 2 hours earlier, so I would have had 2 more hours of this. Plus I have like work tomorrow. Sadly. I mean, like, sure, work gives me money to like live, which is great. It's just like, it's gonna be Monday. I think I have like a holiday on Friday. I'm sighing because I also have like a bunch of Yeti things to prepare for. Hey Ultima, how you doing? How's your day going? You having a good day? It must be early for you, right? Like early in the morning? Because I know it's early in the morning for me. I definitely should have ended the stream like a half hour ago. So I will be ending stream soon. Once I've done this bit of terraforming, I will be, because I need to. I understand that I can't keep going. And I'm not gonna do it in my own time. I'm specifically saving the joy of terraforming for stream. Because I want to like record the entire destruction process. Just for my own like recording of it in Zen. I'm like, no, it's not every day you get to destroy your whole island, is it? I haven't been here in a while. No, it's alright. Don't feel bad for not being here. I assumed you were off like living your life and doing stuff. If I don't see people, I always assume they're off like living their life. Well, I'm alright. Yeah, I got my first vaccine yesterday. My first vaccine shot. I'm still working at my job. I still don't love my job, but I have like goals in relation to my mind now, at least. Like when I'm gonna keep going until with it. And like goals in relation to it. And like things that I like for it. So I'm not as depressed about it anymore. And I'm like, in my mind, I'm like, even if I fail one of my courses this semester, it's not too big a deal because I can always redo it next year. I don't want to fail it, but it's not the end of the world if I do. Because then it'll split out my courses into like a more manageable time period. And then I'll only have 3 courses left to do each term in my final year. And if I fail, I'll probably keep this job for at least for like another period of time. Yeah, no, I'm studying hard. I don't want to fail it. I'm aiming to pass it all. It's just I'm saying it to myself so I feel calmer about it, so I don't panic about it. Didn't you see this town before? I mean, you have seen my town before. It's just like you haven't seen me dismantling my town before. You haven't seen me terraforming it before. You've probably only seen me, like, decorating it before. And hey, Avocado. Welcome back. Glad to see you back. But yeah, I briefly went on a tangent up there. But no, this recent DLC from Animal Crossing, the one they announced, right? It really brought back my anger of like Ultra Sun and Moon. I don't know if anyone remembers those games. But oh boy, were they special. Because the thing is, we had like Sun and Moon, right? But they did Ultra Sun and Moon, and the Ultra Sun and Moon could have just been DLC. No one can tell me that those games shouldn't have just been DLC. X and Y were really good. I didn't hate Sun and Moon. It was an okay game. Like, series. Like, they were okay. But it's not my favorite. I did like some of the new Pokemon they added in. because some of them were pretty cool. I will give them that. But apart from that, not that big a difference, I guess. The game, I'm really excited about Diamond and Pearl. So my 2 games in November are gonna be Animal Crossing. My 2 main ones, anyways, are gonna be Animal Crossing and Pokemon Diamond and Pearl. Because I'm determined to play through those games. Like, I loved Diamond and Pearl. Because it comes out on a Friday. So I'm probably gonna end up doing a, like, surprise 24-hour stream. Or, like, surprise 12-hour stream. When it comes out, because I'm just gonna wanna, like, keep playing it. Because Diamond and Pearl was the one that I got on DS. You still haven't gotten Sword and Shield, I mean? They're not the best. They're okay. There's better Pokemon games out there, honestly. Oh no, so it comes out a few days after your birthday. So you can use all that birthday money on them. You're like, guys, for my birthday, just buy me Pokemon. Come on. What you doing? I've recently reached the age where my my aunt and uncle, because I'm like one of my aunt and uncles, no longer feels the need to give me a present, just a card. And I'm like, guys, I don't even want the card. I never wanted the card. I've never felt the inclination to add to my clutter by a card. Just send me an e-card. If you're just gonna send me a card, honestly. Your birthday presents these days are like, you survived another year. Yeah, like my grandma and my mom still give me presents. Because I live here. And my mom's like, we'll probably still continue, like the, you know, small gifts you usually get from your parents. Like something cute, maybe a gift card, occasionally some cash. Those are the kinds of things you get usually as you get older, or like, you know, a bottle of something or a 6-pack, you know. It varies parent to parent. So, you know, I'm sure I'll probably always get some. I'm their only child, so they only have to buy 2 presents a year if they're going with that policy. Realistically, they only have to buy 2. Oh yeah, so most of the stuff I buy for myself. My friends and I occasionally will like buy each other gifts for seeing each other. Most of the time the gift is like, hey, we'll buy you a meal. Like, we'll pay you in food. Now that you think about it, birthdays are basically saying, yeah, you're becoming... Yeah, basically, it's just like, congratulations, you're 1 year closer to death. Hooray. Like, don't get me wrong, there's still a long time between, hopefully there's still a long time between now and death, but like, you know what I mean. I wish you could, okay, my only complaint with terraforming is I wish you could set it to a function where it's like, in terraforming you either want to like add cliff or take away cliff. Add water or take away water. You know, like where you could set it to it only does one or the other within that one, like a toggle, you could toggle between. That would be great. Whoever invented that must have hated someone and celebrated them becoming old. They enjoyed it and looked at it. Yeah, probably. They probably do. They probably have some greater, like, moment of being like, excellent, I created this. It's like everything comes from somewhere. Like every event, holiday, celebration started with something. It's like weddings. Like white wedding dresses only really started to come around because of the royal family. And like it became, and like this time period it became more fashionable. My slingshot. Not more DIYs. I didn't need a DIY. I have all the DIYs. Fine. I'm just gonna go buy another slingshot now. Cause I know it's coming. Terraforming, digging, dirt removing. Oh my. Wait, I'm also gonna sell this. Bye-bye, tree. Aha, Fuchsia. I've defeated you and you can't get back to the museum. I am glad that they didn't make the ladder and the vaulting pool destructible. You know? Like, imagine if, like, after a certain number of uses, you had to remake the ladder. Like, imagine the catastrophe that would be. I cannot see that going well. Nothing in me sees that as going well. Nah, so like, as you can see, I'm getting somewhere with the flowers. Somewhere. And this is the things to go to the second island dump zone. When you get stuck on a hill, you have no Nook miles per second, you get game over. Right? Imagine that fiasco of just being like, oh no. As you can see, a very flower-filled side. Oh yeah, I'm gonna fill in this bit of water. You know what? I'm gonna fill in this little bit of water while I'm here. So, getting down this way won't be such a pain. People who look at the skeleton of animals in the museum don't think that they're looking at dead animal skeletons or something. No. I still remember watching this thing of like a docu-series on like people who were arguing against evolution. Like it's like because I do one of the courses I'm doing is like the history of religion and science. And some of the things people say in this, like the stuff I've read, I'm just like, people are so dumb. People are still dumb. Some of it still exists. Some of those arguments are still being made by people who are actually living and breathing in the modern era. And I'm like, why? Why did you think this was a logical argument? Absolutely baffling. But apparently some people think that those things actually make sense. So who am I to judge? Am I? You know, let them live in their little bubble of lies. I'm sure it's a happy place. Hopefully. Hopefully they're not in a job that makes any kind of real decisions for the world. So essentially, apart from... What is this one? Yeah, this is a weed. Okay, so from this little edge here, this part here, that way, I'm replanting this weed. That one. Okay, apart from that weed, everything like that way is being left. Like that. But I will be filling in the cliff. You hate to leave early, but I must get ready for the day now. Hope to see you soon. Good luck on Terror. Oh, thanks for just stopping by and saying hey, Ultima. It was nice to see you after a while. I know, like, things sometimes, like, don't match up, so it was really nice to, like, see you. Say hey. Because I'm sure you've been busy. So thank you so much for stopping by. And I'm watching you terraform. Because it's just stimulating. I just know that this is like A-grade stimulation. This bug, welcome to the bear cave. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you're having a lovely day. But do you play Animal Crossing? And if so, who's your favorite villager? I know mine. Mine is Buck and Leonardo. Those are my faves. Buck from New Horizons and Leonardo in the New Leaf. I know that they're both like the same type of jock, but you know, I see the difference, and that's what matters. You used to blast you out on your Animal Crossing and stand near a waterfall and just listen. I mean, fair enough. If that's what brings you joy, then go for it. It's a good day so far. I was looking for someone else working on island so I can listen while I work on mine. Well, thank you so much for coming by and watching me terraform. Well, like listening while you decorate as well. Your favorite villager is Carmen, cute little mint and brown bunny. Oh, that's cute. No, I don't hear as many about people having the bunnies as their favorites. I don't know why. A lot of the bunnies are really cute. I know that at one point I considered having an all-bunny island, because it's one of the few villagers that, like, has all the different... I think it's one of the only ones that has all the different personality types. That one, cats... There's not very many that have, like, all the personality types. Yeah, you've been following me for a couple months now, Dumpling. You're a huge fan of the new bunny that was shown in the trailer? Yeah, her name's Sasha. I really like the deer Shino. Because I'm thinking about in relation, because one of the areas I'm doing is, like, kind of a fairy forest, and so I kind of want to have a village in there that's kind of mystical, and I am doing the challenge of getting every villager photo, so of course it's like, yeah, I also have to keep that in mind of like a bunch of the villagers are going to rotate out all the time, but I think want to have a villager in there that kind of suits it. But that's your cat's name? What, Shino or Sasha? Shino is very cool looking. Yeah, like you love her Japanese. Yeah, the folklore look. The thing is, it's gonna come down in part. I kind of want to see what her house interior looks like, you know? Because I don't want to have her if her house is awful on the outside. Because the thing is, you can change the insides. The inside doesn't matter as much. But if the look I'm looking for isn't matched in like her exterior, even I will eventually have her on my island, but she won't be the villager I want to place in there. You know? The villagers are gonna be scared when they walk into your house in the new update and see like 50. Yeah, no, they're just gonna be like, what happened? And you're like, well, you see, I went a little mad and I got all the photos. If I'm gonna try and fish in the next like day, I'm doomed. I'm gonna have to only fish ocean fish. This filling in the river part, definitely the easiest part of this. Boop. First I have to go up there to finish filling it in, but you know, one problem at a time. You feel that some villagers got their ugly exteriors. I'm so glad you got Marty with his exterior matched what you were going for. He's gonna have a little bee and honey farm type here. Oh, that's really cute. Yeah, that's adorable. I bet Marty would love it. See, this is my like apiary. I do plan to keep the apiary. I'm just gonna like move it a bit. And have it closer to like the farm area I'm gonna make. So it'll kind of fit in better. It's really cute. I really like it. It's just, you know, I'm changing it with the island. So, not much else I gotta do about it. Is there any other water? Oh yeah, there's one down here. I can't believe I have to move all these flowers. I obviously put myself into a world of pain. I think the only areas that I'm leaving up in the air are the ones with Watson and Sherlock's houses. And the ones with the rocks. Because all the rocks are on the second level. Out with the old, in with the new. Moving the flowers is the worst part, yeah. Moving the flowers is a nightmare. But it's okay, it has to be done. I've accepted it. Kinda. And I'm gonna move all the pumpkins. So I might start just picking up items as I go and moving the items. That might be a little easier. I move all the items. And close down these like DIY things and pick up the weeds. So then all I've got to deal with is the flowers. Boo-boo-boo. Okay, cool. Because I'm also cutting down all the trees. I like how I'm avoiding my museum area by doing this. I was like, museum area who? What museum area? I don't know what you're talking about. Museum areas? There's a museum on the island? I know nothing of this. What is this tomfoolery? I love using weeds as decorations. So it makes me a little sad, like, taking them all down, but it has to be done. Has to be done. I don't know why I started singing there. I'm obviously losing it. I've been staring at weeds too long. I was like, oh yes, it's Weedapalooza. Time to start with the singing. Ghosty boy. Oop. Knocking out all. Wish they'd implement a flattening function with enough or something. Have them chuck your items into storage. Default looking island work with him. Yeah. I mean, I'd say I'd want that, but like, my island has a lot of things in it, and I don't have enough room in storage. I'd be doomed. I would be emphatically doomed. Oop. Gotta get another axe. Destruction. Yeah, no, there's a lot of items. There's a lot of items here. And I get to move them all. Isn't that great? I mean, to be fair, I really liked the look of my island. It was very cute. But it's time. I brought this disaster on myself. This island seems really put together. Has this been your design all along, or have you changed it before? So, I've kind of done a couple things. So I've had two different versions before this. Didn't really like either. Ended up circling back around and redoing, like flattening the whole thing and doing this. At a certain point, which is how I ended up with this. Because I just like kept going until I found what I kind of wanted out of the island, you know? So it took a while for me to get to this point with it. But I eventually got here, and I'm very happy with how it turned out. It's just, I know with all the new items in the update, I was doing this before the update, but I know that with the new items coming in the update, I will really, really, really badly want to redo everything. And so as a result, I'm just like, you know what? Why don't we just do this? because I knew I'd want to. I knew I'd want to flatten the whole thing. I wanted to flatten it anyways. But this just like, this is now in preparation. I just had to find the right dream address day to save the island on, you know? X. But yeah, this took me ages to build. So I'm a little sad to like removing it all, but it had to be done, you know? To start over, one has to. You know, redo things and like change things and take stuff down. So, you know, it's gonna be weird for a while, me looking at this island and being like, dear God, what did I do? Why did I do this to myself? It's okay, I'll find a greater peace. Okay, what one is this? Country fencing again. Oh wait, no. That's right, I think I have more country fencing on the island. Travel XX. Straighten up. Alright, and a shirt. Biker jacket. We'll put the biker jacket over here. Yeah, you started sort of half flying around a few months ago, lost interest until the update got announced, so now you're trying to build it up again to be a little... I'm sure your island is fine. I'm sure it's not that bad. You gotta go eat? Yeah, buy a dumpling. Yeah, I'm sure your island's not that bad. I know that my island is going to look like trash for a while. Because it's gonna be this. Just like, oh look at all the places that are being terraformed into nothing. I'm taking pictures of it all because I want to commemorate the fact that I destroyed this island. I had a fully built island, and I'm just like, nah, bro. Nah. We are destroying it all. Welcome to the destruction. It's mostly just the flowers that have me like, just hordes of them everywhere. Yeah, the flowers are definitely the thing that takes the longest. That's why I'm just going from picking up a bunch of the items. Because I'm like, that's probably the easiest part. Moving the items. You know? Because they're just like, if you pick all of them up, then you only have flowers you have to place. And drop. If you've gathered everything else, like for the most part, there'll be odd items you can't pick up without picking up flowers too. Plus, I'm also trying to keep all the fruit. So that way when I replant everything, I've got fruit to do it with. Because that's part of the challenge. No, don't build a back wall. Yeah, my pronouns are she, her. But I don't really mind. If someone calls me they, cool. But whatever. I'm chill. Placing items. I don't know why I keep singing it. I'm obviously not a singer. This actually helps, like, picking everything up as you go, because then I don't have to worry. Where is this thing? Aha! Knew there was a hole. I hate when you go to... Yeah, I'm like, I don't want to pick the flower. Why is it picking the flower? Nothing about me said, oh hey, I want to pick the flower right now. No, I did not say that. And in fact, did not come out of me. I was like, oh yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? Not pick the flowers. That was fun. pretty much the same, she, her, but in general, feel the same way. Yeah, is it that I'm not able to, like, I'm trying to fill you in. I think I was thinking that I was trying to eat the flower plot. I'm like, no, I don't want to eat the flower plot. Thank you very much. Thank you, but no thank you. But yeah, so I'm like, whatever is fine as long as, like, I'll correct people when if they say, like, he or him, because I'm like, I'm not that. But apart from that, I don't really mind. I've got a pretty good use of water lever. Yeah, like, I wanted the island to look natural. It was my attempt to make it look as natural as possible. I'm gonna try and do the same thing when I do the new island as well. Like, make it still look natural, you know? Because I don't want to, because I'm trying to make the island seem like it could theoretically be real, you know? Like, in theory, real. And the reason I don't sell any of these things is some of them are just hard to come by. Some of them I'm gonna reuse. You know, you never know what you're gonna want. This is just me picking it all up. I know some people, when they do this, they like sell everything. That's not really my style. I'm not usually a big seller of the things. You know? Instruction sign. Oh, yeah. But as you can see, it's kind of like a work in progress. The key point is to avoid picking up flowers. Because I don't need the flower petals. I just need to, like, dig up the flowers when it's time. I'm very proud of what my museum area was. It was really pretty, and I do hope that my new museum area, which will be a different kind of vibe, will be a different, like, it'll be different. We'll still have the same kind of, like, vibe, I guess, is what I'm saying. Of, like, it still oods, like, this is the museum area. And, like, you're here to, like, look at the cool stuff, you know? Plus, there'll be Brewster. So, you know, he'll be out and chilling as well. Is there? Yeah. Taking all the custom DIYs down. Is this still back here? No good. But yeah, you may notice gnomes all over. And that's because I did a gnome. I have a gnome hunt on my island. So I actually have, like, gnomes dropped all over the island. You know what? I'm gonna leave these axes over here. For the moment, I'm gonna place these over here so I can pick up a couple more things. Drop. 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 So I can pick up some more stuff. Some more stuffy stuffs. But yeah, I like fully did all this just so I can undo it now. Water escaping. As you can see, this was all kind of like a big deal. This all took a lot of time that I did to build this. It took forever. this is only one side of the island. You haven't decided what you're gonna do with your museum area this time around? Last time you made the area huge and excessive and ended up not liking it much. How much space you use. This time you're gonna make it a little more conservative and natural. Just got a plant. Yeah, so that's actually something I do. So I use these custom DIY patterns I make. So I just label them and then I plot stuff out with it before I place things. So I can kind of visualize where it all might be. It's just a matter of like making sure you measure how many spaces the museum is when you do it. Yeah, I've been doing it for ages. That's actually how I planned this whole island, using that. Because water can be such a pain in the butt to place down. Like, honestly, it can be a real pain. So by doing it that way, it just avoids a bit of it. Honestly. I don't know. It's just something that I did. And I don't mind if other people pick up and do it too. Because honestly, it can really help. If you like, need someone to kind of plan stuff out with, and you're not really sure what you want to do, it can really help. But yeah. So I uploaded some of them, but I'm like, they're easy enough to make. Honestly, they're just like named tile cards. Do. Present. Yeah, my real worry was this. If this was like, people now know where I've hidden all the gnomes on the island. So I'm like, if you've seen it, and you know where the gnomes are all placed, you no longer can do this gnome hunt. I mean, you can if you want to, for funsies, to find them all yourself. But it won't really help much. Yeah, so, I don't really use my Nugmile points, so I have 284,000 on this player. And on this island, I have 8 villagers. Now, the lowest amount of Nugmile points I have on any given villager is 80,000. So yeah, I think I've got plenty of Nugmile points, honestly. I'll probably be okay. I'm glad Captain doesn't require a ticket. And you can just rock up and be like, hey, Captain, can I just go for a trip with Nugmile points? You have 110, you have 11,000 Nugmile points? Yeah, that's pretty good. I just didn't spend mine. That's honestly how that happened. Because I got gifted Nugmile tickets by someone. And I have all the amiibo, so I never went on any Nugmile hunts. Like, hunts for villagers. Because I could just use amiibo cards to tap in all the ones I wanted. So I just ended up never using my Nugmile points for any of that. Yeah. That's how that happened. But yeah, so. And normally I probably would have spent more if I didn't have to do that. You unfortunately blew almost all yours right before the update just got announced because you're looking for a villager to fill an empty plot. Oh no. Yeah, that'd do it. That would definitely do it. Yeah, I have all the amiibos, so I didn't have to bother. Which villager were you looking for, by the way? Out of curiosity? Or were you just, like, trying to find any? I know that, I was like, if I end up on a hunt, I was gonna try and find one of the new ones. Because the amiibo weren't announced yet, of course. So I still have to find the new ones. And avocado, are you planning on hunting for more? Like Nugmile points? was it. I was thinking about it and I was like, dude, why are you hunting for Nook Mile points? So essentially I do the like Nook Mile ones that are easy for me to do, or that pop up on my like list of like ones you get double for or 5 times for. I don't really bother with the rest of it. Man, I've never had to be so careful. With all these flowers in one place, I'm like, don't run, don't run, don't run. I'm internally just like, don't run. Weed. More weeds over here. Any more weeds? Weeds, weeds. Anyone got a weed? Oh look, weed time. Crack myself up. Now, I don't want to risk, like, accidentally plucking a flower with this. You know? It's just not a risk I'm willing to take. You honestly just saving up right now, the most you ever saved up is like 20,000? I mean, fair enough. I mean, they do take a while to get, especially once you've completed a lot of the main ones, like a lot of the main achievement things, and you're just doing like the daily ones you can get. At that point, it is a little harder. But it's not impossible. It's just harder. So, yeah. Most people will only save up what they need to at any given time. You know, to get to do whatever they need to. So as long as you have enough to like go on the trips you want or get the items you want, like it doesn't really matter. I mean, if you go to Treasure Islands, I'm sure you can get some of the Nook Mile tickets, like Nook Mile Ticket Islands items once the update's out, because most of the time those pop up there. But other than that, yeah, I'm still in the habit of not running over my flowers from new. I know they don't get destroyed in this one, but it's ingrained. Yeah, right. I remember one time I was on my and I ran for it through a bunch of my flowers and they all died. And I was like, oh my god, no. Because they weren't even great. I'd just run through them too many times. They like disintegrated. I still cry a little bit about that one. Just on the inside. Okay, 3 more items. Pick this bush. You know what? I'll do this while I'm here too. Then I can drop this fence. So some of you don't know is you can climb down here on this, you can climb down on my island. Because I wanted to make it easy for me to like fix anything I put down here. So I made it possible to climb down to both ends. Because I originally didn't make it possible. And so it was such a pain in the butt whenever I had to change over like shrubs or like items next to the shrubs. I was like, I don't want to deal with this. So I made it easier. Because I was just like, this is gonna be so painful. You know? You wish Captain was bells, not like miles. I know, right? Because he was 1,000 bells in New Leaf. So I don't get why they decided to change it to Nook Mile like I do. But like, I'm also like, why? Why? Why are you punishing us? So, you know, I get it, but I'm also like, ugh. It would be so much better if you could do it for just like bells. Like you used to be able to. It's just like now everyone's just like, we're doing Nook Mile ticket hunting Most of the things I see at the moment are people just like, yeah, we're just farming for Nookmel tickets at the moment. Because they're like, they used all of them on like hunts or, you know, all these different things that they needed to do and use them on. And they're like, great, so glad we didn't know. Because people were like getting their villagers in order and other stuff and ready for just Brewster. And now they're like, excellent, time to hunt for the Nookmels. My greatest dream came true. I think I can drop the country fencing now. Drop. Okay. This area is very flowery. Just like, oh look, the flowers took over again. Really bringing flashbacks of that. That's a calcifer. Now I'm gonna be right back. So I'll just be 1 moment. Okay, I'm back. Oh. Alright. Oh, cool, so your cat's name is... Did you name it after Howls? Like, after the Hat and Howls? So, something you probably wouldn't know about my island is the town tune is Merry-Go-Round from Howl's Moving Castle. Because it's my favorite Ghibli movie. Well, I have a bunch of Ghibli references on my island, so if you actually want to see the island before I destroyed it, this is my dream address. You can go visit it. I saved it like yesterday. I'm not writing over it until I've planned, like I've done more of this island to where I want it to be. Like I want it to be like a completed version, I think, or near completed, and then I'll save over it. But until then, this is gonna be like the way the island is, like in that. So like, check it out. I've got a gnome hunt on there. I've decorated all the houses fully, so you can go into all the houses. They're all differently decorated. The lore for the island is essentially villagers keep going missing, and they end up, and the graves were appearing initially, but now there's like pictures inside Emma's basement that are showing up, and so everyone's a little concerned about what's going on. So, you know, just something to keep in mind, to like keep an eye out when you're on the island, you know, watch your back. I liked making the lore for the island. It was fun. Actually, I've made a video detail, like doing a tour of the island, and I'm actually gonna upload it. I just gotta finish editing it. And then I'll upload it. Wait, can I dig these ones up? Yes, I can. I can dig these ones up to sell them. Excellent. I was going I wonder if these ones are too tiny. Because the thing is, once they get the size bigger than this, you have to not cut them down. But this size, you can, you know, not do that. You can just dig them up. Because they don't like give wood at that size. They're not fully grown. So now what you would say is helpful. Doo doo doo. Boop. Alright. How many spaces do I have in my bag? 3, 4, 5. Alright. We're gonna do all the shrubs. Because why not? Why not just do all the shrubs? Yeah, you're about to dream? Okay. Well, I'm glad that works out. Yeah, I made the dream address with the weather. I had to wait for the weather condition I wanted to be in the game, which was rain. I wanted it to be a rainy day. Or like have rain in the day, but not be a full day of rain. And like, see, this day is like sunny. Look at this. And it's a fully sunny day. Which there's nothing wrong with, but I wanted my DA to have at least some rain in it. So yeah. One more shrub. Excellent. Water. Filling it in. But yeah. I was just like, gonna save it because I want to flatten the whole thing. But I still want to have like a dream to go to. And I made my gnome hunt. I wanted people to be able to actually do the gnome hunt while it was there. So I'll eventually re-put all the gnomes on my future island. I'll place them all back again. Maybe not as many. There might be like only like, you know, 48 or something. Like 36 of them. It'll probably start as less because it normally does. And then build up as I like find good locations to place things. Wow, I haven't seen my island like this in a while. Yeah, it's Bremerton. It's named after a place in Washington State. Because that's where I lived when I was a kid. Not everyone knows where Washington State is, and that's fine. It's like in the northwest. Yeah, the northwest. It's north of Oregon and California. I'm always amused when I like give it to streamers who are from Washington State, and they're like, "Wait a minute, I know this place," and I'm like, "Oh, do you now?" And I'm so glad. I'm very happy for you. I'm more like, I'm almost impressed if, like, I'm almost like, I wonder if they'll pick it up. I wonder if they'll spot the location. I'm a special cookie. It's okay. Okay, cool. Planted all those. So yeah, I named it after where I grew up when I was a kid. It just made sense for me. Because I was gonna like, even like, because the thing is, it's ambiguous enough that, and the state, it has a lot of variety of things. Like, it's got farmland, it's got forests. So, you know, it's got like a wide variety of stuff you can put in on an island that's got that kind of name. I don't know. So yeah, I'm happy with how it turned out. But it's like, it was finished, I'd done everything possible, I'd fully decorated the houses. It was kind of like, the next one I do will be like the version 2.0, because I'm going to redo a number of the houses, I imagine. Some of the rooms will probably stay somewhat similar, but a bunch of them will change, I imagine. Your FPS? Yeah, no, the frames will definitely kick your butt. I 100%. They will kick your butt. There will be a lag because of the rain. Because of how many things are there. It's not too bad, but it's like, it's noticeable. If you're used to quicker stuff. It's not as bad when I'm on my island. But it is noticeable when you're like visiting. I always laugh when people spot it. I'm like, yeah, cool. It's not as bad when it's like the weather isn't raining, but I wanted the weather to be raining. So I'm like, I had to accept the fact the frames would be tanked a little lower in the DA for the dream address type I wanted. So, what you gonna do? I gotta keep an eye on the time. Just look right here. I hate that you have to like step out. You have to be like directly facing where you want it to go. Like, come on. You can see the spot. I can see the spot. Please. Oh man. Yeah, no, I'm flattening the whole thing. I thought, why not? Because, well, the thing is, I completed it. There was nothing I wanted to, like, I could tweak it, and I could just, like, slightly alter things, but I didn't really want to. The island was complete as what it was. Like, everything that I wanted it to be, it was. So there was, because I had tweaked it a couple times before, but, like, the version it is in that dream is, like, the third version of the island, because I tweaked it a couple of times. and changed it. So, yeah. Had to be done. Honestly. There was nothing really left that I seriously wanted to do with it. In like the state it's in. Gotta finish moving those flowers up there. I kinda wanted to do this first. Because why not? Why not do this first? Just for the funs. Just for the fun of it. So I can go to the back rock the easy way now. Oh. This island has had so many changes as I've gone through it. I've got pictures of as I've gone through and changed it, and it's just... I'm always shocked by like where it started out and where it is now. Like, you know, before I started flattening the thing, I was like, oh my god, I can't believe I got it here. I can't believe this is what it looks like. Last looked like. And the thing is, I have a second island, so I can always revisit the dream address. And I have a recording of the full island with like me explaining the lore and why I made things the way I did. And I'm gonna upload it and I'm gonna have you, and I can always look back at it and be like, okay, so this is what my island used to look like. Excellent. Oh. So I'm not sure if anyone will ever want to see it, but, you know, it'll always be there. So people can. So I'm gonna upload it soon. I just gotta like sit down and edit it. I'll probably do that tomorrow. Edit it. You know? I like that in order to do this, I don't have to use the shovel, like one of the shovels, because that would be a nightmare. Imagine trying to terraform, but you have to use like the shovels that break all the time, and you have to be like, dear God, why? Why are we being punished for deciding to terraform and decorate? Just why? Okay. Oh yeah, I remember I put it on the thing, so there was different heighted ones. That's right. Boop. Boop. Man, this was a cute train station, but you didn't really get to see it as much of it as I would have liked, you know? It was kind of hidden back here. You couldn't really look straight into it the way I would have wanted it to, but I wanted it to end near the secret beach at the time, you know? I don't know. It was just like the thought I had at the time. Hey Kurt, how you doing? How you doing, buddy? Food stew. Mush. Man, I use so many of the mush cushions. I think they're one of like one of my more used items, honestly. Which is not a bad thing. They're an adorable item. Okay, so there's something there. I wish I could drop the items that were like personally customized, at least on my own island. You know, I understand not being able to do it on other people's islands and having it so that they can't pick it up. you know? I wouldn't mind that. It's just such a waste of stalls. Plain sinking log beds. It's not even like a specialty hot item today to sell it inside. Hey Kurt, how you doing? You having fun on your phone? Kurt is such a mood, you know? Excellent. Oh yeah, I'm sure Isabel is just like having a breakdown. She's like, what are you doing? How dare you? Stop with the picking up of things and dropping them down like this. Did you learn nothing from my reviews? Please stop. Sorry, Isabel. Nothing to be done. I'm just gonna have to work through the pain. Poor Isabel. I bet she hates all this. She's like, but why? I mean, I'm making her happy, less trees, but she's like, was this the compromise? I had to have more items dropped in order to have no trees. Alright, we're gonna put this here so that way I can get there from up there. Boop boop boop. Bap. So I placed these like golden items in the order I received them at the time. Like the recipes for them, like I earned them. And because I didn't finish doing it all by the time I needed to, like, you know, save the dream address. And I've earned them because I got the recipes by accident from someone and I was just auto-learning all the recipes. I wasn't paying attention to what I was learning, and so I learned them, even though I hadn't earned them. So I don't use them. But it was like, I'm not gonna place them because I haven't earned them yet. And so I had to place flowers. So I placed like the three, like the native flower, the sister flower, and the flower that I get most after that on my island. In the three like starter flower colors. Because I figured that was as close as possible as I was gonna get. Boop boop boop. So that's what I did, because I was like, nope. Nopey nope nopers. Isabel's gonna be so mad. And I'm just amused. I'm heavily amused. I don't know if it brings me great, like if it's sad that it brings me greater joy to be pissing off Isabel like this. It probably shouldn't. That's probably a sign. But it's okay. How many pocket spaces do I have? None. Cool. So we're just gonna put up a couple cliffs right beside these cliffs. So that way I can get these things down. So I'll get those things down soon. I'm convinced Isabel's just like in her office going, come on. You just stop with the dropping. Just stop placing them, please. Please, what do I need to do? Can I just smack the rating thing, and if it gets high enough, will you stop? Is that what I need to do? I can just see her in her office like doing that. Just like, come on. Please stop. Please stop with the dropping. No. And here I am just giggling maniacally going, excellent. And I want to say I feel bad for Isabel, but I don't. She's such a tyrant when it comes to like the scores for stuff. I'm just like, I'm getting a greater joy out of punishing her for her ridiculous scoring system. Like, come on, Isabel, get with the program. Why would you think that this scoring system would be something I'd be down for? Come on, bro. I thought we were pals. Oh yeah, I gotta sell that. Sell stuff. Sell stuff. Do. Sell stuff. If only I could drop you. Hey. Okay. More flowers. I can just hear her somewhere just like crying in just a corner being like, come on, why? I distinctly remember in the video that I was watching, the one that was like made by someone, Denzel, the one that's like an animated Isabel, like Animal Crossing short. And in it, Isabel just is like, I didn't even know we could make fire. Because Pietro's house gets burned down and then he has to live with Filbert, like crash with Filbert. Which, you know, Filbert seems like a good roommate. So it's probably fine. But I feel bad. I feel bad that his house got burned down. Even though I'm not what you call a fan of him. Like, he made me feel bad for poor little Pietro. Oh, poor Pietro. Him and his 4 furniture items. I'm not likely to be the best person to be like, oh yeah, we should totally investigate what's going on with that. That sounds awful. The side of the island is essentially just becoming a dump of stuff that I need to place elsewhere and sort. This poor side of the island. It never saw it coming. Well, it probably did, honestly. I mean, this is kind of what I did before. Because I used to have... When I used the natural river, I had... The water, it kind of like ran through here. Like this side over here was where I've always had the museum on this side. I just moved it farther back. Because it used to be farther forward on the island. And I used to have like a path of cobblestones that led to it instead of like whatever I have now. Any more spaces in here? Any more spaces? Nope. Nope. Please. Please. I don't know. This just kind of like brings me some kind of calm, I guess. I don't know if it brings other people calm when you're like, why can I plant in front of the other bridge but not in front of this one? I don't get it. I'm like, you're both bridges. You should be able to both function the same way as bridges, right? Right? Sounds like Newgrounds, to be honest. I mean, maybe. But yeah. It's a good video. I do recommend if you like Animal Crossing shorts. It's well done. Like, they obviously, because they've actually uploaded previously, like, videos of how they made it. Like, how they went about making the video the way it is. And it's pretty interesting to watch. I watched one of their, like, making of ones. I like how when you dig in, like, the different colored holes, it shows is different on the ground, like the hole dirt. That's really cool. Honestly. nearly there with the museum. Nearly. I can see the future, and it looks like me needing more shovels and axes. I forgot how many, like, digging times you can use the shovel for. I've actually forgotten. I should be able to get all these flowers out. Should. I say should with optimism. I think I can. There's no more up there. Okay, excellent. I only need 4 more spots in my storage. I remember when I first placed it up here, how empty this area looked. When I planned this a lot, it's weird to see it in like reverse, because I didn't plan, like, decorate most of this on the stream. I decorated most of it in my own time. Boop. Okay, let's take 2 flowers, honestly. Yeah, that's full storage. But in the meantime, let's destroy this. I can just imagine Blather sitting there, like, staring at the window, being like, what's happening? What's going on here? Why are you doing this? What if the villagers need to get into the museum? And I'm just gonna be like, no. No one needs to get into the museum. What are you talking about, you fool? This is not a we need to visit the museum kind of a day. This is a no, definitely a destruction of the village day. This brings me so much joy thinking of just Blathers in there just divvying about, being like, I'm sure she'll put it back. I'm sure it'll be fine. Okay, we're gonna go straight forward towards the museum and see where the museum entrance part, where I can go up to, because I know it's usually like 2 squares in front of the entrance. I think you have to have left. Yeah, so that square I have to have left. Yeah. I'll do this one? Nope. Can I? Yes, I can. Destroy that. Okay, so the museum is just gonna chill on its little sad ledge. On its lonesome. There we go. The museum will be fine. As long I just need to leave 1 more square below the museum. And it'll be great. Look at this. I can climb up to the museum if I need to. No one else needs to get up here. I don't know why it brings me such greater joy thinking just Blather's freaking out inside going, she is going to put it back, right? She is going to make it so the villagers can visit the museum? I'm not going to be on my own, right? I also kind of wanted to just like put a bug outside and him just be like, oh no, it's Attack of the Giant Bugs. So he won't leave. I'm kind of considering it. Just casually. I don't know if it makes me evil or not, but I think it might. You know, I just personally think it might. I know tomorrow I'm gonna regret not doing something productive, but instead playing Astro. But if I stopped, I'm going to regret not playing. Yeah, no, I know I'm exactly the same way, which is why tomorrow, even though I'll do a tiny bit of Animal Crossing, I'll like edit a video that I have to edit. I'm gonna mostly spend the day studying and like lurking in other people's streams. Because I've got actual work I have to like do tomorrow for uni. So I genuinely do have to spend tomorrow doing other stuff. Which is why I don't stream on Mondays, because I almost always have stuff I have to do. Okay, we're gonna go horizontal with this one. This is like, to be fair, terraforming can be very calming. Honestly, it can be genuinely calming. Boop boop boop. It's just like, it's also time consuming. Especially if you're taking stuff down, you know? I know I'm doing this in the most random way possible, but I'm genuinely trying to avoid, like, overly having to do stuff. Clean the house. No, I'm gonna fish for 2 hours. Exactly. That's exactly it. Like, why would I want to do this other thing when I can just do this instead? I don't know. It's just like, why do anything else with this? Why do anything else with the calm of terraforming? I almost said terraform. I don't know what I nearly said. Yeah. But yeah, apart from true crime stuff, I've been falling into like watching YouTube true crime videos. You know where like it's not just like true crime stuff. It's like YouTubers doing. Oh my god. Enough. Calm down. But like true crime, like being done by YouTubers, because they do true crime stuff as well. I've been watching a combination of the two, which has been pretty good. 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's that. That's gonna be a couple trips. That's okay. Has to be done. There's no fast way to move all the flowers. You can't just like auto select and move. Imagine if we could though. Imagine if we could. Things we could achieve. The dreams we could have. The stuff we could do. No, I've like recently fallen back in all the true crime stuff. Like I was watching, well not watching, I was reading a book recently. It's called Foxglove Summer. So in the book, these 2 girls go missing, just randomly in the night. No one knows what happened. Their cell phones are found in one place. You cut a ribbon, Neil. I wonder if I can tie. Oh, the fish puns. Oh, the fish puns. Jesus Christ. You wonder if it can tie itself into a bow. No, it can't tie itself into a bow. Whoever made these puns. Gotta have a word with the pun master. But no, they go missing. And all that's left is their phones. And now it's a series, this Rivers of London series. The Foxglove Summer is one of the books in it. Essentially, it's the magical part of the police department, so they're the ones who handle all the magical stuff that happens, and they investigate it, and then help the rest of the police department find a, like, rational reason behind why the stuff happens. They're like, yeah, it probably happened because of this. And they're like, okay, we'll put this down as the rational reason. It's not a C+, it's not. So, these like kids, because most teenage girls do not go anywhere without their cell phone. I don't know how many people, like, if you're a teenage girl, you do not leave your cell phone for no good reason. Like, ever. It's broken, no matter what, you pick it up, you take it with you, you go and like you complain about it, you get it fixed, whatever it is, but you don't leave it. These girls, like, of their own volition, left their cell phones. And this guy has to, like, help investigate, like, what could have happened to them, like, where they went. Make sure that none of the, like, local magical people, like, wizards or anything, had any part in it. Because obviously, for obvious magical reasons, you'd be worried about that. Doo-doo-doo. Poor island. It turns out to be something much darker and older that caused the problem. For whatever reason, they thought it was a good idea to, because it seems, so the sister of the girl, one of the girls who was taken, she, like, genuinely, at one point, took her sister with her off on an adventure and ended up passed out in this area. And she thought she'd been taken by fairies or aliens or something. And it turns out they think that, like, her sister was swapped with, like, a fairy baby. And they had them raise the fairy child. And then when they had them come back, they switched over the child. However, it was obviously noticeable that the girl they brought back was not the original girl, and the mom was freaking out. She could obviously tell that it was not her kid. Like, it was still, like, by blood, her child. But it was not like she didn't want the kid. She just didn't want it. Because it was, like, manic and out of control and using magic to cause harm. So you obviously don't want a kid like that around. Like, obviously. So he managed to, like, succeed at swapping them back over. But in, like, not the best way. He's definitely burned any kind of, like, negotiation bridge. Or, like, communication with them bridge ever again. Which I'm sure he's, you know, completely worried about. Like, not at all. So, yeah, it's like an interesting read, an interesting book. But, yeah. So, I liked the book. I read through it. I'm now reading the next one, which is called The Hanging Tree. And essentially with this one, it starts out, so he owes a favor to someone called Lady Ty. For the she's the goddess of the Tyburn River. Swap. You know what, I'll drop the fruit over here. So I can pick up more of these things to plant. I'll pick these back up when I come get the flowers. Like after the flowers. Okay. But yeah, so like... Shovels, please. Well, I'm glad I brought the shovels over. But regardless of this, so he like owes her, and he has to like help her out because she's finally calling in the favor, and because her like daughter has ended up getting involved with this like kid who nearly OD'd. In a place that they shouldn't have been able to get into. Just like genuinely magic, like because it's like a locked up place just held for like keeping people they normally want kept out of the way. And so they have to try and explain like how they were able to get up there. Which, you know, goes over about as well as you would expect it to go. Not well at all. Regardless of that, as a result, he's like, well, I can only keep her out of it if she genuinely didn't do anything. Like, if she was just like a witness and she just happened to be there, I can keep her out, but if she like committed a crime, I obviously can't, because he's still a police officer at the end of the day. No matter what favor he owes her. If her kid committed a crime, unfortunately, she'll have to face it. Or at least like get a good lawyer. So yeah, he starts out with it, and it seems that something like I've gotten to this point in it where I can accidentally flip the page open a couple of pages early. When I was trying to find where I was because my bookmark fell out. So I know that she does end up having to, I think, get a lawyer because she says something that I think gets her involved because it's something not good. So I'm just like, yeah, cool. This is going well for him. The favor he was helping out with is now blowing up in his face. Excellent. Which, you know, always goes well when that kind of stuff blows up. Regardless, it's a pretty interesting read so far. I like how it's going because him and Beverly finally gotten together, which I'm very happy about. Because I like her character. She's got spunk, and she's got flair. I'm pretty sure his mom wouldn't hate her. Because they seem pretty chill with the whole magical stuff, magical people thing. So I'm sure they won't have a problem with her, like, in general, for like what she is. Because she's like a river spirit. Like like she has a different river. I generally have tried to avoid like any kind of spoilers with the book. So hopefully I don't run into anything else, which would be good. Because I like seeing these kinds of stories unfold, because the thing is, if I look ahead and I find something I don't like, I stop reading. I just had that problem of, it's what stopped me the last time, because I found out a character I liked. She became, like, a bit of an ass, and she did something bad that caused her and the main character to no longer be friends. I didn't know what it was, I didn't know what happened, like, what went wrong, but, like, I knew something happened, right? And as a result, it's just like, it's kind of boiled over. So, you know, not good, but what you gonna do? But regardless of that, so I stopped reading it for a while, as a result, like the series. I finally got back into it. I'm enjoying it. I know there's probably some bad stuff coming down the pipeline, but I'm not looking ahead. I'm avoiding all Wikipedia entries. I'm not looking anything up because I don't want to be spoiled. You know, I genuinely want to discover things as they come out in the story. So I'm a little annoyed with myself for looking something up because I really wanted to know in this one other story I'm reading. And as a result, I'm kind of just like at the same point of like I've stopped reading it. Because I didn't like the answer. Which, you know, I should have expected. I had a feeling I was gonna not like the answer, but I went ahead and looked it up anyways. And what happened? I didn't like the answer. So I stopped reading. So now I'm facing the predicament of like, do I force myself to keep reading in the hopes that it gets better? And then I like went and read the back of the books. Which is always a terrible idea. You never read the back of the books. I'm just getting too immersed, I didn't even realize I was reading. Yeah, no, the Animal Crossing will do that to you. You'll be like, oh, this is so great. And then you'll look up and you're like, there's rain? What's going on? What's happening? And you just like, your mind's just like, kapow, mind blown. Yeah, I've had that happen in the game where I'm just like, oh yeah, things are going great. And then just like rain. I'm like, oh no. Not the rain. That's bad. We're like, woo, rain. It depends on, like, if I'm hoping that all my plants randomly get watered or not, honestly. If I don't want the plants to get watered, then it's bad. Definitely bad. But, you know, if not, then it's like, woo, great day. Okay. 4 more flowers, then I can finish destroying the museum area, which is the goal. I think it's funny that I started out being like, I'm not going to destroy the museum area today. I'm going to work on the other side of the island. I'm going to do the museum area tomorrow. Or like Tuesday. Oh look, I'm destroying my island today. Obviously, me and planning only goes so far. That's what you need to take away from this. Me and planning only goes this far. Oh no. Ugh. Okay, I'm taking these down. And determined. Even though these are on a beach and they're perfectly fine here, all the flowers are going to end up in the same area for me to sort them. I'm not going to have hidden rando flowers that I have to come back and find. Because what if I decide to decorate these beaches something else? And I'm like, oh, I wonder where I'm going to put the flowers. And I don't have space for the flowers. Because I didn't calculate in the flowers. And I have to like throw away the flowers. Because the roses, the pink roses, are practical. And the like purple mums, there's a couple of flowers I breeded myself. And I'm very proud of that. And then there's some others I did not. And I'm just like, hey, hooray. I didn't breed them myself. What do I do? Okay. As this solar area is going away. Going away. Going away. Okay. We're gonna fill in this area with flowers. I love the blue flowers. I honestly do. I love them so much. And I love the pansies and the windflowers. I think them... Because the thing is, the area that I aim this after, it has a lot of these flowers, like hyacinths, roses, pansies, tulips, windflowers. Because it's cold and rainy and gets a lot of water in the area. So it's like perfect for those kind of conditions, like that weather. Like it's perfect for it. So as a result, like these are the best flowers to like have for a lot of reasons in that area. I'm gonna leave the golden tools where they are for the moment. They're fine where they're at. There's nothing bad happening to them, so they're fine. Alright, then we're gonna go about chopping the trees. This one. Is there any more on this pathway? Any more? This one. It's like you have to try and keep track of how many flowers you planted. Okay, so that's where the line of the flowers is, over there. And over here. This is the struggle with gathering all the stuff you have together. I'm gonna drop you. Because I need to make sure I know exactly what I have, so stuff can't just be hiding behind bamboo. Not today, sir. Okay, so we're gonna take down the rest of what the museum's thing is. Okay. See, I like terraform. I do. I genuinely like terraforming, It's why I didn't mind, like, when I had to do, like, my whole island and decorate the whole thing. I did plan it out first because I knew it would take forever. And I knew that that would be a bit of a pain and a hassle. But I was like, you know what? I want to make sure that I've got all this. Because obviously now, redoing the island, my plans are very different. So, I wanted my whole area to be my whole island to be forest. I achieved that. I believe I did a pretty good job of making everything feel forested. You know? So, like, I made sure the whole island felt like a huge forest had taken over. I can feel rather proud about that. But now I'm splitting it into 3 areas. Forest, urban, like kind of urban city. Kind of more like a small town, honestly. Closer to a small town. With it's like a seafood market area, the mine, obviously, which would be connected to the forest. Like the haunted kind of theme park area, where obviously things have gone wrong. I mean, you can't have things not going wrong, right? You're gonna have like a theme, like a haunted place like that in it. Which is the general plan. I do want to have a land bridge again. I just gotta decide where I most want the land bridge in relation to everything else. Because it's gotta like fit in. So it might be somewhere near the forest. As like a way to get through the forest. Without going in the like, I don't know. It's all like, I'm still forming a lot of the ideas in relation to it. You know? Because I don't want to settle too much on one thing. And then have it just like blow up in my face. That's why I use the squares to like plot it all out. Because it really does help me. Like making sure I haven't like done something truly catastrophic. You know? How much? I did not think this area was as long as this. Wow, that's a long reach. That's a long reach. Huh, I forgot that you can do directly beside the bridge like this. You know, up to a certain point. Yeah, but what if I want the bridge to collapse? I like how it's like, if you do this, the bridge will collapse. I'm like, I mean, could it? Could the bridge collapse? I'd be okay with that. It'd save me paying Tom Nook money for, like, getting rid of the bridge. That would be nice. Is that an option? I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But one can dream. I think it has to be just the one space in front of it. Yeah. So, I've isolated both the bridge and the town meeting and the museum. Oh, the terraform. I don't know why I thought, you know what I need to do? I need to make the entire island 2 levels. That sounds fun. Doesn't that sound fun? Oh yeah, 2 levels. Very cool. Somewhere in my brain I thought, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Oh man. This was just like having so much fun on terraforming. I was like, I'm gonna make 2/3 of this island like the 2nd level. So that's what I did. Now, in relation to like the books I'm reading, you know something else I've been doing more again. So the movies in where I live have been starting to show movies again, because everything's sort of opening up again. At least here. I know it's Victoria and Sydney are still like dealing with stuff, but here at least we're opening up. So it's like the movie I next want to see, because I do have some movies I really want to see that are coming out, and there's like Enchanto, there's the Eternals. My boyfriend wants to see the James Bond movie that's coming out, and I'm happy to go with him. Like, it looks like an interesting movie. It's not my like favorite kind of movie, but you know, I don't despise action movies. I watch action movies sometimes. It just depends on the movie. I don't like every single action movie because some of them just seem kind of dumb, you know? They're like, oh yeah, we're the man, and the only thing you can do to like save yourself is this intense thing activity. And you're like, but why? Well, why? Just a marvel. I understand that when people sometimes complain about terraforming taking forever, because they're like, why? Why do it when it takes so long? And like, well, I mean, if there was an easier option, I'm sure someone would have thought of it. Right? You'd think. Probably not. Because it's supposed to be like semi-realistic of like something you do. Part of the like draw of Animal Crossing is the time stuff takes to do. But it's hard to explain to people when you play the game. They're like, what did you do today in your game? Because you told them you played Animal Crossing. And they're like, well, I like kinda did this thing in the game. It was like I fished a bunch and I like spoke with this cat or like whatever animal you spoke with. And they like traded me a shirt for a fish. They like traded me money called bells. And I like dismantled half the island and they're like, oh yeah, how long did that take you? 8 hours? And I'm like, what? 8 hours? And you're like, yep, that's how long it took. Thank you so much for asking. Oh, this area was filled before. All it took me was 6.5 hours. Well, like 5.5. Really? Closer to 5.5. Honestly. So once I do this bit, I'm gonna probably do this part. Shouldn't take too much longer. I say is like I keep getting distracted, you know? You know where you're like, oh yeah, I'm totally focused on dismantling the island. island's terraforming. Like, I'm focused. I got the game face on. And then it's like, oh no, game face is not in fact on. What were you looking at? Oh, I was looking at bugs and flowers. And you're like, what were you doing? And like, I went off to like pick up an item, and then I like went fishing for 4 hours. Like, that's what happens. Because you're like, I went to this other area of the island to do this one thing. And as a result of that, I ended up taking like 7 straight hours of doing terraform. What you gonna do? And like, the thing is, like, this game is a calming one. It's not a game that's meant to be like thoroughly rushed. I'm sure there's someone out there who's like, I'm gonna speed run Animal Crossing. I've seen people try and do it and just be like, yeah, we're gonna speed run this or this. They'll pick a specific thing to try and speed run, and I'm like, I wish you the best of luck in your endeavor. And knowing full well that it's probably not gonna work out the way they are hoping. Because Animal Crossing is a game that requires a certain level of patience and like calm. And that's perfectly fine. Like, there's nothing wrong with it being that way. Yeah, I wish you luck if you try and speedrun Animal Crossing. Do let me know how that goes. I'm not even sure like what that would entail besides like, I know speedruns of Animal, like when I say speedruns, when they say speedruns, it's like speedrun to 5 stars or speedrun to 3 stars or speedrun to terraforming most of the time. But yeah, it's not what I would say is an easy feat. What is this language of patience? I know, right? Patience? Who is she? I don't know her. Is that a masseuse? Oop. I think I've basically done the museum area now. You would not know. So this is my area now. The good old museum. You would not pick this as the same area as before. Would you? I mean, I sure wouldn't. Okay. I think the next thing I'm gonna do is try and get as many bushes out of here. I'm gonna do like a couple minutes of that. I'm gonna look for someone to raid. Cause I know a couple people who are online now. There's like this window of time in between like the people I know and the people I don't know. Yeah. It'll be a minor raid and run because it's like 3:30, almost 3:30 in the morning. I definitely have to go to sleep for work. Otherwise, I'm gonna be screwed. Like 100% stuffed. The only items I'm leaving out are the villager photos plus stool outside each of the villager houses. For the moment. And I'll pick up any items that are easy to pick up. Yeah, that's full storage. But yeah, patience is not something I would say is synonymous all the time with Animal Crossing players. which is why so many people burned out, like, this last year of the game, which I don't, like, it happens if you're gonna, like, speed run the thing. I understand trying to, like, quickly unlock terraforming or something before the update, or, like, trying to quickly unlock something specific. Perfectly understandable. And don't be wrong, speedrunning it hurts no one. Like, it's not gonna impact me in any way if they do that. I'm just like, but why? But why? Dropping items, can we drop them? Jeez, this area is so packed, and I love it. Tree. Okay, drop. Bushes. We're gonna go and try and get more of the bushes. I'm gonna try and see if I can grab as many of the bushes as I can from this area to dump them all there. It's a bug. Okay, there's a bush. So we're picking up bushes and any loose items that are easy to pick up. Tree. Millie. Star fragment. I'm gonna dump all the star fragments in one area, I think. Like out here near the secret beach, because I think they all go into Watson's house. So she's just gonna come pick them up. Because I dumped all these star fragments out here. You're like, oh, this is gonna be cool decoration at nighttime. Now I have those, like, the option of those pretty, like floral plants. And I'm just not as intrigued by these, like, glowing star fragments anymore. The star fragments go down here. Because I've got one, I think one for each of the stars placed out. It's just like, it's a matter of picking them all back up again. Because I think I only have one of each. I don't think I have multiple. I'm gonna leave the item surrounded by flowers for the moment. Okay, drop that. I wish you could stack some of the trees, but I understand why you can't at the same time. I just wish I could. You know, because I get that they're like their own item, their own thing. It'd be nice. It would be nice. But I know I've got a lot of bushes, so I have to leave this area semi-clear for, like, placing the bushes. Okay. I don't remember how many bushes I have, but I know it's a lot. I used a lot of flowers, a lot of bushes. This whole side over here is gonna be likely filled with it. Luckily, I don't have to worry about any of the, almost meant all the trees. It's only like some of the trees. So I'm probably gonna buy pears to eat. In all likelihood. Cool, you just chill here. It's like, bye, balloon. Bye-bye. Mm-hmm. Phew. Dropped that. Okay. You struggle over the stump. Always getting in my way. Bum bum. Look at all the randomly placed items. Ain't it grand? Ain't it a real humdinger? Oh. Hey Peanut, I'm glad you're enjoying yourself. Do let me know if I can do anything for you. Tea, bubbles. You want something special? I'll deal with that later. Rock. Oh my god, I cut down one of the trees I didn't mean to. No! It's fine. I had a couple of excess trees, so we're only cutting down the baby trees in this area. Baby trees. Because I don't need the baby trees in this area. Can you put a dodo code if people want to join my island? I mean, I wouldn't recommend posting in the chat because you don't know who might be there and like come to your island and what they might do. So I wouldn't recommend it as like just a personal for your own like island safety kind of a thing. But so I wouldn't recommend it. Plus I don't usually like put dodos in my chat. I don't like make it that kind of a place. Because there's like places out there for, I think it, like cutting all the baby trees. That's what I'm doing. This baby tree, nope. That one's one, but I can dig it up. This one's a baby tree. Baby trees, come here, baby trees. I don't think there's any more baby trees back here. It's all full trees now. Yeah, I think these are all full trees. True, yeah. It's just a matter of like safety. Oh wait, that's when I can dig up. I'll dig that up in a minute. I'm just cutting up all the baby trees now. And then I'm gonna find someone to raid. Let's see. There's only one tree, like 3 trees in this part that are not baby trees. The rest are. That one there isn't, but these are. All the trees must go. It's so weird to see my island like this. Just like slowly empty. As I put a lot of things on this island. This island has had many transformations. A lot of things placed. So, you know, I'm glad that I'm able to do this, like restart, kind of, you know, like, and by restart I mean like flatten the whole thing. Kind of like a island cleanse. This would be such a pain if I had to try and recreate it. So I remember how long this all took me. I remember. This took ages. For anyone who ever wants to try and grow this out, if you have too many baby trees growing near each other at one time, some of them will actually stop growing. Like they'll become stunted. And they'll just stop growing. Just casually. It's something you only discover once you do something ridiculous like this. Oh man, it's almost like I'm performing an exorcism on the island. You know what? I'm gonna cut down. Yeah, removing the U over one. Cedar would be mental. Picking up the weed. I'm gonna cut these two down, but I'm gonna leave the other two. Like this other one. These are the two trees. Boop, boop, boop. See, with this, you wouldn't even know where to start. Yeah, this was honestly like a lot of work to do it. It was an investment of time and planning, and I'm happy with how it turned out. Don't get me wrong. I don't regret doing this, but it did take a lot of time. So it's just something to be aware of when making like a kind of bigger project like this. It took like a stages of planning, which I was fine with because I like this kind of thing. I like this kind of general planning of stuff. But not everyone does, and that's okay. Dear God, it looks like a deforestation is happening. Look at it. Just all the items. The thing is, I want to recreate this, but make it so it's facing like a different direction, so it's easier to get into and see the full thing. Making it a little smaller as well. And, or like, not smaller, but like bigger, but in like different. I'm making it a little different, essentially. Because the way I'm making it is like in relation to, I think place a house inside it with Totoro and like the rocks and all that stuff, so it needs to be a little easier to get in and out of. / a little easier to find. destruction, all the deforestation. Just removing all the custom panels. Because why leave them? I don't need them. Anything else over here? No. That's where Buck's other photo went. Okay. I was trying to figure out where Buck's second photo went for a while now. And it just like, because it like disappeared. Almost entirely. Oh, I forgot that Lily was back there. Things you forget. Sorry, tree. Not sorry. All these trees must go. When I finally get in there, I have to cut down all those trees in there. Because they're all baby trees. I made all the trees in this lower part, all baby ones, because I didn't want to have to deal with like shaking all the trees every day. From like bugs and items. I wanted it to be easier to find. So I only have specific trees that are... Hey Alcafrost, how are you doing today? Thank you so much. And Jade, what are you guys doing? You guys, how are you guys? Thank you guys so much for the raid. How are you guys doing? What were you playing? I can spell. So you two were playing Raft together, I take it? How did Raft go? Was it fun? Did you have a blast? Dang. So, you know, I'm just casually destroying my island. In case you're wondering. I was like, you know what, it's time to flatten the thing. Yeah, I've been live for like almost 7 hours, and I was like, oh yeah, I've said 3 different times I'm about to raid. I've said it 3 times now. So I'm officially hopeless. But I do have to, go off soon. Because I work at 9 o'clock tomorrow. And it's, well, 9 o'clock today, and it's almost 4 o'clock. So I genuinely do have to. I was just trying to finish up these 2 bits first. But I'm glad you guys were having fun playing at Raft. I assume you had fun. So you played for like 5 hours. 5 hours when you said we're gonna play for an hour and a half. So you're in the same boat. Excellent. I'm glad you're living in the same zone I am. Of like, yeah, I'm only gonna do like this. I was like, I'm gonna play for like 2 hours, maybe 3, and I'll finish doing this on a different day. Not the case. Here we are. So I'm just chopping down as many of the baby trees as I can. You know what? I'm gonna fill in these 2 bits of water. And then I'll find a raid. And then I'll do it. Yeah, we love it here. Well, I'm glad you do. Yeah, I can't believe you've been here for 4 hours either, Avocado. Because all you've been doing is watching me, like, fill in water and cut down trees. And you're still here. So, you know, you must be having a fun time. You're like half an hour and a half, 5 hours later. Yeah, it's a problem, I know. Just like, oh yeah, I'm fine, doing great, and then kabam. 5 hours later. It happens to the best of us. But I genuinely will just fill in this bit of water here with these froggies. Go dump what's in my pockets, and we'll find someone to raid. So if you guys have any ideas, let me know. Otherwise, I'll just find someone who's also playing Animal Crossing. Cause you know, I love my Animal Crossing buddies. Well, I have been playing on my... Yeah, I mean, that does help. They've also been playing on your island at the same time. You know, the way I'm just, like, in the background. Which is probably the best way for me to be. Just chilling in the background. This good, the good old island. It's just having a gay old time. Then just casually flatten the whole thing. Because the thing is, I determined I was gonna flatten this whole thing a while, like, before they announced all the stuff for the update. And once they announced the stuff for the update, I was like, yeah, cool. We're really gonna flatten the island. But I just, like, pushed up when I was gonna flatten it. That's essentially all that happened. And I think I've done pretty good progress considering the time I've spent. Which is like 7 hours. I'm gonna be so tired at work tomorrow. I'm gonna be so dead. I'm just hoping that it's a calm day on Monday. It's not gonna be a calm day. I work in like internet phones. I work doing stuff with like customers who call up angry. I'm possibly doomed. Is there any other water to put away that I can easily put away before No, back away. I gotta back away the other way. I gotta go back the way of safety. The way I said I was gonna go. I know better than this. I've got this. And I hope you guys have been doing well. I honestly, like, haven't seen you guys in a while because, like, I've been kind of AFK with uni stuff and, you know, not feeling great, but I feel better now. So that's good. And I got my, like, first COVID shot, which is good. The other one I get in, like, a month, I think, is what they said. Well, like, in a month I'll get the other one. So, hooray. So that's always good. But as you can see, I have a lot of flowers, a lot of items. And you wouldn't know this, but the island really has been cleared out a lot. Well, you gotta hop off now because it's 8 AM. Yeah, no, it's almost 4 AM here, so I gotta sleep too. So I'm gonna be raiding in like a minute. I'm just dumping this down. But yeah, you get some good sleep, Jade. I hope you have a great sleep. You really should get something. I need it. And thank you so much. It's probably only gonna be another 3 minutes. Yeah, I'm like, that's fun. I know you guys are in the same, like, area. You guys go have some sleeps. But thank you guys so much for raiding and saying hey. It was good to see you guys in here. Okay, clay. Alright, we're gonna sell these couple of trees. Nailing it. Sell trees, sell trees. Brilliant. Alright, I'm not gonna see these online. Okay. You know what, why not? I'm just gonna mute my desktop a moment. Is this person... Because they're doing charity stuff and fundraising, so I'm gonna see if I can raid them. Sometimes people are like, they have special settings, and so you can't raid some people if you're like not being followed by them, which is perfectly fine. Excellent, okay. If you'd like to share the raid message, these are the 2 raid messages you can copy. If you're not subbed, the first one. If you are subbed, the second one. Thank you guys so much for being here with me. And like through this. These like 7 hours. We're like a minute away from 7 hours and I don't even care. So it'll hit 7 by the time we raid. But this was madness. I only planned to stream for a couple hours, but everyone was so great and so lovely, and like I kept getting rated by lovely human beings, and I wanted to have a chat. So thank you to everyone who rated, who followed, who stopped by and chat. Thank you to the new people who've, you know, spent like the past 4 or 5, however many hours you've been here with me. You know, if I don't see you again, well, this was lovely, but if I would love to see you again sometime in the future, either here, somewhere else in the Animal Crossing community, because I'm sure I will. But thank you so much, and I hope we can give the love over to Misha, because she's doing some charity stuff, and she's a lovely human being. So just like give her a hey.